Endnotes 1-501-2000. Matthew 19:21. Jesus said unto him, If thou wilt be perfect, go and sell that thou hast, and give to the poor. And thou shalt have treasure in heaven, and come and follow me. While still a young man and a student, in a season of great want, Saint Dominic sold his books, and all that he possessed, to feed the poor. Right arrow curving left. Felix signifying happy, and Joanna, full of grace. Right arrow curving left. Henry of Susa, cardinal, and bishop of Ostia, and thence called Ostians. He lived in the 13th century, and wrote a commentary on the decretals or books of ecclesiastical law. Taddeo Alderotti was a distinguished physician and professor of Bologna, who flourished in the 13th century, and translated the Ethics of Aristotle. Villani, 866, says of him. At this time, 1303, died in Bologna Maestro Taddeo, surnamed the Bolognese, though he was a Florentine, and our fellow citizen. He was the greatest physicist in all Christendom. The allusion here is to the pursuit of worldly things, instead of divine, the same as in the introduction to Canto 11. One after laws and one to aphorisms. Right arrow curving left. Booty says that in early times the prelates used to divide the incomes of the church into 4 parts, the first, for the prelate personally. The second, for the clergy who performed the services, the third, for the embellishment of the church, the fourth, for Christ's poor, which division is nowadays little observed. Right arrow curving left. Pope Boniface VIII, whom Dante never forgets, and to whom he never fails to deal a blow. Right arrow curving left. He did not ask of the Holy See the power of grasping 6, and giving but 2 or 3 to pious uses, not the first vacant benefice, nor the tithes that belong to God's poor. But the right to defend the faith, of which the 24 spirits in the 2 circles around them were the seed. Right arrow curving left. One wheel of the chariot of the church militant, of which St. Francis was the other. Right arrow curving left. The track made by this wheel of the chariot, that is, the strict rule of St. Francis, is now abandoned by his followers. Right arrow curving left. Good wine produces crust in the cask, bad wine mold. Right arrow curving left. Set the points of their feet upon the heel of the footprints, showing that they walked in a direction directly opposite to that of their founder. Right arrow curving left. When they find themselves in hell, and not in paradise. Matthew 13:30. Let both grow together until the harvest, and in the time of harvest I will say to the reapers, Gather ye together first the tares. And bind them in bundles to burn them, but gather the wheat into my barn. Right arrow curving left. Whoever examines one by one the members of our order, as he would turn over a book leaf by leaf, will find some as good and faithful as the first. Right arrow curving left. In 1287, Matteo di Acquasparta, general of the Franciscans, relaxed the severities of the order. Later a reaction followed. And in 1310 Frate Ubaldino of Casale became the head of a party of zealots among the Franciscans who took the name of spiritualists, and produced a kind of schism in the order. By narrower or stricter interpretation of the scriptures. Right arrow curving left. In this line Dante uses the word life for spirit. John of Fidanza, surnamed Bonaventura, who postponed consideration sinister, or made things temporal subservient to things spiritual. And of whom one of his teachers said that it seemed as if in him Adam had not sinned, was born in 1221 at Bagnaregio, near Orvieto. In his childhood, being extremely ill, he was laid by his mother at the feet of Saint Francis, and healed by the prayers of the saint, who, when he beheld him, exclaimed, O Buonaventura! And by this name the mother dedicated her son to God. He lived to become a Franciscan, to be called the Seraphic Doctor, and to write the life of Saint Francis. Which, according to the Spanish legend, being left unfinished at his death, he was allowed to return to earth for 3 days to complete it. There is a strange picture in the Louvre, attributed to Murillo, representing this event. Mrs. Jameson gives an engraving of it in her Legends of the Monastic Orders, page 303. St. Bonaventura was educated in Paris under Alexander Hales, the irrefragable doctor, and in 1245, at the age of 24, became a professor of theology in the university. In 1256 he was made general of his order, in 1273, cardinal and bishop of Albano. The nuncios of Pope Gregory, who were sent to carry him his cardinal's hat, found him in the garden of a convent near Florence, washing the dishes. And he requested them to hang the hat on a tree, till he was ready to take it. St. Bonaventura was one of the great schoolmen, and his works are voluminous, consisting of 7 imposing folios, 2 of which are devoted to expositions of the Scriptures, 1 to sermons, 2 to Peter Lombard's Book of Sentences, and 2 to minor works. Among these may be mentioned the Legend of Saint Francis, the Itinerary of the Mind towards God, the Ecclesiastical Hierarchy, the Bible of the Poor, which is a volume of essays on moral and religious subjects, and meditations on the life of Christ. Of others the mystic titles are, The Mirror of the Soul, The Mirror of the Blessed Virgin, On the 6 Wings of the Seraphim, On the 6 Wings of the Cherubim, On the Sandals of the Apostles. One golden sentence of his cannot be too often repeated. The best perfection of a religious man is to do common things in a perfect manner. A constant fidelity in small things is a great and heroic virtue. Milman, History of Latin Christianity, 8274, 276, says of him. In Bonaventura the philosopher recedes. Religious edification is his mission. A much smaller proportion of his voluminous works is pure scholasticism. He is teaching by the life of his holy founder, St. Francis, and by what may be called a new gospel, a legendary life of the Saviour, which seems to claim, with all its wild traditions, equal right to the belief with that of the evangelists. Bonaventura himself seems to deliver it as his own unquestioning faith. Bonaventura, if not ignorant of, feared or disdained to know much of Aristotle or the Arabians, he philosophizes only because in his age he could not avoid philosophy. The raptures of Bonaventura, like the raptures of all mystics, tremble on the borders of pantheism. He would still keep up the distinction between the soul and God. But the soul must aspire to absolute unity with God, in whom all ideas are in reality one, though many according to human thought and speech. But the soul, by contemplation, by beatific vision, is, as it were, to be lost and merged in that unity. Right arrow curving left. Of these 2 barefooted friars nothing remains but the name and the good report of holy lives. The Automo says they were authors of books. Bonaventura says that Illuminato accompanied Saint Francis to Egypt, and was present when he preached in the camp of the Sultan. Later he overcame the scruples of the saint, and persuaded him to make known to the world the miracle of the stigmata. Agostino became the head of his order in the Terra di Lavoro, and there received a miraculous revelation of the death of Saint Francis. He was lying ill in his bed, when suddenly he cried out, "Wait for me! Wait for me! I am coming with thee." And when asked to whom he was speaking, he answered, "Do ye not see our Father Francis ascending into heaven?" and immediately expired. Right arrow curving left. Hugh of St. Victor was a monk in the monastery of that name near Paris. Milman, History of Latin Christianity, 8240, thus speaks of him. The mysticism of Hugo de St. Victor withdrew the contemplator altogether from the outward to the inner world, from God in the works of nature, to God in his workings on the soul of man. This contemplation of God, the consummate perfection of man, is immediate, not mediate. Through the angels and the celestial hierarchy of the Areopagite it aspires to one God, not in his theophany, but in his inmost essence. All ideas and forms of things are latent in the human soul, as in God, only they are manifested to the soul by its own activity, its meditative power. Yet St. Victor is not exempt from the grosser phraseology of the mystic, the tasting God, and other degrading images from the senses of men. The ethical system of Hugo de St. Victor is that of the Church, more free and lofty than the dry and barren discipline of Peter Lombard. Right arrow curving left. Peter Mangiador, or Peter Comestor, as he is more generally called, was born at Troyes in France, and became in 1164 Chancellor of the University of Paris. He was the author of a work on ecclesiastical history, from the beginning of the world to the times of the Apostles, and died in the monastery of Saint Victor in 1198. He was surnamed Comestor, the Eater, because he was a great devourer of books. Peter of Spain was the son of a physician of Lisbon, and was the author of a work on logic. He was Bishop of Braga, afterwards Cardinal and Bishop of Tusculum, and in 1276 became Pope, under the title of John XIX. In the following year he was killed by the fall of a portion of the papal palace at Viterbo. Right arrow curving left. Why Nathan the prophet should be put here is a great puzzle to the commentators. Buon salto. A good leap, says Venturi. Lombardi thinks it is no leap at all. The only reason given is, that Nathan said to David, "Thou art the man." As Booty says. The author puts him among these doctors, because he revealed his sin to David, as these revealed the vices and virtues in their writings. Right arrow curving left. John, surnamed from his eloquence Chrysostom, or Golden Mouth, was born in Antioch, about the year 344. He was first a lawyer, then a monk, next a popular preacher, and finally Metropolitan Bishop of Constantinople. His whole life, from his boyhood in Antioch to his death in banishment on the borders of the Black Sea, his austerities as a monk, his fame as a preacher, his troubles as Bishop of Constantinople, his controversy with Theophilus of Alexandria, his exile by the Emperor Arcadius and the earthquake that followed it, his triumphant return, his second banishment, and his death, is more like a romance than a narrative of facts. The monuments of that eloquence, says Gibbon, decline and fall, chxxxi, which was admired near 20 years at Antioch and Constantinople, have been carefully preserved. And the possession of near 1,000 sermons or homilies has authorized the critics of succeeding times to appreciate the genuine merit of Chrysostom. They unanimously attribute to the Christian orator the free command of an elegant and copious language, the judgment to conceal the advantages which he derived from the knowledge of rhetoric and philosophy, an inexhaustible fund of metaphors and similitudes, of ideas and images, to vary and illustrate the most familiar topics, the happy art of engaging the passions in the service of virtue, and of exposing the folly, as well as the turpitude, of vice, almost with the truth and spirit of a dramatic representation. Anselm, Archbishop of Canterbury, was born at Aoste in Piedmont, about the year 1033, and was educated at the Abbey of Bee in Normandy, where, in the year 1060, he became a monk, and afterwards prior and abbot. In 1093 he was made Archbishop of Canterbury by King William Rufus, and after many troubles died, and was buried in his cathedral, in 1109. His life was written by the monk Eadmer of Canterbury. Wright, Biog, Brighton. Lit. Anglo-Norman period, page 59, says of him. Anselm was equal to Lanfranc in learning, and far exceeded him in piety. In his private life he was modest, humble, and sober in the extreme. He was obstinate only in defending the interests of the Church of Rome, and, however we may judge the claims themselves, we must acknowledge that he supported them from conscientious motives. Reading and contemplation were the favorite occupations of his life, and even the time required for his meals, which were extremely frugal, he employed in discussing philosophical and theological questions. Aelius Donatus was a Roman grammarian, who flourished about the middle of the 4th century. He had St. Jerome among his pupils, and was immortalized by his Latin grammar, which was used in all the schools of the Middle Ages, so that the name passed into a proverb. In the Vision of Piers Plowman, 2889, we find it alluded to. Then drew I me among drapers, my donut to learn. And Chaucer, Testament of Love, says, no passe I to virtues of this Marguerite. But therein all my donut can I learn. According to the note in Wharton, E.N.G. Poet, Sect. 8, to which I owe these quotations, Bishop Peacock wrote a work with the title of Donut into Christian Religion, using the word in the sense of introduction. Right arrow curving left. Rabanus Maurus, a learned theologian, was born at Mayence in 786, and died at Winful, in the same neighborhood, in 856. He studied first at the Abbey of Fulda, and then at St. Martin's of Tours, under the celebrated Alcuin. He became a teacher at Fulda, then abbot, then bishop of Mayence. He left behind him works that fill 6 folios. One of them is entitled The Universe, or a book about all things, but they chiefly consist of homilies and commentaries on the Bible. Right arrow curving left. This distinguished mystic and enthusiast of the 12th century was born in 1130 at the village of Celio, near Cosenza in Calabria, on the river Busento, in whose bed the remains of Attila were buried. A part of his youth was passed at Naples, where his father held some office in the court of King Roger, but from the temptations of this gay capital he escaped, and, like St. Francis, renouncing the world, gave himself up to monastic life. A tender and religious soul, says Rouslot in his Histoire de l'Evangile Eternel, p. 15, an imagination ardent and early turn towards asceticism, led him from his first youth to embrace the monastic life. His spirit, naturally exalted, must have received the most lively impressions from the spectacle offered him by the place of his birth, mountains arid or burdened with forests, deep valleys furrowed by the waters of torrents, a soil, rough in some places, and covered in others with a brilliant vegetation, a heaven of fire. Solitude, so easily found in Calabria, and so dear to souls inclined to mysticism, all combine to exalt in Joachim the religious sentiment. There are places where life is naturally poetical, and when the soul, thus nourished by things external, plunges into the divine world, it produces men like St. Francis of Assisi and Joachim of Flora. On leaving Naples he had resolved to embrace the monastic life, but he was unwilling to do it till he had visited the Holy Land. He started forthwith, followed by many pilgrims whose expenses he paid, and as to himself, clad in a white dress of some coarse stuff, he made a great part of the journey barefooted. In order to stop in the Thebaid, the first center of Christian asceticism, he suffered his companions to go on before, and there he was nigh perishing from thirst. Overcome by the heat in a desert place, where he could not find a drop of water, he dug a grave in the sand, and lay down in it to die, hoping that his body, soon buried by the sand heaped up by the wind, would not fall a prey to wild beasts. Various attributes to him a dream, in which he thought he was drinking copiously. At all events, after sleeping some hours he awoke in condition to continue his journey. After visiting Jerusalem, he went to Mount Tabor, where he remained 40 days. He there lived in an old cistern. And it was amid watchings and prayers on the scene of the Transfiguration that he conceived the idea of his principal writings, the harmony of the Old and New Testaments, the exposition of the Apocalypse, and the Psalter of 10 strings. On his return to Italy, Joachim became a Cistercian monk in the monastery of Carazzo in Calabria, of which ere long he became abbot. But, wishing for greater seclusion, he soon withdrew to Flora, among the mountains, where he founded another monastery, and passed the remainder of his life in study and contemplation. He died in 1202, being 72 years of age. His renown was great, says Rouslot, Histoire de l'Evangile Eternel, page 27, and his duties numerous. Nevertheless his functions as abbot of the monastery which he had founded did not prevent him from giving himself up to the composition of the writings which he had for a long time meditated. This was the end he had proposed to himself, it was to attain it that he had wished to live in solitude. If his desire was not wholly realized, it was so in great part. And Joachim succeeded in laying the foundations of the eternal gospel. He passed his days and nights in writing and in dictating. I used to write, says his secretary Lucas, day and night in copybooks, what he dictated and corrected on scraps of paper, with 2 other monks whom he employed in the same work. It was in the middle of these labors that death surprised him. In Abbot Joachim's time at least, this eternal gospel was not a book, but a doctrine, pervading all his writings. Later, in the middle of the 13th century, some such book existed, and was attributed to John of Parma. In the Romance of the Rose, Chaucer's tr. 1798, it is thus spoken of. 1,200 year. 5 and 5th, farther any near. Broughten a boke with sorry grace. To Yevon and sample in common place. That sigheth thus, though it were fable. This is the gospel. Pardurable. That fro the Holy Ghost is sent. Well were it worthy to be ibrant. Entitled was in soch manier. This boke of which I tell here. There an as no white in all Paris. Beforn our ladle at Parvis. That they any might the boke buy. Vertical ellipsis. The university, that was asleep. Gone for to braid, and taken keep. And at the noise the heady upcast. Never, sit hen, slept it, so, fast. But up it sturt, and arms toque. Ianst this false horrible boke. All ready bataille for to make. And to the judge the boke they take. The eternal gospel taught that there were 3 epochs in the history of the world, 2 of which were already past, and the third about to begin. The first was that of the Old Testament, or the reign of the Father, the second, that of the New Testament, or the reign of the Son, and the third, that of love, or the reign of the Holy Spirit. To use his own words, as quoted by Rousselaut, Histoire de l'Evangile Eternel, p. 78. As the letter of the Old Testament seems to belong to the Father, by a certain peculiarity of resemblance, and the letter of the New Testament to the Son. So the spiritual intelligence, which proceeds from both, belongs to the Holy Spirit. Accordingly, the age when men were joined in marriage was the reign of the Father. That of the preachers is the reign of the Son, and the age of monks, Ordo Monachorum, the last, is to be that of the Holy Spirit. The first before the law, the second under the law, the third with grace. The germ of this doctrine, says the same authority, p. 59, is in Origen, who had said before the Abbot Joachim. We must leave to believers the historic Christ and the gospel of the letter. But to the Gnostics alone belongs the divine word, the eternal gospel, the gospel of the Spirit. Right arrow curving left. The heaven of the sun continued. Let the reader imagine 15 of the largest stars, and to these add the 7 of Charles's Wain, and the 2 last stars of the Little Bear, making in all 24. And let him arrange them in 2 concentric circles, revolving in opposite directions, and he will have the image of what Dante now beheld. Right arrow curving left. Iliad, 18:487. The bear, which they also called by the appellation of the Wain, which there revolves and watches Orion, but it alone is free from the baths of the ocean. Right arrow curving left. The constellation of the Little Bear as much resembles a horn as it does a bear. Of this horn the pole star forms the smaller end. Right arrow curving left. Ariadne, whose crown was, at her death, changed by Bacchus into a constellation. Ovid, Metamorphoses, 8, Croxels tr. And bids her crown among the stars be placed. With an eternal constellation graced. The golden circlet mounts, and, as it flies, its diamonds twinkle in the distant skies. There, in their pristine form, the gemmy rays. Between Alcides and the dragon blaze. Chaucer, Legend of Good Women. And in the signy of Taurus men may see. The stones of higher Coron shine clear. And Spenser, Fairy Queen, 6x13. Luke. How the crown which Ariadne wore upon her ivory forehead that same day, that Theseus her unto his bridale bore, when the bold centaurs made that bloody fray, with the fierce Lapiths which did them dismay, being now placed in the firmament, through the bright heaven doth her beams display, and is unto the stars an ornament. Which round about her move in order excellent. Right arrow curving left. The Chiana empties into the Arno near Arezzo. In Dante's time it was a sluggish stream, stagnating in the marshes of Valdichiana. See note 440. Right arrow curving left. The primum mobile. Right arrow curving left. St. Thomas Aquinas, who had related the life of Saint Francis. Right arrow curving left. The first doubt in Dante's mind was in regard to the expression in Canto X 96. Where well one fattens if he strayeth not. Which was explained by Thomas Aquinas in Canto 11. The second, which he now prepares to thresh out, is in Canto X 114. To see so much there never rose a second. Referring to Solomon, as being peerless in knowledge. Right arrow curving left. Adam. Right arrow curving left. Christ. Right arrow curving left. Solomon. Right arrow curving left. All things are but the thought of God, and by him created in love. Right arrow curving left. The living light, the Word, proceeding from the Father, is not separated from him nor from his love, the Holy Spirit. Right arrow curving left. Its rays are centered in the 9 choirs of angels, ruling the 9 heavens, here called subsistences, according to the definition of Thomas Aquinas, Summa Theologica, I Quast. 29:2. What exists by itself, and not in anything else, is called subsistence. Right arrow curving left. From those 9 heavens it descends to the elements, the lowest potencies, till it produces only imperfect and perishable results, or mere contingencies. Right arrow curving left. These contingencies are animals, plants, and the like, produced by the influences of the planets from seeds, and certain insects and plants, believed of old to be born without seed. Right arrow curving left. Neither their matter nor the influences of the planets being immutable, the stamp of the divinity is more or less clearly seen in them, and hence the varieties in plants and animals. Right arrow curving left. If the matter were perfect, and the divine influence at its highest power, the result would likewise be perfect. But by transmission through the planets it becomes more and more deficient, the hand of nature trembles, and imperfection is the result. Right arrow curving left. But if love, the Holy Spirit, and the vision, the Son, proceeding from the primal power, the Father, act immediately, then the work is perfect, as in Adam and the human nature of Christ. Right arrow curving left. Then how was Solomon so peerless, that none like him ever existed? Right arrow curving left. 1 Kings 3:5. In Gibeon the Lord appeared to Solomon in a dream by night, and God said, Ask what I shall give thee. Give therefore thy servant an understanding heart to judge thy people, that I may discern between good and bad, for who is able to judge this thy so great a people? And the speech pleased the Lord, that Solomon had asked this thing. And God said unto him, Because thou hast asked this thing, and hast not asked for thyself long life, neither hast asked riches for thyself, nor hast asked the life of thine enemies, but hast asked for thyself understanding to discern judgment, behold, I have done according to thy words, lo, I have given thee a wise and an understanding heart. So that there was none like thee before thee, neither after thee shall any arise like unto thee. Right arrow curving left. The number of the celestial intelligences, or regents of the planets. Right arrow curving left. Whether from 2 premises, one of which is necessary, and the other contingent, or only possible, the conclusion drawn will be necessary. Which Booty says is a question belonging to the garrulity of dialectics. Right arrow curving left. Whether the existence of a first motion is to be conceded. Right arrow curving left. That is, a triangle, one side of which shall be the diameter of the circle. Right arrow curving left. If thou notest, in a word, that Solomon did not ask for wisdom in astrology, nor in dialects, nor in metaphysics, nor in geometry. Right arrow curving left. The peerless seeing is a reference to Canto X 114. To see so much there never rose a second. It will be observed that the word rose is the biblical word in the phrase, neither after thee shall any arise like unto thee, as given in note 93. Right arrow curving left. Parmenides was an Eleatic philosopher, and pupil of Xenophanes. According to Ritter, History of Ancient Philosophy, I 450, Morrison's tr. His theory was, that being is uncreated and unchangeable. Whole and self-generate, unchangeable, illimitable. Never was nor yet shall be its birth. All is already one from eternity. And farther on. It is but a mere human opinion that things are produced and decay, are and are not, and change place and color. The whole has its principle in itself, and is in eternal rest, for powerful necessity holds it within the bonds of its own limits, and encloses it on all sides. Being cannot be imperfect. For it is not in want of anything, for if it were so, it would be in want of all. Melissus of Samos was a follower of Parmenides, and maintained substantially the same doctrines. Brissus was a philosopher of less note. Mention is hardly made of him in the histories of philosophy, except as one of those who pursued that fata morgana of mathematicians, the quadrature of the circle. Right arrow curving left. Infamous heresiarchs, exclaims Venturi, put as an example of innumerable others, who, having erred in the understanding of the Holy Scriptures, persevered in their errors. Sabellius was by birth an African, and flourished as presbyter of Ptolemy, in the 3rd century. He denied the three persons in the Godhead, maintaining that the Son and Holy Ghost were only temporary manifestations of God in creation, redemption, and sanctification, and would finally return to the Father. Arius was a presbyter of Alexandria in the 4th century. He believed the Son to be equal in power with the Father, but of a different essence or nature, a doctrine which gave rise to the famous Heterosian and Homoiousian controversy that distracted the Church for 300 years. These doctrines of Sabellius and of Arius are both heretical, when tried by the standard of the quincunc, the authoritative formula of the Catholic faith. Which faith, except every one do keep whole and undefiled, without doubt he shall perish everlastingly, says Saint Athanasius, or some one in his name. Right arrow curving left. These men, say some of the commentators, were as swords that mutilated and distorted the Scriptures. Others, that in them the features of the Scriptures were distorted, as the features of a man reflected in the grooved or concave surface of a sword. Right arrow curving left. Names used to indicate any common simpletons and gossips. Right arrow curving left. In writing this line Dante had evidently in mind the beautiful wise words of St. Francis. What every one is in the eyes of God, that he is, and no more. Mr. Wright, in the notes to his translation, here quotes the well-known lines of Burns, addressed to the Unco Guid. Then gently scan your brother man. Still gentler sister woman. Though they may gang a kennin rang. To step aside is human. One point must still be greatly dark. The moving why they do it. And just as lamely can ye mark. How far perhaps they rue it. Who made the heart, 'tis he alone. Decidedly can try us. He knows each chord its various tone. Each spring its various bias. Then at the balance let's be mute. We never can adjust it. What's done we partly may compute. But know not what's resisted. Right arrow curving left. The ascent to the planet Mars, where are seen the spirits of martyrs, and crusaders who died fighting for the faith. Right arrow curving left. In this similitude Dante describes the effect of the alternate voices of St. Thomas Aquinas in the circumference of the circle, and of Beatrice in the center. Right arrow curving left. Life is here used, as before, in the sense of spirit. Right arrow curving left. Chaucer, Troil. And Cress, the last stanza. Thou 1, and 2, and thre. Etern on live. That reignest aie in thre, and 2, and 1. Uncircumscript, and all mayst circumscribe. Also Milton, Paradise Lost, 3:372. The Father, first they sung, omnipotent, immutable, immortal, infinite, eternal King, the author of all being, fountain of light, thyself invisible, amidst the glorious brightness where thou sitst, throned inaccessible. But when thou shadest the full blaze of thy beams, and through a cloud drawn round about thee like a radiant shrine, dark with excessive bright thy skirts appear, yet dazzle heaven, that brightest seraphim approach not, but with both wings veil their eyes. Thee next they sang of all creation first, begotten Son, divine similitude, in whose conspicuous countenance, without cloud, made visible, the Almighty Father shines, whom else no creature can behold. On thee impressed the effulgence of his glory abides, transfused on thee his ample spirit rests. Right arrow curving left, the voice of Solomon. Right arrow curving left, according to booty, spirits newly arrived, or angels, such being the interpretation given by the schoolmen to the word subsistences. See note 1541. Right arrow curving left, the planet Mars. Of this planet Brunetto Latini, Tresser, I33, says, Mars is hot and warlike and evil, and is called the god of battles. Of its symbolism Dante, Convito, 2:14, says, the heaven of Mars may be compared to music, for two properties. The first is its very beautiful relation to the others. For, enumerating the movable heavens, from whichsoever you begin, whether from the lowest or the highest, the heaven of Mars is the fifth, it is the center of all. The other is, that Mars dries up and burns things, because its heat is like to that of the fire. And this is the reason why it appears fiery in color, sometimes more, and sometimes less, according to the density and rarity of the vapors which follow it, which sometimes take fire of themselves, as is declared in the first book of Meteors. And therefore Albumacer says, that the ignition of these vapors signifies death of kings, and change of empires, being effects of the dominion of Mars. And accordingly Seneca says that at the death of the Emperor Augustus a ball of fire was seen in the heavens. And in Florence, at the beginning of its downfall, a great quantity of these vapors, which follow Mars, were seen in the air in the form of a cross. And these two properties are in music, which is wholly relative, as may be seen in harmonized words, and in songs, in which the more beautiful the relation, the sweeter the harmony, since such is chiefly its intent. Also music attracts to itself the spirits of men, which are principally as it were vapors of the heart, so that they almost cease from any operation. So entire is the soul when it listens, and the power of all as it were runs to the sensible spirit that hears the sounds. Of the influences of Mars, Booty, as usual following Albumacer, writes, its nature is hot, igneous, dry, choleric, of a bitter savor, and it signifies youth, strength, and acuteness of mind. Heats, fires, and burnings, and every sudden event, powerful kings, consuls, dukes, and knights, and companies of soldiery, desire of praise and memory of one's name. Strategies and instruments of battle, robberies and machinations, and scattering of relations by plunderings and highway robberies, boldness and anger, the unlawful for the lawful. Torments and imprisonments, scourges and bonds. Anguish, flight, thefts, pilfering of servants, fears, contentions, insults, acuteness of mind, impiety, inconstancy, want of foresight, celerity and anticipation in things. Evil eloquence and ferocity of speech, foulness of words, incontinence of tongue, demonstrations of love, gay apparel, insolence and falseness of words. Swiftness of reply and sudden penitence therefore, want of religion, unfaithfulness to promises, multitude of lies and whisperings, deceits and perjuries. Machinations and evil deeds, want of means, waste of means, multitude of thoughts about things, instability in change of opinion in things, from one to another, haste to return, want of shame. Multitude of toils and cares, peregrinations, solitary existence, bad company, breaking open of tombs, and spoliations of the dead. Right arrow curving left. Booty interprets this, as redder than the sun, to whose light Dante had become accustomed, and continues. Literally. It is true that the splendor of Mars is more fiery than that of the sun, because it is red, and the sun is yellow. But allegorically we are to understand, that a greater ardor of love, that is, more burning, is in those who fight and conquer the three enemies mentioned above, the world, the flesh, and the devil, than in those who exercise themselves with the scriptures. Right arrow curving left. The silent language of the heart. Right arrow curving left. In Hebrew, Eli, God, from which the Greeks made Helios, the sun. As in St. Hildebert's hymn Ad Patrem. Alpha et Omega, Magna Deus. Heli, Deus meus. Right arrow curving left. Dante, Convito, 2:15, says. It must be known that philosophers have different opinions concerning this galaxy. For the Pythagoreans said that the sun once wandered out of his way, and passing through other regions not adapted to his heat, he burned the place through which he passed. And traces of the burning remained. I think they took this from the fable of Phaeton, which Ovid narrates in the beginning of the second book of the Metamorphoses. Others, and among them Anaxagoras and Democritus, that it was the light of the sun reflected in that part. And these opinions they prove by demonstrative reasons. What Aristotle says of this we cannot well know, for his opinion is not the same in one translation as in the other. And I think this was an error of the translators. For in the new one he appears to say, that it was a gathering of vapors under the stars of that region, for they always attract them, and this does not appear to be the true reason. In the old, it says, that the galaxy is only a multitude of fixed stars in that region, so small that they cannot be distinguished here below. But from them is apparent that whiteness which we call the galaxy. And it may be that the heaven in that part is more dense, and therefore retains and reflects that light. And this opinion seems to have been entertained by Aristotle, Avicenna, and Ptolemy. Milton, Paradise Lost, 7:577. A broad and ample road, whose dust is gold. And pavement stars, as stars to thee appear. Seen in the galaxy, that Milky Way. Which nightly, as a circling zone, thou sayest. Powdered with stars. Right arrow curving left. The sign of the cross, drawn upon the planet Mars, as upon the breast of a crusader. The following legend of the cross, and its significance, is from Diderot, Christian Iconography, Millington's Tr. I 367. The cross is more than a mere figure of Christ. It is in iconography either Christ himself or his symbol. A legend has, consequently, been invented, giving the history of the cross, as if it had been a living being. It has been made the theme and hero of an epic poem, the germ of which may be discovered in books of apocryphal tradition. This story is given at length in the Golden Legend, Legenda Aurea, and is detailed and completed in works of painting and sculpture from the 14th century down to the 16th. After the death of Adam, Seth planted on the tomb of his father a shoot from the tree of life, which grew in the terrestrial paradise. From it sprang 3 little trees, united by one single trunk. Moses thence gathered the rod with which he by his miracles astonished the people of Egypt, and the inhabitants of the desert. Solomon desired to convert that same tree, which had become gigantic in size, into a column for his palace. Being either too short or too long, it was rejected, and served as a bridge over a torrent. The Queen of Sheba refused to pass over on that tree, declaring that it would one day occasion the destruction of the Jews. Solomon commanded that the predestined beam should be thrown into the probationary pool of Bethesda, and its virtues were immediately communicated to the waters. When Christ had been condemned to suffer the death of a malefactor, his cross was made of the wood of that very tree. It was buried on Golgotha, and afterwards discovered by Saint Helena. It was carried into captivity by Khosroes, king of Persia, delivered, and brought back in triumph to Jerusalem, by the emperor Heraclius. Being afterwards dispersed in a multitude of fragments throughout the Christian universe, countless miracles were performed by it. It restored the dead to life, and gave sight to the blind, cured the paralytic, cleansed lepers, put demons to flight, and dispelled various maladies with which whole nations were afflicted, extinguished conflagrations, and calmed the fury of the raging waves. The wood of the cross was born with the world, in the terrestrial paradise. It will reappear in heaven at the end of time, born in the arms of Christ or of his angels, when the Lord descends to judge the world at the last day. After reading this history, some conception may be formed of the important place held by the cross in Christian iconography. The cross, as has been said, is not merely the instrument of the punishment of Jesus Christ, but is also the figure and symbol of the Savior. Jesus, to an iconologist, is present in the cross as well as in the lamb, or in the lion. Khosroes flattered himself that, in possessing the cross, he possessed the Son of God, and he had it enthroned on his right hand, just as the Son is enthroned by God the Father. So also the earliest Christian artists, when making a representation of the Trinity, placed a cross beside the Father and the Holy Spirit, a cross only, without our crucified Lord. The cross did not only recall Christ to mind, but actually showed him. In Christian iconography, Christ is actually present under the form and semblance of the cross. The cross is our crucified Lord in person. Where the cross is, there is the martyr, says St. Paulinus. Consequently it works miracles, as does Jesus himself, and the list of wonders operated by its power is in truth immense. The world is in the form of a cross. For the east shines above our heads, the north is on the right, the south at the left, and the west stretches out beneath our feet. Birds, that they may rise in air, extend their wings in the form of a cross. Men, when praying, or when beating aside the water while swimming, assume the form of a cross. Man differs from the inferior animals, in his power of standing erect, and extending his arms. A vessel, to fly upon the seas, displays her yardarms in the form of a cross, and cannot cut the waves, unless her mast stands cross-like, erect in air. Finally, the ground cannot be tilled without the sacred sign, and the Tau, the cruciform letter, is the letter of salvation. The cross, it is thus seen, has been the object of a worship and adoration resembling, if not equal to, that offered to Christ. That sacred tree is adored almost as if it were equal with God himself. A number of churches have been dedicated to it under the name of the Holy Cross. In addition to this, most of our churches, the greatest as well as the smallest, cathedrals as well as chapels, present in their ground plan the form of a cross. Right arrow curving left. Chaucer, Lament of Marie Magdalene, 204. I, looking up unto that rueful road, saw at first the visage pale of that figure, but so piteous a sight spotted with blood. Saw and never, yet, no living creature. So it exceeded the bounds of measure. That man's mind with all his wits five is nothing able that pain to describe. Right arrow curving left. From arm to arm of the cross, and from top to bottom. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Gary here quotes Chaucer, Whiff of Bath's Tale, 6450. As thick as motes in the sunbeam. And Milton, Penseroso, 8. As thick and numberless as the gay motes that people the sunbeam. To these Mr. Wright adds the following from Lucretius, 2:113, which in Good's Tr. runs as follows. Not unresembling, if aright I deem, those motes minute, that, when the obtrusive sun peeps through some crevice in the shuttered shade, the day-dark hall illuming, float amain in his bright beam, and wage eternal war. Right arrow curving left. Words from a hymn in praise of Christ, say the commentators, but they do not say from what hymn. Right arrow curving left. The living seals are the celestial spheres, which impress themselves on all beneath them, and increase in power as they are higher. Right arrow curving left. That is, to the eyes of Beatrice, whose beauty he may seem to postpone, or regard as inferior to the splendors that surround him. He excuses himself by saying that he does not speak of them, well knowing that they have grown more beautiful in ascending. He describes them in line 33 of the next canto. For in her eyes was burning such a smile, that with mine own methought I touched the bottom, both of my grace and of my paradise. Right arrow curving left. Sincere in the sense of pure, as in Dryden's line. A joy which never was sincere till now. Right arrow curving left. The heaven of Mars continued. Right arrow curving left. This star, or spirit, did not, in changing place, pass out of the cross, but along the right arm and down the trunk or body of it. Right arrow curving left. A light in a vase of alabaster. Right arrow curving left. Aeneid, 6, Davidson's Tr. But Father Anchises, deep in a verdant dale, was surveying with studious care the souls there enclosed, who were to revisit the light above. And happened to be reviewing the whole number of his race, his dear descendants, their fates and fortunes, their manners and achievements. As soon as he beheld Aeneas advancing toward him across the meads, he joyfully stretched out both his hands, and tears poured down his cheeks. And these words dropped from his mouth, "Are you come at length, and has that piety experienced by your sire surmounted the arduous journey?" Right arrow curving left. Biaggioli and Freticelli think that this ancestor of Dante, Cacciaguida, who is speaking, makes use of the Latin language because it was the language of his day in Italy. It certainly gives to the passage a certain gravity and tinge of antiquity, which is in keeping with this antique spirit and with what he afterward says. His words may be thus translated. O blood of mine! O grace of God infused! Superlative! To whom as unto thee were ever twice the gates of heaven unclosed. Right arrow curving left. His longing to see Dante. Right arrow curving left. The mighty volume of the divine mind, in which the dark or written parts are not changed by erasures, nor the white spaces by interlineations. Right arrow curving left. The Pythagorean doctrine of numbers. Ritter, History of Ancient Philosophy, Morrison's Tr. I 361, says. In the Pythagorean doctrine, number comprises within itself two species, odd and even. It is therefore the unity of these two contraries, it is the odd and the even. Now the Pythagoreans said also that one, or the unit, is the odd and the even, and thus we arrive at this result, that one, or the unit, is the essence of number or number absolutely. As such, it is also the ground of all numbers, and is therefore named the first one, of whose origin nothing further can be said. In this respect the Pythagorean theory of numbers is merely an expression for, all is from the original one, from one being, to which they also gave the name of God. For in the words of Philolaus, God embraces and actuates all, and is but one. But in the essence of number, or in the first original one, all other numbers, and consequently the elements of numbers, and the elements of the whole world, and all nature, are contained. The elements of number are the even and the odd, on this account the first one is the even-odd, which the Pythagoreans, in their occasionally strained mode of symbolizing, attempted to prove thus. That one being added to the even makes odd, and to the odd, even. Cowley, Rural Solitude. Before the branchy head of numbers tree sprang from the trunk of one. Right arrow curving left. All the spirits of paradise look upon God, and see in him as in a mirror even the thoughts of men. Right arrow curving left. The first equality is God, all whose attributes are equal and eternal. And living in him, the love and knowledge of spirits are also equal. Right arrow curving left. Will and power. Dante would fain thank the spirit that has addressed him, but knows not how. He has the will, but not the power. Dante uses the word argument in this sense of power, or means, or appliance, Purgatorio 231. See how he scorns all human arguments. So that nor or he wants, nor other sail than his own wings, between so distant shores. Right arrow curving left. Dante calls the spirit of Cacciaguida a living topaz set in the celestial cross, probably from the brilliancy and golden light of this precious stone. He may also have had in his mind the many wonderful qualities, as well as the beauty, of the gem. He makes use of the same epithet in Canto XXX 76. The Ottimo says, that he who wears the topaz cannot be injured by an enemy, and Mr. King, Antique Gems, page 427, says, if thrown into boiling water, the water cools immediately. Hence this gem cools lust, calms madness and attacks of frenzy. In the same work he gives a translation of the lapidarium of Marbotus, or Marboeuf, Bishop of Rennes in 1081. Of the chrysolite, which is supposed to be the same as the topaz, this author says, the golden chrysolite a fiery blaze, mixed with the hue of ocean's green displays. Enchased in gold, its strong protective might drives far away the terrors of the night. Strung on a hair plucked from an ass's tail, the mightiest demons 'neath its influence quail. Right arrow curving left. He had been waiting for the coming of Dante, with the hunger long and grateful spoken of in line 49. Right arrow curving left. The first of the family who bore the name of Alighieri, still punished in the circle of pride in Purgatory, and needing the prayers and good offices of Dante to set him free. Right arrow curving left. Barlow, Study of the Divina Commedia, page 441, says, the name of Florence has been variously explained. With the old chroniclers the prevalent opinion was, that it was derived from Fiorino, the praetor of Metellus, who during the long siege of Fiesole by the Romans commanded an entrenched camp between the river and the rock, and was here surprised and slain by the enemy. The meadows abounded in flowers, especially lilies, and the ancient ensign, a white lily on a red ground, subsequently reversed, 16154, and similar to the form on the florin, Fiorino, with the name given to the Duomo, St. Maria del Fiore, tend to show that the name was taken from the flowery mead, rather than from the name of a Roman praetor. Leonardo Aretino states that the name of the city originally was Fluentia, so called because situated between the Arno and the Mugnon, and that subsequently, from the flourishing state of the colony, it was called Florentia. Scipione Amorato affirms that its name from the first was Florenzia. The form and dimensions of the original city have not been very accurately recorded. In shape, probably, it resembled a Roman camp. Malaspini says that it was quasi a similitudine di Bataille. The wall was of burnt bricks, with solid round towers at intervals of 20 cubits, and it had 4 gates, and 6 posterns. The Campidoglio, where now is the Mercato Vecchio, was an imitation of that of the parent city, Rome, whose fortunes her daughter for many centuries shared. The Circia Antica of Cacciaguida was the first circle of the new city, which arose from the ruins of the Roman one destroyed by Totila. It included the Badia, which the former did not. Dante, therefore, in mentioning this circumstance, shows how accurately he had informed himself of the course of the previous wall. The walls of Dante's time were begun in 1284, but not finished until 9 years after his death. They are those of the present day. Right arrow curving left. Tierce, or terza, is the first division of the canonical day, from 6 to 9, nones, or nona, the third, from 12 to 3 in the afternoon. See note 526. The bells of the abbey within the old walls of Florence still rang these hours in Dante's time, and measured the day of the Florentines, like the bells of morning, noon, and night in our New England towns. In the Convito, 423, Dante says, the service of the first part of the day, that is, of tierce, is said at the end of it, and that of the third and fourth, at the beginning. And therefore be it known unto all, that properly nones should always ring at the beginning of the 7th hour of the day. Right arrow curving left. Napier, Florentine History, I 572, writes as follows. The simplicity of Florentine manners in 1260, described by Villani and Malaspini, justifies a similar picture as drawn by their great poet. Then, say these writers, the Florentines lived soberly on the simplest food at little expense, many of their customs were rough and rude, and both men and women went coarsely clad. Many even wearing plain leather garments without fur or lining, they wore boots on their feet and caps on their head, the women used unornamented buskins. And even the most distinguished were content with a close gown of scarlet serge or camlet, confined by a leathern waistbelt of the ancient fashion, and a hooded cloak lined with miniver. And the poorer classes wore a coarse green cloth dress of the same form. 100 lire was the common dowry of a girl. And 200 and 300 were then considered splendid fortunes. Most young women waited until they were 20 years old and upwards before they married. And such was the dress, and such the manners and simple habits of the Florentines of that day, but loyal in heart, faithful to each other, zealous and honest in the execution of public duties. And with their coarse and homely mode of life they gained more virtue and honor for themselves and their country than they who now live so delicately are able to accomplish. What Florence had become in Dante's time may be seen from the following extract from Fra Francesco Pipino, who wrote in 1313, and whose account is thus given by Napier. 2542. Now indeed, in the present luxurious age, many shameful practices are introduced instead of the former customs. Many indeed to the injury of people's minds, because frugality is exchanged for magnificence. The clothing being now remarkable for its exquisite materials, workmanship, and superfluous ornaments of silver, gold, and pearls, admirable fabrics, wide-spreading embroidery. Silk for vests, painted or variously colored, and lined with divers precious furs from foreign countries. Excitement to gluttony is not wanting. Foreign wines are much esteemed, and almost all the people drink in public. The viands are sumptuous, the chief cooks are held in great honor, provocatives of the palate are eagerly sought after. Ostentation increases, money-makers exert themselves to supply these tastes, hence usuries, frauds, rapine, extortion, pillage, and contentions in the commonwealth, also unlawful taxes. Oppression of the innocent, banishment of citizens, and the combinations of rich men. Our true God is our belly. We adhere to the pomps which were renounced at our baptism, and thus desert to the great enemy of our race. Well indeed does Seneca, the instructor of morals, in his book of orations, curse our times in the following words: daily, things grow worse because the whole contest is for dishonorable matters. Behold! The indolent senses of youth are numbed, nor are they active in the pursuit of any one honest thing. Sleep, languor, and a carefulness for bad things, worse than sleep and languor, have seized upon their minds. The love of singing, dancing, and other unworthy occupations possesses them. They are effeminate, to soften the hair, to lower the tone of their voice to female compliments. To vie with women in effeminacy of person, and adorn themselves with unbecoming delicacy, is the object of our youth. Right arrow curving left. Villani, Chronica, 669, as quoted in note 1595. The women used unornamented buskins, and even the most distinguished were content with a close gown of scarlet serge or camlet, confined by a leathern waistbelt of the ancient fashion, and a hooded cloak lined with miniver. And the poorer classes wore a coarse green cloth dress of the same form. Right arrow curving left. Dante, Convito, I-10. Like the beauty of a woman, when the ornaments of her apparel cause more admiration than she herself. Right arrow curving left. Eastern effeminacy in general. What Boccaccio calls the morbidez di igito. Paul Orosius, the advocate of the Christian centuries, as quoted by the Ottimo, says: the last king of Syria was Sardanapalus, a man more corrupt than a woman, curato piu che femina, who was seen by his prefect Arabides, among a herd of courtesans, clad in female attire. Right arrow curving left. Monte Malo, or Monte Mario, is the hill from which the traveler coming from Viterbo first catches sight of Rome. The Uxalatojo is the hill from which the traveler coming from Bologna first catches sight of Florence. Here the two hills are used to signify what is seen from them, namely, the two cities. And Dante means to say, that Florence had not yet surpassed Rome in the splendor of its buildings, but as Rome would one day be surpassed by Florence in its rise, so would it be in its downfall. Speaking of the splendor of Florence in Dante's age, Napier, Florentine History, 2581, says, Florence was at this period well studded with handsome dwellings. The citizens were continually building, repairing, altering, and embellishing their houses, adding every day to their ease and comforts, and introducing improvements from foreign nations. Sacred architecture of every kind partook of this taste. And there was no popular citizen or nobleman but either had built or was building fine country palaces and villas, far exceeding their city residents in size and magnificence. So that many were accounted crazy for their extravagance. And so magnificent was the sight, says Villani, that strangers unused to Florence, on coming from abroad, when they beheld the vast assemblage of rich buildings and beautiful palaces with which the country was so thickly studded for 3 miles round the ramparts, believed that all was city like that within the Roman walls. And this was independent of the rich palaces, towers, courts, and walled gardens at a greater distance, which in other countries would be denominated castles. In short, he continues, it is estimated that within a circuit of 6 miles round the town there are rich and noble dwellings enough to make 2 cities like Florence. And Ariosto seems to have caught the same idea when he exclaims, while gazing on thy villa-studded hills, 'twould seem as though the earth grew palaces, as she is wont by nature to bring forth young shoots, and leafy plants, and flowery shrubs. And if within one wall and single name could be collected all thy scattered halls, 2 Romes would scarcely form thy parallel. Right arrow curving left. The which in this line refers to Monte Malo of the preceding. Right arrow curving left. Belinchen Berti, whom Dante selects as a type of the good citizen of Florence in the olden time, and whom Villani calls the best and most honored gentleman of Florence, was of the noble family of the Ravignani. He was the father of the good Gualdrada, whose story shines out so pleasantly in Boccaccio's commentary. See note 224. Right arrow curving left. 2 ancient houses of the city, says the Ottimo. And he saw the chiefs of these houses were content with leathern jerkins without any drapery. He who should dress so nowadays would be laughed at, and he saw their dames spinning, as who should say, nowadays not even the maid will spin, much less the lady. And booty upon the same text. They wore leathern dresses without any cloth over them, they did not make to themselves long robes, nor cloaks of scarlet lined with vair, as they do now. Right arrow curving left. They were not abandoned by their husbands, who, content with little, did not go to traffic in France. Right arrow curving left. Mona Ciangella della Tosa was a gay widow of Florence, who led such a life of pleasure that her name has passed into a proverb, or a common name for a dissolute woman. Lapo Saltarello was a Florentine lawyer, and a man of dissipated habits. And Crescimbani, whose mill grinds everything that comes to it, counts him among the poets, Vulgar Poesia, 382, and calls him a rimator di non poco grido, a rhymer of no little renown. Unluckily he quotes one of his sonnets. Right arrow curving left. Quinctius, surnamed Cincinnatus from his neglected locks, taken from his plough and made dictator by the Roman Senate, and, after he had defeated the Volscians and saved the city, returning to his plough again. Cornelia, daughter of Scipio Africanus, and mother of the Gracchi, who preferred for her husband a Roman citizen to a king, and boasted that her children were her only jewels. Shakespeare, Tit. Andron, 4:1. Ah, boy, Cornelia never with more care read to her sons, than she hath read to thee. Sweet poetry, and Tally's orator. Right arrow curving left. The Virgin Mary, invoked in the pains of childbirth, as mentioned Purgatorio XX 19. And I by peradventure heard, sweet Mary, uttered in front of us amid the weeping. Even as a woman does who is in childbirth. Right arrow curving left. The Baptistry of the Church of St. John in Florence. Il mio bel San Giovanni, my beautiful St. John, as Dante calls it, Inferno 1917. Right arrow curving left. Of this ancestor of Dante, Cacciaguida, nothing is known but what the poet here tells us, and so clearly that it is not necessary to repeat it in prose. Right arrow curving left. Cacciaguida's wife came from Ferrara in the Val di Paddo, or Val di Pa, the Valley of the Pa. She was of the Alighieri or Alighieri family, and from her Dante derived his surname. Right arrow curving left. The Emperor Conrad III of Swabia, uncle of Frederick Barbarossa. In 1143 he joined Louis VII of France in the Second Crusade, of which Saint Bernard was the great preacher. He died in 1152, after his return from this crusade. Right arrow curving left. Cacciaguida was knighted by the Emperor Conrad. Right arrow curving left. The law or religion of Muhammad. Right arrow curving left. The heaven of Mars continued. Boethius, De Consolation Philosophiae, Book 3 Prosa 6, Ridpaths tr. But who is there that does not perceive the emptiness and futility of what men dignify with the name of high extraction, or nobility of birth? The splendor you attribute to this is quite foreign to you, for nobility of descent is nothing else but the credit derived from the merit of your ancestors. If it is the applause of mankind, and nothing besides, that illustrates and confers fame upon a person, no others can be celebrated and famous, but such as are universally applauded. If you are not therefore esteemed illustrious from your own worth, you can derive no real splendor from the merits of others, so that, in my opinion, nobility is in no other respect good. Then as it imposes an obligation upon its possessors not to degenerate from the merit of their ancestors. Right arrow curving left. The use of you for thou, the plural for the singular, is said to have been introduced in the time of Julius Caesar. Lucan, v. Rose tr. Then was the time when sycophants began to heap all titles on one lordly man. Dante uses it by way of compliment to his ancestor. Though he says the descendants of the Romans were not so persevering in its use as other Italians. Right arrow curving left. Beatrice smiled to give notice to Dante that she observed his flattering style of address. As the Lady of Mailholt coughed when she saw Lancelot kiss Queen Guinevere, as related in the old romance of Lancelot of the Lake. Right arrow curving left. Rejoiced within itself that it can endure so much joy. Right arrow curving left. The city of Florence, which, in Canto XXV5, Dante calls, the fair sheepfold, where a lamb I slumbered. It will be remembered that Saint John the Baptist is the patron saint of Florence. Right arrow curving left. Not in Italian, but in Latin, which was the language of cultivated people in Cacciaguida's time. Right arrow curving left. From the incarnation of Christ down to his own birth, the planet Mars had returned to the sign of the lion 580 times, or made this number of revolutions in its orbit. Brunetto Latini, Dante's schoolmaster, Tresor, ICHCXI, says, that Mars goes through all the signs in 2 years and I month and triple X days. This would make Cacciaguida born long after the crusade in which he died. But Dante, who had perhaps seen the astronomical tables of King Alfonso of Castile, knew more of the matter than his schoolmaster. And was aware that the period of a revolution of Mars is less than 2 years. Witt, who cites these tables in his notes to this canto, says they give 686 days 22 hours and 24 minutes. And continues, 580 such revolutions give then, due regard being had to the leap years, 1090 years and not quite 4 months. Cacciaguida, therefore, at the time of the Second Crusade, was in his 57th year. Pietro di Dante, the poet's son and commentator, and who, as Biagioli, with rather gratuitous harshness, says, was smaller compared to his father than a point is to the universe, assumed 2 years as a revolution of Mars. But as this made Cacciaguida born in 1160, 12 years after his death, he suggested the reading of 3, instead of 30, in the text, which reading was adopted by the Cruscan Academy, and makes the year of Cacciaguida's birth 1106. But that Dante computed the revolution of Mars at less than 2 years is evident from a passage in the Convito, 215, referred to by Philolethes, where he speaks of half a revolution of this planet as un anno quasi, almost a year. The common reading of 30 is undoubtedly then the true one. In astrology, the lion is the house of the sun, but Mars, as well as the sun and Jupiter, is a lord of the lion. And hence Dante says, its lion. Right arrow curving left. The house in which Cacciaguida was born stood in the Mercato Vecchio, or Old Market, at the beginning of the last ward or sesto of Florence toward the east, called the Porta San Pietro. The city of Florence was originally divided into quarters or gates, which were San Pancrazio on the west, San Pietro on the east, the Duomo on the north, and Santa Maria on the south. Afterwards, when the new walls were built and the city enlarged, these quarters were changed to sesti, or sixths, by dividing Santa Maria into the Borgo and San Pietro Scheraggio, and adding the Altrarno, beyond the Arno, on the southern bank. Right arrow curving left. The annual races of Florence on the 24th of June, the festival of St. John the Baptist. The prize was the palio, or mantle of crimson silk velvet, as Villani says. And the race was run from San Pancrazio, the western ward of the city, through the Mercato Vecchio, to the eastern ward of San Piero. According to Benvenuto, the Florentine races were horse races. But the palio of Verona, where the prize was the green mantle, was manifestly a foot race. See Inferno 15:122. Right arrow curving left. Between the Ponte Vecchio, where once stood the statue of Mars, and the church of St. John the Baptist. Right arrow curving left. Campi is a village between Prato and Florence, in the valley whence Vicenzio descends. Certaldo is in the Val di Elsa, and is chiefly celebrated as being the birthplace of Boccaccio, true Bocca di Oro, or mouth of gold, says Benvenuto, with enthusiasm, my venerated master, and a most diligent and familiar student of Dante, and who wrote a certain book that greatly helps us to understand him. Figheim, or Figline, is a town in the Val di Arno, some 12 miles distant from Florence, and hateful to Dante as the birthplace of the ribald lawyer, Ser Dago, as Campi was of another ribald lawyer, Ser Fozio, and Certaldo of a certain Giacomo, who thrust the podesta of Florence from his seat, and undertook to govern the city. These men, mingling with the old Florentines, corrupted the simple manners of the town. Right arrow curving left. Galluzzo lies to the south of Florence on the road to Siena, and Trespiano about the same distance to the north, on the road to Bologna. Right arrow curving left. Aguglione and Signa are also Tuscan towns in the neighborhood of Florence. According to Covino, Discris. Geography, del Italia, p. 18, it was a certain Baldo di Aguglione, who condemned Dante to be burned, and Bonifacio da Signa, according to Budi, tyrannized over the city, and sold the favors and offices of the commune. Right arrow curving left. The clergy. Popes, cardinals, bishops, and archbishops, who govern the Holy Church, says Budi. And continues, if the Church had been a mother, instead of a stepmother to the emperors, and had not excommunicated, and persecuted, and published them as heretics, Italy would have been well governed, and there would have been none of those civil wars, that dismantled and devastated the smaller towns, and drove their inhabitants into Florence to trade and discount. Napier, Florentine History, I 597, says, the arte del cambio, or money trade, in which Florence shone preeminent, soon made her bankers known and almost necessary to all Europe. But amongst all foreign nations they were justly considered, according to the admission of their own countrymen, as hard, griping, and exacting. They were called Lombard dogs. Hated and insulted by nations less acquainted with trade and certainly less civilized than themselves. When they may only have demanded a fair interest for money lent at a great risk to lawless men in a foreign country. All counting houses of Florentine bankers were confined to the old and new marketplaces, where alone they were allowed to transact business. Before the door was placed a bench and a table covered with carpet, on which stood their money-bags and account-book for the daily transactions of trade. Right arrow curving left. Cimofont, a village near Certaldo. It was captured by the Florentines, and made part of their territory, in 1202. Right arrow curving left. In the valley of the Ombrone, east of Pistoia, are still to be seen the ruins of Montemerlo, once owned by the Counts Guidi, and by them sold to the Florentines in 1203. Because they could not defend it against the Pistoians. Right arrow curving left. The Pivier di Acone, or parish of Acone, is in the Val di Sive, or Valley of the Sive, one of the affluents of the Arno. Here the powerful family of the Cerci had their castle of Monte di Croce, which was taken and destroyed by the Florentines in 1053, and the Cerci and others came to live in Florence, where they became the leaders of the Parte Bianca. See note 95. Right arrow curving left. The Buondelmonti were a wealthy and powerful family of Valdegrive, or Valley of the Grieve, which, like the Sive, is an affluent of the Arno. They too, like the Cerci, came to Florence, when their lands were taken by the Florentines, and were in a certain sense the cause of Guelph and Ghibelline quarrels in the city. See note 137. Right arrow curving left. The downfall of a great city is more swift and terrible than that of a smaller one. Or, as Venturi interprets, the size of the body and greater robustness of strength in a city and state are not helpful, but injurious to their preservation. Unless men live in peace and without the blindness of the passions, and Florence, more poor and humble, would have flourished longer. Perhaps the best commentary of all is that contained in the 2 lines of Chaucer's Troilus and Cresside, 2:1385, aptly quoted by Mr. Gary. For swifter course cometh thing that is of white. One it descendeth, then done things light. Right arrow curving left. In this line we have in brief Dante's political faith, which is given in detail in his treatise, De Monarchia. Right arrow curving left. Luni, an old Etruscan city in the Lunigiana. And Urbisaglia, a Roman city in the Marca di Ancona. Right arrow curving left. Chiusi is in the Sienese territory, and Sinigaglia on the Adriatic, east of Rome. This latter place has somewhat revived since Dante's time. Right arrow curving left. Boccaccio seems to have caught something of the spirit of this canto, when, lamenting the desolation of Florence by the plague in 1348, he says in the introduction to the Decameron, "How many vast palaces, how many beautiful houses, how many noble dwellings, aforetime filled with lords and ladies and trains of servants, were now untenanted even by the lowest menial. How many memorable families, how many ample heritages, how many renowned possessions, were left without an heir. How many valiant men, how many beautiful women, how many gentle youths, breakfasted in the morning with their relatives, companions, and friends, and, when the evening came, supped with their ancestors in the other world." Right arrow curving left. Lowell, to the past. Still as a city buried neath the sea, thy courts and temples stand, idle as forms on wind-waved tapestry, of saints and heroes grand. Thy phantasms grope and shiver, or watch the loose shores crumbling silently into time's gnawing river. Our fathers, says Sir Thomas Browne, earn burial, find their graves in our short memories, and sadly tell us how we may be buried in our survivors. Gravestones tell truth scarce 40 years. Generations pass while some trees stand, and old families last not 3 oaks. Oblivion is not to be hired. The greater part must be content to be as though they had not been, to be found in the register of God, not in the record of man. 27 names make up the first story, and the recorded names ever since contain not one living century. The number of the dead long exceedeth all that shall live. The night of time far surpasseth the day, and who knows when was the equinox? Every hour adds unto that current arithmetic, which scarce stands one moment. Right arrow curving left. Surely, death's final conquest. The glories of our birth and state are shadows, not substantial things. There is no armor against fate. Death lays his icy hand on kings. Scepter and crown must tumble down, and in the dust be equal made with the poor crooked scythe and spade. Right arrow curving left. The lives of men are too short for them to measure the decay of things around them. Right arrow curving left. It would be an unprofitable task to repeat in notes the names of these great Florentines, of whom the fame is hidden in the past, and who flourished in the days of Cacciaguida and the Emperor Conrad. It will be better to follow Villani, as he points out with a sigh their dwellings in the old town, and laments over their decay. In his Chronica, Book 4, he speaks as follows. Chx. As already mentioned, the first rebuilding of Little Florence was divided by quarters, that is, by 4 gates. And that we may the better make known the noble races and houses, which in those times, after Fiesole was destroyed, were great and powerful in Florence. We will enumerate them by the quarters where they lived. And first those of the Porta del Duomo, which was the first fold and habitation of the New Florence, and the place where all the noble citizens resorted and met together on Sunday. And where all marriages were made, and all reconciliations, and all pomps and solemnities of the commune. At the Porta del Duomo lived the descendants of the Giovanni and of the Gineldi, who were the first that rebuilt the city of Florence. And from whom descended many noble families in Mugello and in Valdarno, and many in the city, who now are common people, and almost come to an end. Such were the Barrucci, who lived at Santa Maria Maggiore, who are now extinct, and of their race were the Scali and Palermini. In the same quarter were also the Arrigucci, the Sitzii, and the sons of Delia Tosa, and the Delia Tosa were the same race as the Bisdomini, and custodians and defenders of the bishopric. But one of them left his family at the Porta San Piero, and took to wife a lady named Delia Tosa, who had the inheritance, whence the name was derived. And there were the Delia Pressa, who lived among the Chiavaioli, men of gentle birth. Ch. 11. In the quarter of Porta San Piero were the Bisdomini, who, as above mentioned, were custodians of the bishopric. And the Alberighi, to whom belonged the church of Santa Maria Alberighi, of the house of the Donati, and now they are not. The Rovignani were very great, and lived at the Porta San Pietro. And then came the houses of the Counts Guidi, and then of the Cerci, and from them in the female line were born all the Counts Guidi, as before mentioned. Of the daughter of good Messer Belincian Berti. In our day all this race is extinct. The Galligari and Chiaramontesi and Ardinghi, who lived in the Orto San Michele, were very ancient. And so were the Giuochi, who now are Popolani, living at Santa Margherita, the Elizii, who likewise are now Popolani, living near the Mercato Vecchio. And in that place lived the Caponsacchi, who were nobles of Fiesole, the Donati, or Calfucci, for they were all one race, but the Calfucci are extinct. And the Delia Bella of San Martino, also become Popolani, and the Audimari, who descended from the house of Cosi, who now live at Porta Rossa, and who built Santa Maria Nipoticosa. And although they are now the principal family of that ward of Florence, in those days they were not of the oldest. Ch. 12. At the Porta San Pancrazio, of great rank and power were the Lamberti, descended from the Della Magna. The Ughi were very ancient, and built Santa Maria Ughi, and all the hill of Montughi belonged to them, and now they have died out. The Catalini were very ancient, and now they are forgotten. It is said that the Tieri were illegitimate descendants of theirs. The Pigli were great and noble in those times, and the Soldanieri and Vecchietti. Very ancient were the Del area, and now they are extinct, and the Migliorelli, who now are not, and the Trinciavelli de Massiano were very ancient. Ch. 13. In the quarter of Porta Santa Maria, which is now in the ward of San Piero Scheraggio and of Borgo, there were many powerful and ancient families. The greatest were the Uberti, whose ancestors were the Della Magna, and who lived where now stand the Piazza de' Priori and the Palazzo del Popolo. The Fifanti, called Bagalici, lived at the corner of Porta Santa Maria. The Galli, Capiardi, Guidi, and Filippi, who now are nothing, were then great and powerful, and lived in the Mercato Nuovo. Likewise the Grisi, to whom all the Borgo de Grisi belonged, have now perished and passed away, except some of the race in Bologna. And the Ormani, who lived where now stands the forementioned Palazzo del Popolo, and are now called Foraboschi. And behind San Piero Scheraggio, where are now the houses of the Petri, lived the Delia Pera, or Perusa, and from them the postern gate there was called Porta Perusa. Some say that the Peruzzi of the present day are of that family, but I do not affirm it. The Sacchetti, who lived in the Garbo, were very ancient. Around the Mercato Nuovo the Bosticci were great people, and the Delia Sanella, and Giandinati and Infangati, great in Borgo Santi Apostoli were the Gualterati and Importuni, who now are Popolani. The Buondelmonti were noble and ancient citizens in the rural districts, and Montabuni was their castle, and many others in Valdegrive. At first they lived in Altrarno, and then came to the Borgo. The Pulci, and the Counts of Gangalandi, Suffagni, and Nerli of Altrarno were at one time great and powerful, together with the Giandinati in Della Bella, named above. And from the Marquis Hugo, who built the Abbey, or Badia, of Florence, received arms and knighthood, for they were very great around him. To the better understanding of this extract from Villani, it must be borne in mind that, at the time when he wrote, the population of Florence was divided into three classes: the nobles, the popolani, or middle class, and the plebeians. Right arrow curving left. Johnny del Soldanier is put among the traitors, with Ganelon and Tebeldello, Inferno XXXII 121. Right arrow curving left. The Cerci, who lived near the Porta San Piero, and produced dissension in the city with their white and black factions, such a cargo, that it must be thrown overboard to save the ship. See note 95. Right arrow curving left. The County Guido, for Count Guido, as in Shakespeare the County Paris and County Palatine, and in the old song in Scott's Quentin Durward. Ah, County Guy, the hour is nigh. The sun has left the Lea. Right arrow curving left. Belinchen Berti. See Canto 15 112, and note 224. Right arrow curving left. The insignia of knighthood. Right arrow curving left. The Billy, or Pigli, family, their arms being a column vert in a red field. The column vert was the bar of the shield variegated with argent and azure. The vert, in Italian vago, is a kind of squirrel, and the heraldic mingling of colors was taken from its spotted skin. Right arrow curving left. The Chiaramontassi, one of whom, a certain Ser Duranti, an officer in the customs, falsified the bushel, or stajo, of Florence, by having it made one stave less, so as to defraud in the measure. Dante alludes to this in Purgatorio 12:105. Right arrow curving left. The Uberti, of whom was Farinata. See Inferno X 32. Right arrow curving left. The balls of gold were the arms of the Lamberti family. Dante mentions them by their arms, says the Ottimo, as who should say, as the ball is the symbol of the universe, and gold surpasses every other metal. So in goodness and valor these surpassed the other citizens. Dante puts Mosca de Lamberti among the schismatics in Inferno XXVI 103, with both hands cut off, and the stumps uplifting through the dusky air. Right arrow curving left. The Vidomini, Tosinghi, and Cortigiani, custodians and defenders of the bishopric of Florence. Their fathers were honorable men, and, like the Lamberti, embellished the city with their good name and deeds. But they, when a bishop died, took possession of the episcopal palace, and, as custodians and defenders, feasted and slept there till his successor was appointed. Right arrow curving left. The Audimari. One of this family, Boccaccio Audimari, got possession of Dante's property in Florence when he was banished, and always bitterly opposed his return. Right arrow curving left. Ubertin Donate, a gentleman of Florence, had married one of the Ravignani, and was offended that her sister should be given in marriage to one of the Audimari, who were of ignoble origin. Right arrow curving left. The Caponsacchi lived in the Mercato Vecchio, or Old Market. One of the daughters was the wife of Falco Portinari and mother of Beatrice. Right arrow curving left. The thing incredible is that there should have been so little jealousy among the citizens of Florence as to suffer one of the city gates, Porta Perusa, to be named after a particular family. Right arrow curving left. 5 Florentine families, according to Benvenuto, bore the arms of the Marquis Hugo of Brandenburg, and received from him the titles and privileges of nobility. These were the Pulci, Nerli, Giandinati, Gangalandi, and Delia Bella. This Marquis Hugo, whom Dante here calls the Great Baron, was viceroy of the Emperor Otho III in Tuscany. Villani, Chronica, 4, ch. 2, relates the following story of him. It came to pass, as it pleased God, that, while hunting in the neighborhood of Bonsalazzo, he was lost in the forest, and came, as it seemed to him, to a smithy. Finding there men swarthy and hideous, who, instead of iron, seemed to be tormenting human beings with fire and hammers, he asked the meaning of it. He was told that these were lost souls, and that to a like punishment was condemned the soul of the Marquis Hugo, on account of his worldly life, unless he repented. In great terror he commended himself to the Virgin Mary. And, when the vision vanished, remained so contrite in spirit, that, having returned to Florence, he had all his patrimony in Germany sold, and ordered 7 abbeys to be built. The first of which was the Badia of Florence, in honor of Santa Maria, the second, that of Bonsalazzo, where he saw the vision. The Marquis Hugo died on St. Thomas's Day, December 31, 1006, and was buried in the Badia of Florence, where every year on that day the monks, in grateful memory of him, kept the anniversary of his death with great solemnity. Right arrow curving left. Giano della Bella, who disguised the arms of Hugo, quartered in his own, with a fringe of gold. A nobleman by birth and education, he was by conviction a friend of the people, and espoused their cause against the nobles. By reforming the abuses of both parties, he gained the ill will of both. And in 1294, after some popular tumult which he in vain strove to quell, went into voluntary exile, and died in France. Sismondi, Idle Republic, p. 113, Lardner's Cyclopedia, gives the following succinct account of the abuses which Giano strove to reform, and of his summary manner of doing it. The arrogance of the nobles, their quarrels, and the disturbance of the public peace by their frequent battles in the streets, had, in 1292, irritated the whole population against them. Giano della Bella, himself a noble, but sympathizing in the passions and resentment of the people, proposed to bring them to order by summary justice, and to confide the execution of it to the Gonfalonier whom he caused to be elected. The Guelphs had been so long at the head of the Republic, that their noble families, whose wealth had immensely increased, placed themselves above all law. Giano determined that their nobility itself should be a title of exclusion, and a commencement of punishment. A rigorous edict, bearing the title of Ordinance of Justice, first designated 37 Guelph families of Florence, whom it declared noble and great, and on this account excluded forever from the signoria, refusing them at the same time the privilege of renouncing their nobility, in order to place themselves on a footing with the other citizens. When these families troubled the public peace by battle or assassination, a summary information, or even common report, was sufficient to induce the Gonfalonier to attack them at the head of the militia, raze their houses to the ground, and deliver their persons to the podesta, to be punished according to their crimes. If other families committed the same disorders, if they troubled the state by their private feuds and outrages, the signoria was authorized to ennoble them, as a punishment of their crimes, in order to subject them to the same summary justice. Dino Compagni, a contemporary of Giano, Chronica Fiorentina, Book I, says of him, "He was a manly man, of great courage, and so bold that he defended those causes which others abandoned, and said those things which others kept silent, and did all in favor of justice against the guilty, and was so much feared by the magistrates that they were afraid to screen the evildoers. The great began to speak against him, threatening him, and they did it, not for the sake of justice, but to destroy their enemies, abominating him and the laws." Villani, Chronica, 8ch. 8, says, "Giano della Bella was condemned and banished for contumacy, and all his possessions confiscated, whence great mischief accrued to our city, and chiefly to the people. For he was the most loyal and upright popolano and lover of the public good of any man in Florence." And finally Machiavelli, History Fiorentine, Book II, calls him a lover of the liberty of his country, and says, he was hated by the nobility for undermining their authority, and envied by the richer of the commonalty, who were jealous of his power, and that he went into voluntary exile in order to deprive his enemies of all opportunity of injuring him, and his friends of all opportunity of injuring the country, and that, to free the citizens from the fear they had of him, he resolved to leave the city, which, at his own charge and danger, he had liberated from the servitude of the powerful. Right arrow curving left. The Borgo Santi Apostoli would be a quieter place, if the Buondelmonti had not moved into it from Oltrarno. Right arrow curving left. The house of Amadei, whose quarrel with the Buondelmonti was the origin of the Guelph and Ghibelline parties in Florence, and put an end to the joyous life of her citizens. See note 137. Right arrow curving left. See the story of Buondelmont, as told by Giovanni Fiorentino in his Pecorone, and quoted note 137. Right arrow curving left. Much sorrow and suffering would have been spared, if the first Buondelmont that came from his castle of Montebuono to Florence had been drowned in the Emma, a small stream he had to cross on the way. Right arrow curving left. Young Buondelmont was murdered at the foot of the mutilated statue of Mars on the Ponte Vecchio, and after this Florence had no more peace. Right arrow curving left. The banner of Florence had never been reversed in sign of defeat. Right arrow curving left. The arms of Florence were a white lily in a field of red. After the expulsion of the Ghibellines, the Guelphs changed them to a red lily in a field of white. Right arrow curving left. The heaven of Mars continued. The prophecy of Dante's banishment. In Inferno X 127, as Dante is meditating on the dark words of Farinata that foreshadow his exile, Virgil says to him, "Let memory preserve what thou hast heard against thyself. That sage commanded me. And now attend here." And he raised his finger. "When thou shalt be before the radiant sweet of her whose beauteous eyes all things behold, from her thou lt learn the journey of thy life." And afterwards, in reply to Brunetto Latini, Dante says, Inferno 1588, "What you narrate of my career I write, and keep it for a lady, who will know to gloss with other text, if e'er I reach her. The time for this revelation has now come, but it is made by Cacciaguida, not by Beatrice." Right arrow curving left. Phaeton, having heard from Epiphus that he was not the son of Apollo, ran in great eagerness and anxiety to his mother, Clymene, to ascertain the truth. Ovid, Metamorphoses, I, Dryden's Tr. "Mother," said he, "this infamy was thrown by Epiphus on you, and me your son. He spoke in public, told it to my face. Nor durst I vindicate the dire disgrace. Even I, the bold, the sensible of wrong, restrained by shame, was forced to hold my tongue. To hear an open slander, is a curse. But not to find an answer, is a worse. If I am heaven begot, assert your Son by some sure sign, and make my Father known, to right my honor, and redeem your own. He said, and, saying, cast his arms about her neck, and begged her to resolve the doubt. Right arrow curving left. The disaster that befell Phaeton while driving the steeds of Apollo, makes fathers chary of granting all the wishes of children. Right arrow curving left. Who sayest in God all possible contingencies as clearly as the human mind perceives the commonest geometrical problem. Right arrow curving left. God, whose center is everywhere, whose circumference nowhere. Right arrow curving left. The heavy words which Dante heard on the Mount of Purgatory, foreshadowing his exile, are those of Corrado Malaspina. Purgatorio 8:133. For the sun shall not lie 7 times upon the pillow which the ram with all his 4 feet covers and bestrides. Before that such a courteous opinion shall in the middle of thy head be nailed, with greater nails than of another's speech, unless the course of justice standeth still. And those of Odericide d. Agabio, Purgatorio 11:139. I say no more, and know that I speak darkly. Yet little time shall pass before thy neighbors will so demean themselves that thou canst gloss it. Right arrow curving left. The words he heard when descending into the dead world, are those of Farinata. Inferno x 79. But 50 times shall not rekindled be the countenance of the lady who reigns here, ere thou shalt know how heavy is that art. And those of Brunetto Latini, Inferno 1561. But that ungrateful and malignant people, which from Fiesole of old descended, and smack still of the mountain and the granite, will make itself, for thy good deeds, thy foe. Right arrow curving left. Aristotle, Ethics, ICH 10. Always and everywhere the virtuous man bears prosperous and adverse fortune prudently, as a perfect tetragon. Right arrow curving left. To the spirit of Cacciaguida. Right arrow curving left. Not like the ambiguous utterance of oracles in pagan times. Right arrow curving left. The word here rendered language is in the original Latin, used as in Canto 12:144. Right arrow curving left. Contingency, accident, or casualty, belongs only to the material world, and in the spiritual world finds no place. As Dante makes St. Bernard say, in Canto XXXII 53. Within the amplitude of this domain, no casual point can possibly find place. No more than sadness can, or thirst, or hunger. For by eternal law has been established, whatever thou beholdest. Right arrow curving left. Boethius, Consolation of Philosophy, v. Prosa 3, Ridpaths tr. But I shall now endeavor to demonstrate, that, in whatever way the chain of causes is disposed, the event of things which are foreseen is necessary. Although prescience may not appear to be the necessitating cause of their befalling. For example, if a person sits, the opinion formed of him that he is seated, is of necessity true. But by inverting the phrase, if the opinion is true that he is seated, he must necessarily sit. In both cases then there is a necessity, in the latter, that the person sits. In the former, that the opinion concerning him is true, but the person doth not sit, because the opinion of his sitting is true. But the opinion is rather true, because the action of his being seated was antecedent in time. Thus though the truth of the opinion may be the effect of the person taking a seat, there is nevertheless a necessity common to both. The same method of reasoning, I think, should be employed with regard to the prescience of God, and future contingencies. For allowing it to be true, that events are foreseen because they are to happen, and that they do not befall because they are foreseen, it is still necessary That what is to happen must be foreseen by God, and that what is foreseen must take place. And again, in Prosa 4 of the same book. But how is it possible, said I, that those things which are foreseen should not befall? I do not say, replied she, that we are to entertain any doubt but the events will take place, which Providence foresees are to happen. But we are rather to believe, that although they do happen, yet that there is no necessity in the events themselves, which constrains them to do so. The truth of which I shall thus endeavor to illustrate. We behold many things done under our view, such as a coachman conducting his chariot and governing his horses, and other things of a like nature. Now, do you suppose these things are done by the compulsion of a necessity? No, answered I, for, if everything were moved by compulsion, the effects of art would be vain and fruitless. If things then, which are doing under our eye, added she, are under no present necessity of happening, it must be admitted that these same things, before they befell, were under no necessity of taking place. It is plain, therefore, that some things befall, the event of which is altogether unconstrained by necessity. For I do not think any person will say that such things as are at present done, were not to happen before they were done. Why, therefore, may not things be foreseen, and not necessitated in their events? As the knowledge then of what is present imposes no necessity on things now done, so neither does the foreknowledge of what is to happen in future necessitate the things which are to take place. Also Chaucer, Troil. And Cress, 4:995. Eke, this is an opinion of some. That have here top full high and smoothish or. They sayne right thus. That thing is not to come. For that the prescience hath sena before. That it shall come, but they sayne that therefore. That it shall come. Therefore the purveyance. Would it beforn withouten ignorance. And in this manner, this necessite retorneth in his place contrary, again. For needfully, behoveth it not be. That thilke things fallen in certain. That ben pervade. But, needfully, as they sayne, behoveth it, that things which that fall. That they in certain ben pervade all. I mean, as though I labored me in this. To inquire which thing cause of which thing be. As whether that the prescience of God is the certain cause of the necessite. Of things that to come and be, pard. Or, if necessite of thing coming, be the cause certain of the purveying? But, now, any in force I me not, in shewing how the order of the causes stand. But what I, that it behoveth that the befalling of things, wist before certainly, be necessary al sama it not thurby. That prescience put falling necessaire to thing to come. Al fallit fule or fair. For, if there sit a man yond on a sea, then by necessite behoveth it. That, certes, thine opinion soth be. That wanest or conjectest that he sit. And, further over, now ironward yet. Lo, right so is it on the part contrary. As thus. Now hearken, for I will not tarry. I say, that if the opinion of the be soth, for that he sit, then say I this. That he mote sitten, by necessite. And thus necessite, in either, is. For in him need of sitting is, ewies. And in the, need of soth, and thus, for soth. There mote necessite ben in ubota. But thou mayst sayne, the man sit not therefore. That thine opinion of his sitting soth is. But, rather, for the man sate there before. Therefore is thine opinion soth ewies. And I say, though the cause of soth of this cometh of his sitting, yet necessite is enterchonged bota in him and the right arrow curving left. As Hippolytus was banished from Athens on the false and cruel accusations of Phaedra, his stepmother, Dante shall be from Florence on accusations equally false and cruel. Right arrow curving left. By instigation of Pope Boniface VIII in Rome, as Dante here declares. In April, 1302, the Bianchi were banished from Florence on account or under pretext of a conspiracy against Charles of Valois, who had been called to Florence by the Guelphs as pacificator of Tuscany. In this conspiracy Dante could have had no part, as he was then absent on an embassy to Rome. Dino Compagni, Cron. Flor, 2, gives a list of many of the exiles. Among them is Dante Alighieri, ambassador at Rome. And at the end of the names given he adds, and many more, as many as 600 men, who wandered here and there about the world, suffering much want. At first, the banishment was for 2 years only, but a second decree made it for life, with the penalty that, if any one of the exiles returned to Florence, he should be burned to death. On the exile of Dante, M. Ampere has written an interesting work under the title of Voyage Dantesque, from which frequent extracts have been made in these notes. I have followed him, step by step, he says, in the cities where he lived, in the mountains where he wandered, in the asylums that welcomed him, always guided by the poem, in which he has recorded, with all the sentiments of his soul and all the speculations of his intelligence, all the recollections of his life. A poem which is no less a confession than a vast encyclopedia. See also the letter of Fra Ilario, the passage from the Convito. Right arrow curving left. Boethius, Consolation of Philosophy, I prosa 4, Ridpaths tr. But my miseries are complete, when I reflect that the majority of mankind attend less to the merit of things, than to their fortuitous event. And believe that no undertakings are crowned with success, but such as are formed with a prudent foresight. Hence it is, that the unprosperous immediately lose the good opinion of mankind. It would give me pain to relate to you the rumors that are flying among the people, and the variety of discordant and inconsistent opinions entertained concerning me. Right arrow curving left. At the beginning of Inferno XXVI. Dante foreshadows the vengeance of God that is to fall on Florence, and exclaims, "And if it now were, it were not too soon. Would that it were, seeing it needs must be. For 'twill aggrieve me more the more I age." For an account of these disasters see note 377. Right arrow curving left. Upon this passage Mr. Wright, in the notes to his translation, makes the following extracts from the Bible, Shakespeare, and Spenser. Ecclesiasticus 29:24 and 40:28. 29. It is a miserable thing to go from house to house. For where thou art a stranger, thou darest not open thy mouth. Thou shalt entertain, and feast, and have no thanks, moreover, thou shalt hear bitter words. These things are grievous to a man of understanding, the upbraiding of houseroom, and reproaching of the lender. My son, lead not a beggar's life, for better it is to die than to beg. The life of him that dependeth on another man's table is not to be counted for a life. Richard II, 3:1. Myself have stooped my neck under your injuries, and sighed my English breath in foreign clouds, eating the bitter bread of banishment. Spenser, Mother Hubbard's Tale, 895. Full little knowest thou, that hast not tried, what hell it is, in suing long to bide. To lose good days, that might be better spent. To waste long nights, in pensive discontent. To speed today, to be put back tomorrow. To feed on hope, to pine with fear and sorrow. To have thy prince's grace, yet want her peers. To have thy asking, yet wait many years. To fret thy soul with crosses and with cares. To eat thy heart with comfortless despairs. To fawn, to crouch, to wait, to ride, to run. To spend, to give, to want, to be undone. Right arrow curving left. Among the fellow exiles of Dante, as appears by the list of names preserved, was Lapo Saltarello, the Florentine lawyer, of whom Dante speaks so contemptuously in Canto 15 128. Benvenuto says he was a litigious and loquacious man, and very annoying to Dante during his exile. Altogether the company of his fellow exiles seems to have been disagreeable to him, and it better suited him to make a party by himself. Right arrow curving left. Shall blush with shame. Right arrow curving left. Bartolomeo della Scala, Lord of Verona. The arms of the Scaligers were a golden ladder in a red field, surmounted by a black eagle. For a tyrant, says Benvenuto, he was reputed just and prudent. Right arrow curving left. Can Grande della Scala, at this time only 9 years old, but showing, says Benvenuto, that he would be a true son of Mars, bold and prompt in battle, and victorious exceedingly. He was a younger brother of Bartolomeo, and became sole lord of Verona in 1311. He was the chief captain of the Ghibellines, and his court the refuge of some of the principal of the exiles. Dante was there in 1317 with Guido da Castello and Uguccione della Fagiuola. To Can Grande he dedicated some cantos of the Paradiso, and presented them with that long Latin letter so difficult to associate with the name of Dante. At this time the court of Verona seems to have displayed a kind of barbaric splendor and magnificence, as if in imitation of the gay court of Frederick II of Sicily. Arrivabene, Commento Storico, 3255, says, Can Grande gathered around him those distinguished personages whom unfortunate reverses had driven from their country. But he also kept in his pay buffoons and musicians, and other merry persons, who were more caressed by the courtiers than the men famous for their deeds and learning. One of the guests was Sagatio Musio Gazzata, the historian of Reggio, who has left us an account of the treatment which the illustrious and unfortunate exiles received. Various apartments were assigned to them in the palace, designated by various symbols: a triumph for the warriors, groves of the muses for the poets, Mercury for the artists, paradise for the preachers, and for all, in constant fortune. Can Grande likewise received at his court his illustrious prisoners of war, Giacomo di Carrara, Van Scornazzano, Albertino Massato, and many others. All had their private attendants, and a table equally well served. At times Can Grande invited some of them to his own table, particularly Dante, and Guido di Castel of Reggio, exiled from his country with the Friends of Liberty, and who for his simplicity was called the simple Lombard. The harmony of their intercourse seems finally to have been interrupted, and Dante to have fallen into that disfavor which he hints at below, hoping that, having been driven from Florence, he may not also be driven from Verona. That, if the dearest place be taken from me, I may not lose the others by my songs. Bulba, Life of Dante, Mrs. Bunbury's tr. 2207, says, History, tradition, and the after fortunes of Dante, all agree in proving that there was a rupture between him and Cain. If it did not amount to a quarrel, there seems to have been some misunderstanding between the magnificent protector and his haughty client. But which of the two was in fault? I have collected all the memorials that remain relating to this, and let every one judge for himself. But I must warn my readers that Petrarch, the second of the three fathers of the Italian language, showed much less veneration than our good Boccaccio for their common predecessor Dante. Petrarch speaks as follows: My fellow citizen, Dante Alighieri, was a man highly distinguished in the vulgar tongue, but in his style and speech a little daring and rather freer than was pleasing to delicate and studious ears, or gratifying to the princes of our times. He then, while banished from his country, resided at the court of Can Grande, where the afflicted universally found consolation and an asylum. He at first was held in much honor by Cain, but afterwards he by degrees fell out of favor, and day by day less pleased that lord. Actors and parasites of every description used to be collected together at the same banquet. One of these, most impudent in his words and in his obscene gestures, obtained much importance and favor with many. And Cain, suspecting that Dante disliked this, called the man before him, and, having greatly praised him to our poet, said, I wonder how it is that this silly fellow should know how to please all, and should be loved by all, and that thou canst not, who art said to be so wise. Dante answered, Thou wouldst not wonder if thou knewest that friendship is founded on similarity of habits and dispositions. It is also related, that at his table, which was too indiscriminately hospitable, where buffoons sat down with Dante, and where jests passed which must have been offensive to every person of refinement, but disgraceful when uttered by the superior in rank to his inferior, a boy was once concealed under the table, who, collecting the bones that were thrown there by the guests, according to the custom of those times, heaped them up at Dante's feet. When the tables were removed, the great heap appearing, Cain pretended to show much astonishment, and said, "Certainly, Dante is a great devourer of meat." To which Dante readily replied, "My lord, you would not have seen so many bones had I been a dog." Cain. Can Grande died in the midst of his wars, in July, 1329, from drinking at a fountain. A very lively picture of his court, and of the life that Dante led there, is given by Ferrari in his comedy of Dante of Verona. Right arrow curving left. The Gascon is Clement V, Archbishop of Bordeaux, and elected Pope in 1305. The noble Henry is the Emperor Henry of Luxembourg, who, the Automo says, was valiant in arms, liberal and courteous, compassionate and gentle, and the friend of virtue. Pope Clement is said to have been secretly his enemy, while publicly he professed to be his friend, and finally to have instigated or connived at his death by poison. See note 618. Henry came to Italy in 1310, when Can Grande was about 19 years of age. Right arrow curving left. The commentary on the things told to Dante in the Inferno and Purgatorio. See note 1663. Right arrow curving left. Habakkuk 2:2. Write the vision, and make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it. Right arrow curving left. Shakespeare, Hamlet, 3:2. Let the galled jade wince, our withers are unwrung. Right arrow curving left. The heaven of Mars continued. And the ascent to the heaven of Jupiter, where are seen the spirits of righteous kings and rulers. Right arrow curving left. Enjoying his own thought in silence. Shakespeare, Sonnet XXX. When to the sessions of sweet silent thought I summon up remembrance of things past. Right arrow curving left. Relinquish the hope and attempt of expressing. Right arrow curving left. Wordsworth, Excursion, Book 4. 'Tis by comparison an easy task. Earth to despise. But to converse with heaven. This is not easy, to relinquish all we have, or hope, of happiness and joy. And stand in freedom loosened from this world. I deem not arduous. But must needs confess that 'tis a thing impossible to frame. Conceptions equal to the soul's desires. And the most difficult of tasks to keep. Heights which the soul is competent to gain. Man is of dust, ethereal hopes are his. Which, when they should sustain themselves aloft, want due consistence. Like a pillar of smoke. That with majestic energy from earth rises, but, having reached the thinner air, melts, and dissolves, and is no longer seen. And again in Tintern Abbey. That blessed mood. In which the burden of the mystery. In which the heavy and the weary weight of all this unintelligible world is lightened. Right arrow curving left. Paradise, or the system of the heavens, which lives by the divine influences from above, and whose fruit and foliage are eternal. The fifth resting place or division of this tree is the planet Mars. Right arrow curving left. Joshua, the leader of the Israelites after the death of Moses, to whom God said, Joshua 1:5. As I was with Moses, so will I be with thee, I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. Right arrow curving left. The great Maccabee was Judas Maccabeus, who, as is stated in biblical history, 1 Maccabees 3:3, gat his people great honor, and put on a breastplate as a giant. And girt his warlike harness about him, and he made battles, protecting the host with his sword. In his acts he was like a lion, and like a lion's whelp roaring for his prey. Right arrow curving left. Aeneid, 7, Davidson's Tr. As at times a whip-top whirling under the twisted lash, which boys intent on their sport drive in a large circuit round some empty court. The engine driven about by the scourge is hurried round and round in circling courses. The unpracticed throng and beardless band are lost in admiration of the voluble boxwood, they lend their souls to the stroke. Right arrow curving left. The form in which Charlemagne presented himself to the imagination of the Middle Ages may be seen by the following extract from Turpin's Chronicle, ch. XX. The emperor was of a ruddy complexion, with brown hair, of a well-made, handsome form, but a stern visage. His height was about 8 of his own feet, which were very long. He was of a strong, robust make, his legs and thighs very stout, and his sinews firm. His face was 13 inches long, his beard a palm, his nose half a palm, his forehead a foot over. His lion-like eyes flashed fire like carbuncles, his eyebrows were half a palm over. When he was angry, it was a terror to look upon him. He required 8 spans for his girdle, besides what hung loose. He ate sparingly of bread, but a whole quarter of lamb, 2 fowls, a goose, or a large portion of pork. A peacock, a crane, or a whole hare. He drank moderately of wine and water. He was so strong, that he could at a single blow cleave asunder an armed soldier on horseback, from the head to the waist, and the horse likewise. He easily vaulted over 4 horses harnessed together, and could raise an armed man from the ground to his head, as he stood erect upon his hand. Orlando, the famous paladin, who died at Roncesvalles, the hero of Pulci's Morgante Maggiore, Bojardo's Orlando Innamorato, and Ariosto's Orlando Furioso. His sword Durandal is renowned in fiction, and his ivory horn Olivant could be heard 8 miles. Right arrow curving left. This William, says Booty, being obliged to say something, was a great prince, who fought and died for the faith of Christ. I have not been able to find out distinctly who he was. The Automo says it is William, Count of Orange in Provence, who, after fighting for the faith against the Saracens, took the cowl, and finished his life holily in the service of God. And he is called Saint William of the Desert. He is the same hero, then, that figures in the old romances of the 12 peers of France, as Guillaume au Courtenay, or William of the Short Nose. So called from having had his nose cut off by a Saracen in battle. In the monorhythmic romance which bears his name, he is thus represented. Great was the court in the hall of Lune. The tables were full of fowl and venison. On flesh and fish they feasted every one. But Guillaume of these viands tasted none. Brown crusts ate he, and water drank alone. When had feasted every noble baron. The cloths were removed by squire and scullion. Count Guillaume then with the king did thus reason. What think'th now, quoth he, the gallant Charlemagne? Will he aid me against the prowess of Mahon? Quoth Loeyes, we will take counsel thereon. Tomorrow in the morning shalt thou con. If aught by us in this matter can be done. Guillaume heard this, black was he as carbon. He louted low, and seized a baton. And said to the king, of your fief will I none. I will not keep so much as a spur's iron. Your friend and vassal I cease to be anon. But come you shall, whether you will or non. He is said to have been taken prisoner and carried to Africa by the Moorish king Tebaldo, whose wife Arabella he first converted to Christianity, and then eloped with. And who was Reynard? He was a young Moor, who was taken prisoner and brought up at the court of St. Louis with the king's daughter Alice, whom, after achieving unheard of wonders in battle and siege, he, being duly baptized, married. Later in life he also became a monk, and frightened the brotherhood by his greediness, and by going to sleep when he should have gone to mass. So say the old romances. Right arrow curving left. Godfrey of Bouillon, Duke of Lorraine, and leader of the First Crusade. He was born in 1061, and died, King of Jerusalem, in 1109. Gibbon thus sketches his character, decline and fall, ch. 58. The first rank both in war and council is justly due to Godfrey of Bouillon. And happy would it have been for the Crusaders, if they had trusted themselves to the sole conduct of that accomplished hero, a worthy representative of Charlemagne, from whom he was descended in the female line. His father was of the noble race of the Counts of Boulogne. Brabant, the lower province of Lorraine, was the inheritance of his mother. And by the emperor's bounty he was himself invested with that ducal title which has been improperly transferred to his lordship of Bouillon in the Ardennes. In the service of Henry IV he bore the great standard of the empire, and pierced with his lance the breast of Rodolphe, the rebel king. Godfrey was the first who ascended the walls of Rome. And his sickness, his vow, perhaps his remorse for bearing arms against the Pope, confirmed an early resolution of visiting the Holy Sepulchre, not as a pilgrim, but a deliverer. His valor was matured by prudence and moderation, his piety, though blind, was sincere, and, in the tumult of a camp, he practiced the real and fictitious virtues of a convent. Superior to the private factions of the chiefs, he reserved his enmity for the enemies of Christ. And though he gained a kingdom by the attempt, his pure and disinterested zeal was acknowledged by his rivals. Godfrey of Bouillon was accompanied by his two brothers, by Eustace, the elder, who had succeeded to the county of Boulogne, and by the younger, Baldwin, a character of more ambiguous virtue. The Duke of Lorraine was alike celebrated on either side of the Rhine. From his birth and education he was equally conversant with the French and Teutonic languages. The barons of France, Germany, and Lorraine assembled their vassals, and the Confederate force that marched under his banner was composed of 80,000 foot and about 10,000 horse. Right arrow curving left. Robert Guiscard, founder of the Kingdom of Naples, was the sixth of the 12 sons of the Baron Tancred de Hauteville of the Diocese of Coutances in Lower Normandy, where he was born in the year 1015. In his youth he left his father's castle as a military adventurer, and crossed the Alps to join the Norman army in Apulia, whither 3 of his brothers had gone before him, and whither at different times 6 others followed him. Here he gradually won his way by his sword. And having rendered some signal service to Pope Nicholas II, he was made Duke of Apulia and Calabria, and of the lands in Italy and Sicily which he wrested from the Greeks and Saracens. Thus from a needy adventurer he rose to be the founder of a kingdom. The Italian conquests of Robert, says Gibbon, correspond with the limits of the present kingdom of Naples. And the countries united by his arms have not been dissevered by the revolutions of 700 years. The same historian, Rise and Fall, ch. Lv, gives the following character of Guiscard. Robert was the eldest of the 7 sons of the second marriage. And even the reluctant praise of his foes has endowed him with the heroic qualities of a soldier and a statesman. His lofty stature surpassed the tallest of his army. His limbs were cast in the true proportion of strength and gracefulness, and to the decline of life, he maintained the patient vigor of health and the commanding dignity of his form. His complexion was ruddy, his shoulders were broad, his hair and beard were long and of a flaxen color, his eyes sparkled with fire, and his voice, like that of Achilles, could impress obedience and terror amidst the tumult of battle. In the ruder ages of chivalry, such qualifications are not below the notice of the poet or historian. They may observe that Robert, at once, and with equal dexterity, could wield in the right hand his sword, his lance in the left, that in the battle of Civitella he was thrice unhorsed, and that in the close of that memorable day he was adjudged to have borne away the prize of valor from the warriors of the 2 armies. His boundless ambition was founded on the consciousness of superior worth. In the pursuit of greatness he was never arrested by the scruples of justice, and seldom moved by the feelings of humanity. Though not insensible of fame, the choice of open or clandestine means was determined only by his present advantage. The surname of Guiscard was applied to this master of political wisdom, which is too often confounded with the practice of dissimulation and deceit. And Robert is praised by the Apulian poet for excelling the cunning of Ulysses and the eloquence of Cicero. Yet these arts were disguised by an appearance of military frankness. In his highest fortune he was accessible and courteous to his fellow soldiers. And while he indulged the prejudices of his new subjects, he affected in his dress and manners to maintain the ancient fashion of his country. He grasped with a rapacious, that he might distribute with a liberal hand. His primitive indigence had taught the habits of frugality. The gain of a merchant was not below his attention. And his prisoners were tortured with slow and unfeeling cruelty to force a discovery of their secret treasure. According to the Greeks, he departed from Normandy with only 5 followers on horseback and 30 on foot, yet even this allowance appears too bountiful. The 6th son of Tancred of Hauteville passed the Alps as a pilgrim, and his first military band was levied among the adventurers of Italy. His brothers and countrymen had divided the fertile lands of Apulia, but they guarded their shares with the jealousy of avarice. The aspiring youth was driven forwards to the mountains of Calabria, and in his first exploits against the Greeks and the natives it is not easy to discriminate the hero from the robber. To surprise a castle or a convent, to ensnare a wealthy citizen, to plunder the adjacent villages for necessary food, were the obscure labors which formed and exercised the powers of his mind and body. The volunteers of Normandy adhered to his standard, and, under his command, the peasants of Calabria assumed the name and character of Normans. Robert died in 1085, on an expedition against Constantinople, undertaken at the venerable age of 75. Such was the career of Robert the Cunning, this being the meaning of the old Norman word giscard, or gischard. For an instance of his cunning see note 418. Right arrow curving left. The miracle is Beatrice, of whom Dante says, in the Vita Nuova. Many, when she had passed, said, "This is not a woman, rather is she one of the most beautiful angels of heaven." Others said, "She is a miracle. Blessed be the Lord, who can perform such a marvel." Right arrow curving left. The change from the red light of Mars to the white light of Jupiter. This planet, says Brunetto Latini, Tresser, ICHCXI, is gentle and piteous, and full of all good things. Of its symbolism Dante, Convito, 2:14, says, "The heaven of Jupiter may be compared to geometry on account of 2 properties. The first is, that it moves between 2 heavens repugnant to its good temperateness, as are that of Mars and that of Saturn. Whence Ptolemy says, in the book cited, that Jupiter is a star of a temperate complexion, midway between the coldness of Saturn and the heat of Mars. The second is, that among all the stars it shows itself white, almost silvery. And these 2 things are in geometry. Geometry moves between 2 opposites. As between the point and the circle, and I call in general everything round, whether a solid or a surface, a circle. For, as Euclid says, the point is the beginning of geometry, and, as he says, the circle in its most perfect figure, and may therefore be considered its end. So that between the point and the circle, as between beginning and end, geometry moves. And these 2 are opposed to its exactness, for the point, on account of its indivisibility, is immeasurable. And the circle, on account of its arc, it is impossible to square, and therefore it is impossible to measure it exactly. And moreover geometry is very white, inasmuch as it is without spot of error, and very exact in itself and its handmaiden, which is called perspective. Of the influences of Jupiter, Booty, quoting as usual Albumacer, speaks thus. The planet Jupiter is of a cold, humid, airy, temperate nature, and signifies the natural soul, and life. And animate bodies, children and grandchildren, and beauty, and wise men and doctors of laws, and just judges, and firmness, and knowledge, and intellect, and interpretation of dreams. Truth and divine worship, doctrine of law and faith, religion, veneration and fear of God, unity of faith and providence thereof, and regulation of manners and behavior, and will be laudable. And signifies patient observation, and perhaps also to it belongs swiftness of mind, improvidence and boldness in dangers, and patience and delay, and it signifies beatitude, and acquisition, and victory, and veneration, and kingdom, and kings, and rich men, nobles and magnates, hope and joy, and cupidity in commodities, also of fortune, in new kinds of grain, and harvests. And wealth, and security in all things, and good habits of mind, and liberality, command and goodness, boasting and bravery of mind, and boldness. True love and delight of supremacy over the citizens of a city, delight of potentates and magnates, and beauty and ornament of dress, and joy and laughter, and affluence of speech, and glibness of tongue, and hate of evil, and attachments among men, and command of the known, and avoidance of the unknown. These are the significations of the planet Jupiter, and such the influences it exerts. Right arrow curving left. Milton, Paradise Lost, 7:425. Part loosely wing the region, part more wise. In common, ranged in figure, wedge their way. Intelligent of seasons. And set forth their airy caravan, high over seas. Flying, and over lands, with mutual wing. Easing their flight. So steers the prudent crane. Her annual voyage, borne on winds, the air floats as they pass. Right arrow curving left. The first letters of the word diligite, completed afterward. Right arrow curving left. Dante gives this title to the Muse, because from the hoof-beat of Pegasus sprang the fountain of the Muses, Hippocrene. The invocation is here to Calliope, the muse of epic verse. Right arrow curving left. Wisdom of Solomon 1:1. Love righteousness, ye that be judges of the earth. Right arrow curving left. Tennyson, Morte d'Arthur. And drove his heel into the smouldered log. That sent a blast of sparkles up the flue. Right arrow curving left. Divination by fire, and other childish fancies about sparks, such as wishes for golden sequins, and nuns going into a chapel. Cooper, names of little note in the Biogre. Brit. So when a child, as playful children use, has burnt to tinder a stale last year's news, the flame extinct, he views the roving fire. There goes my lady. And there goes the squire. There goes the parson, O illustrious spark. And there, scarce less illustrious, goes the clerk. Right arrow curving left. In this eagle, the symbol of imperialism, Dante displays his political faith. Among just rulers, this is the shape in which the true government of the world appears to him. In the invective against Pope Boniface VIII, with which the canto closes, he gives still further expression of his intense imperialism. Right arrow curving left. The simplest interpretation of this line seems to me preferable to the mystic meaning which some commentators lend it. The architect who built the heavens teaches the bird how to build its nest after the same model. The power which built the starry dome on high, and poised the vaulted rafters of the sky, teaches the linnet with unconscious breast to round the inverted heaven of her nest. Right arrow curving left. The other group of beatified spirits. Right arrow curving left. As Tertullian says, the blood of the martyrs is the seed of the church. Right arrow curving left. The bad example of the head of the church. Right arrow curving left. By excommunication, which shut out its victims from the table of the Lord. Right arrow curving left. Pope Boniface VIII, who is here accused of dealing out ecclesiastical censures only to be paid for revoking them. Right arrow curving left. John the Baptist. But here is meant his image on the golden florin of Florence. Right arrow curving left. The heaven of Jupiter continued. Right arrow curving left. The eagle speaks as one person, though composed of a multitude of spirits. Here Dante's idea of unity under the empire finds expression. Right arrow curving left. This mirror of divine justice is the planet Saturn, to which Dante alludes in Canto 961, where, speaking of the intelligences of Saturn, he says, above us there are mirrors. Thrones you call them. From which shines out on us God judicant. Right arrow curving left. Whether a good life outside the pale of the Holy Catholic faith could lead to paradise. Right arrow curving left. Dante here calls the blessed spirits lauds, or praises of the grace divine, as in Inferno 2:103 he calls Beatrice, the true praise of God. Right arrow curving left. Mr. Gary quotes, Proverbs 8:27. When he prepared the heavens, I was there, when he set a compass upon the face of the depth, then I was by him. And Milton, Paradise Lost, 7:2-24. And in his hand he took the golden compasses, prepared in God's eternal store, to circumscribe this universe, and all created things. One foot he centered, and the other turned round through the vast profundity obscure, and said, Lt, thus far extend, thus far thy bounds. This be thy just circumference, O world. Right arrow curving left. The word or wisdom of the deity far exceeds any manifestation of it in the creation. Right arrow curving left. Shakespeare, Henry VIII, 3:2. Fling away ambition. By that sin fell the angels. Right arrow curving left. Dryden, Religio Laici, 39. How can the less the greater comprehend? Or finite reason reach infinity? For what could fathom God is more than he. Right arrow curving left. Milton, Paradise Lost, 7:168. Boundless the deep, because I am, who fill infinitude, nor vacuous the space. Right arrow curving left. The human mind can never be so powerful but that it will perceive the divine mind to be infinitely beyond its comprehension. Or, as Booty interprets, reading Glie Parvant, which reading I have followed, much greater than what appears to the human mind, and what the human intellect sees. Right arrow curving left. Milton, Paradise Lost, I-63. No light, but rather darkness visible. Right arrow curving left. Galatians 3:23. But before faith came, we were kept under the law, shut up unto the faith which should afterwards be revealed. Right arrow curving left. Matthew 7:21. Not every one that saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven. Right arrow curving left. Dryden, Religio Laici, 2:08. Then those who followed reason's dictates right lived up, and lifted high her natural light. With Socrates may see their Maker's face, while thousand rubric martyrs want a place. Right arrow curving left. Matthew 12:41. The men of Nineveh shall rise in judgment with this generation, and shall condemn it. Right arrow curving left. The righteous and the unrighteous at the day of judgment. Right arrow curving left. Revelation 20:12. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God. And the books were opened, and another book was opened, which is the book of life, and the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books, according to their works. Right arrow curving left. This is the German Albert of Purgatorio 697. O German Albert, who abandonest her, that has grown savage and indomitable, and oughtest to bestride her saddle-bow. May a just judgment from the stars down fall upon thy blood, and be it new and open, that thy successor may have fear thereof, because thy father and thyself have suffered by greed of those transalpine lands distrained, the garden of the empire to be waste. The deed which was so soon to move the pen of the recording angel was the invasion of Bohemia in 1303. Right arrow curving left. Philip the Fair of France, who, after his defeat at Courtrai in 1302, falsified the coin of the realm, with which he paid his troops. He was killed in 1314 by a fall from his horse, caused by the attack of a wild boar. Dante uses the word cotenna, the skin of the wild boar, for the boar itself. Right arrow curving left. The allusion here is to the border wars between John Balliol of Scotland, and Edward I of England. Right arrow curving left. Most of the commentators say that this king of Spain was one of the Alfonsos, but do not agree as to which one. Tomasio says it was Ferdinand IV, 1295, 1312, and he is probably right. It was this monarch, or rather his generals, who took Gibraltar from the Moors. In 1312 he put to death unjustly the brothers Carvajal, who on the scaffold summoned him to appear before the judgment seat of God within 30 days. And before the time had expired he was found dead upon his sofa. From this event he received the surname of El Emplazado, the summoned. It is said that his death was caused by intemperance. The Bohemian is Wenceslaus II, son of Ottokar. He is mentioned, Purgatorio 7101, as one who feeds in luxury and ease. Right arrow curving left. Charles II, King of Apulia, whose virtues may be represented by a unit and his vices by 1,000. He was called the cripple of Jerusalem, on account of his lameness, and because as King of Apulia he also bore the title of King of Jerusalem. See note 922. Right arrow curving left. Frederick, son of Peter of Aragon, and king, or in some form ruler of Sicily, called from Mount Etna the Island of the Fire. The Automo comments thus, Peter of Aragon was liberal and magnanimous, and the author says that this man is avaricious and pusillanimous. Perhaps his greatest crime in the eyes of Dante was his abandoning the cause of the imperialists. Right arrow curving left. According to Virgil, Anchises died in Sicily, on the joyless coast of Drepanum. Aeneid, 3708, Davidson's Tr. Here, alas! After being tossed by so many storms at sea, I lose my sire Anchises, my solace in every care and suffering. Hear thou, best of fathers, whom in vain, alas! I saved from so great dangers, forsakest me, spent with toils. Right arrow curving left. In diminutive letters, and not in Roman capitals, like the Diligite Justitium of Canto 1891, and the record of the virtues and vices of the cripple of Jerusalem. Right arrow curving left. The uncle of Frederick of Sicily was James, king of the Balearic Islands. He joined Philip the Bold of France in his disastrous invasion of Catalonia, and in consequence lost his own crown. The brother of Frederick was James of Aragon, who, on becoming king of that realm, gave up Sicily, which his father had acquired. By these acts they dishonored their native land and the crowns they wore. Right arrow curving left. Dionysius, king of Portugal, who reigned from 1279 to 1325. The Automo says that, given up wholly to the acquisition of wealth, he led the life of a merchant, and had money dealings with all the great merchants of his reign. Nothing regal, nothing magnificent, can be recorded of him. Philolethes is disposed to vindicate the character of Dionysius against these aspersions, and to think them founded only in the fact that Dionysius loved the arts of peace better than the more shining art of war, joined in no crusade against the Moors, and was a patron of manufactures and commerce. The Automo's note on this nameless Norwegian is curious. As his islands are situated at the uttermost extremities of the earth, so his life is on the extreme of reasonableness and civilization. Benvenuto remarks only that Norway is a cold northern region, where the days are very short, and whence come excellent falcons. Booty is still more brief. He says, that is, the king of Norway. Neither of these commentators, nor any of the later ones, suggest the name of this monarch, except the Germans, Philolethes and Witt, who think it may be Eric the priest-hater. Or Hakon Longshanks. Right arrow curving left. Ratia or Ragusa is a city in Dalmatia, situated on the Adriatic, and capital of the kingdom of that name. The king here alluded to is Eurocius II, who married a daughter of the Emperor Michael Palaeologus, and counterfeited Venetian coin. Right arrow curving left. In this line I have followed the reading male ha visto, instead of the more common one, male aggiusto. Right arrow curving left. The Automo comments as follows. Here he reproves the vile and unseemly lives of the kings of Hungary, down to Andrea, Dante's contemporary, whose life the Hungarians praised, and whose death they wept. Right arrow curving left. If it can make the Pyrenees a bulwark to protect it against the invasion of Philip the Fair of France. It was not till 4 centuries later that Louis XIV made his famous boast, "Ilny a plus de Pyrenees." Right arrow curving left. In proof of this prediction the example of Cyprus is given. Right arrow curving left. Nicosia and Famagosta are cities of Cyprus, here taken for the whole island, in 1300 badly governed by Henry II of the house of the Lusignani. And well he may call him beast, says the Ottomo, for he was wholly given up to lust and sensuality, which should be far removed from every king. Right arrow curving left. Upon this line Benvenuto comments with unusual vehemence. This king, he says, does not differ nor depart from the side of the other beasts, that is, of the other vicious kings. And of a truth, Cyprus with her people differeth not, nor is separated from the bestial life of the rest. Rather it surpasseth and exceedeth all peoples and kings of the kingdoms of Christendom in superfluity of luxury, gluttony, effeminacy, and every kind of pleasure. But to attempt to describe the kinds, the sumptuousness, the variety, and the frequency of their banquets, would be disgusting to narrate, and tedious and harmful to write. Therefore men who live soberly and temperately should avert their eyes from beholding, and their ears from hearing, the meretricious, lewd, and fetid manners of that island, which, with God's permission, the Genoese have now invaded, captured, and evil entreated and laid under contribution. Right arrow curving left. The heaven of Jupiter continued. Right arrow curving left. Coleridge, ancient mariner. The sun's rim dips, the stars rush out. At one stride comes the dark. Right arrow curving left. Blanco white, night. Mysterious night. When our first parent knew thee, from report divine, and heard thy name, did he not tremble for this lovely frame? This glorious canopy of light and blue? Yet 'neath a curtain of translucent dew, bathed in the rays of the great setting flame, Hesperus with the host of heaven came. And lo! Creation widened in man's view. Who could have thought such darkness lay concealed within thy beams, O sun? Or who could find, whilst fly, and leaf, and insect stood revealed, that to such countless orbs thou madst us blind? Why do we, then, shun death with anxious strife? If light can thus deceive, wherefore not life? Right arrow curving left. King David, who carried the Ark of the Covenant from Kirjatharim to the house of Obed-Edom, and thence to Jerusalem. See 2 Samuel 6. Right arrow curving left. In so far as the Psalms were the result of his own free will, and not of divine inspiration. As in Canto 6:1-18. But in commensuration of our wages. With our desert is portion of our joy. Because we see them neither less nor greater. Right arrow curving left. The Emperor Trajan, whose soul was saved by the prayers of Saint Gregory. For the story of the poor widow, see Purgatorio x 73, and note 710. Right arrow curving left. King Hezekiah. Right arrow curving left. 2 Kings 20:11. And Isaiah the prophet cried unto the Lord, and he brought the shadow 10 degrees backward, by which it had gone down in the dial of Ahaz. Right arrow curving left. Constantine, who transferred the seat of empire, the Roman laws, and the Roman standard to Byzantium, thus in a poetic sense becoming a Greek. Right arrow curving left. This refers to the supposed gift of Constantine to Pope Sylvester, known in ecclesiastical history as the patrimony of Saint Peter. Inferno XXI 115. Ah, Constantine! Of how much woe was mother! Not thy conversion, but that marriage dower, which the first wealthy father took from thee. Right arrow curving left. William II, surnamed the Good, son of Robert Guiscard, and king of Apulia and Sicily. Which kingdoms were then lamenting the living presence of such kings as Charles the Lame, the cripple of Jerusalem, king of Apulia, and Frederick of Aragon, king of Sicily. King Guglielmo, says the Audiobook, was just and reasonable, loved his subjects, and kept them in such peace, that living in Sicily might then be esteemed living in a terrestrial paradise. He was liberal to all, and proportioned his bounties to the virtue of the receiver. And he had this rule, that if a vicious or evil-speaking courtier came to his court, he was immediately noticed by the masters of ceremony, and provided with gifts and robes, so that he might have a cause to depart. If he was wise, he departed; if not, he was politely dismissed. The Vicar of Wakefield seems to have followed the example of the good King William, for he says, "When any one of our relations was found to be a person of very bad character, a troublesome guest, or one we desired to get rid of, upon his leaving my house I ever took care to lend him a riding coat, or a pair of boots, or sometimes a horse of small value. And I always had the satisfaction of finding he never came back to return them." Right arrow curving left. A Trojan hero slain at the sack of Troy. Aeneid, 2:4-26. Ripheus also falls, the most just among the Trojans, and most observant of the right. Venturi thinks that, if Dante must needs introduce a pagan into paradise, he would have done better to have chosen Aeneas, who was the hero of his master, Virgil, and, moreover, the founder of the Roman Empire. Right arrow curving left. The word expatiate is here used in the sense given it by Milton in the following passage, Paradise Lost, I 768. As bees, in springtime when the sun with Taurus rides, pour forth their populous youth about the hive. In clusters, they, among fresh dews and flowers, fly to and fro, or on the smoothed plank, the suburb of their straw-built citadel, new rubbed with balm, expatiate and confer their state affairs. Landor, Pentameron, page 92, says, "All the verses that ever were written on the nightingale are scarcely worth the beautiful triad of this divine poet on the lark. In the first of them, do not you see the twinkling of her wings against the sky? As often as I repeat them, my ear is satisfied, my heart, like hers, contented." Right arrow curving left. In scholastic language the quiddity of a thing is its essence, or that by which it is what it is. Right arrow curving left. Matthew 11:12. "And from the days of John the Baptist until now the kingdom of heaven suffereth violence, and the violent take it by force." Right arrow curving left. Trajan and Ripheus. Right arrow curving left. Ripheus lived before Christ, and Trajan after. Shakespeare, King Henry IV, I. In those holy fields, over whose acres walked those blessed feet, which 1400 years ago were nailed for our advantage on the bitter cross. Right arrow curving left. Trajan. Right arrow curving left. Being in hell, he could not repent; being resuscitated, his inclinations could turn towards good. Right arrow curving left. The legend of Trajan is, that by the prayers of St. Gregory the Great he was restored to life, after he had been dead 400 years, that he lived long enough to be baptized, and was then received into paradise. See note 710. Right arrow curving left. Ripheus. This is a fiction of our author, says Booty, as the intelligent reader may imagine, for there is no proof that Ripheus the Trojan is saved. Right arrow curving left. Faith, Hope, and Charity. Purgatorio 6:121. Three ladies at the right wheel in a circle came onward dancing, one so very red that in the fire she hardly had been noted. The second was as if her flesh and bones had all been fashioned out of emerald. The third appeared as snow but newly fallen. Right arrow curving left. Romans 9:20. Nay but, O man, who art thou that repliest against God? Shall the thing formed say to him that formed it, Why hast thou made me thus? Had not the potter power over the clay, of the same lump to make one vessel unto honor, and another unto dishonor? Right arrow curving left. The heaven of Saturn, where are seen the spirits of the contemplative. This planet, says Brunetto Latini, is cruel, felonious, and of a cold nature. Dante, Convito, 2:14, makes it the symbol of astrology. The heaven of Saturn, he says, has two properties by which it may be compared to astrology. The first is the slowness of its movement through the 12 signs, for, according to the writings of astrologers, its revolution requires 29 years and more. The second is, that it is the highest of all the planets. And these two properties are in astrology, for in completing its circle, that is, in learning it, a great space of time passes. Both on account of its demonstrations, which are more than in any of the above-mentioned sciences, and on account of the experience which is necessary to judge rightly in it. And, moreover, it is the highest of all, for, as Aristotle says at the beginning of his treatise on the soul, science is of high nobility, from the nobleness of its subject, and from its certainty. And this more than any of the above-mentioned is noble and high, from its noble and high subject, which is the movement of the heavens. And high and noble from its certainty, which is without any defect, as one that proceeds from a most perfect and regular source. And if any one thinks there is any defect in it, the defect is not on the side of the science, but, as Ptolemy says, it comes from our negligence, and to that it should be attributed. Of the influences of Saturn, Booty, quoting Albumacer, says, "The nature of Saturn is cold, dry, melancholy, somber, of grave asperity, and may be cold and moist, and of ugly color. And is of much eating and of true love. And it signifies ships at sea, and journeyings long and perilous, and malice, and envy, and tricks, and seductions, and boldness in dangers. And singularity, and little companionship of men, and pride and magnanimity, and simulation and boasting, and servitude of rulers, and every deed done with force and malice, and injuries. And anger, and strife, and bonds and imprisonment, truth in words, delight, and beauty, and intellect. Experiments and diligence in cunning, and affluence of thought, and profoundness of counsel. And it signifies old and ponderous men, and gravity and fear, lamentation and sadness. Embarrassment of mind, and fraud, and affliction, and destruction, and loss, and dead men, and remains of the dead. Weeping and orphanhood, and ancient things, ancestors, uncles, elder brothers, servants and muleteers, and men despised, and robbers, and those who dig graves. And those who steal the garments of the dead, and tanners, vituperators, magicians, and warriors, and vile men. Right arrow curving left. Semele, the daughter of Cadmus, who besought her lover, Jupiter, to come to her, as he went to Juno, in all the pomp of his divinity. Ovid, Metamorphoses, 3, Addison's Tr. The mortal dame, too feeble to engage. The lightning's flashes and the thunder's rage. Consumed amidst the glories she desired. And in the terrible embrace expired. Right arrow curving left. To the planet Saturn, which was now in the sign of the Lion, and sent down its influence warmed by the heat of this constellation. Right arrow curving left. The peaceful reign of Saturn, in the age of gold. Right arrow curving left. As in Mars, comments the Audimo, he placed the cross for a stairway, to denote that through martyrdom the spirits had ascended to God, and in Jupiter, the eagle, as a sign of the empire. So here he places a golden stairway, to denote that the ascent of these souls, which was by contemplation, is more supreme and more lofty than any other. Right arrow curving left. Shakespeare, Macbeth, 3:2. The crow makes wing to the rooky wood. Henry Vaughan, the bee. And hard by shelters on some bough. Hilarion servant, the wise crow. And Tennyson, Locksley Hall. As the many-wintered crow that leads the clanging rookery home. Right arrow curving left. The spirit of Peter Damiano. Right arrow curving left. Beatrice. Right arrow curving left. Because your mortal ear could not endure the sound of our singing, as your mortal eye could not the splendor of Beatrice's smile. Right arrow curving left. As in Canto 12:3. Began the holy millstone to revolve. Right arrow curving left. As in Canto 14:40. Its brightness is proportioned to its ardor. The ardor to the vision. And the vision equals what grace it has above its worth. Right arrow curving left. Among the Apennines, east of Arezzo, rises Mount Catria, sometimes called, from its forked or double summit, the Forca di Fano. On its slope stands the monastery of Santa Croce di Fontavellama. Troia, in his Veltro Allegorico, as quoted in Balbo's Life and Times of Dante, Mrs. Bunbury's Tr. 2:18, describes this region as follows. The monastery is built on the steepest mountains of Umbria. Catria, the giant of the Apennines, hangs over it, and so overshadows it that in some months of the year the light is frequently shut out. A difficult and lonely path through the forests leads to the ancient hospitium of these courteous hermits, who point out the apartments where their predecessors lodged Alighieri. We may read his name repeatedly on the walls. The marble effigy of him bears witness to the honorable care with which the memory of the great Italian is preserved from age to age in that silent retirement. The prior Morricone received him there in 1318, and the annals of Avellana relate this event with pride. But if they had been silent, it would be quite sufficient to have seen Catria, and to have read Dante's description of it, to be assured that he ascended it. There, from the woody summit of the rock, he gazed upon his country, and rejoiced in the thought that he was not far from her. He struggled with his desire to return to her. And when he was able to return, he banished himself anew, not to submit to dishonor. Having descended the mountain, he admired the ancient manners of the inhabitants of Avellana, but he showed little indulgence to his hosts, who appeared to him to have lost their old virtues. At this time, and during his residence near Gubbio, it seems that he must have written the 5 cantos of the Paradiso after the 20th. Because when he mentions Florence in the 21st canto he speaks of Catria, and in what he says in the 25th, of wishing to receive his poetic crown at his baptismal font. We can perceive his hope to be restored to his country and his beautiful fold, ovile, when time should have overcome the difficulties of the manner of his return. Ampere, Voyage Dantesque, p. 265, describes his visit to the monastery of Font Avellana, and closes thus. They took particular pleasure in leading us to an echo, the wonder of Avellana, and the most powerful I ever heard. It repeats distinctly a whole line of verse, and even a line and a half. I amuse myself in making the rocks address to the great poet, whom they had seen wandering among their summits, what he said of Homer. Honorate el altissimo poeta. The line was distinctly articulated by the voice of the mountain, which seemed to be the far-off and mysterious voice of the poet himself. In order to find the recollection of Dante more present than in the cells, and even in the chamber of the inscription, I went out at night, and sat upon a stone a little above the monastery. The moon was not visible, being still hidden by the immense peaks, but I could see some of the less elevated summits struck by her first glimmerings. The chants of the monks came up to me through the darkness, and mingled with the bleating of a kid lost in the mountains. I saw through the window of the choir a white monk prostrate in prayer. I thought that perhaps Dante had sat upon that stone, that he had contemplated those rocks, that moon, and heard those chants always the same, like the sky and the mountains. Right arrow curving left. This hermitage, according to Butler, Lives of the Saints, 2:12, was founded by the blessed Ludolf, about 20 years before Peter Damiano came to it. Right arrow curving left. Thus it began speaking for the 3rd time. Right arrow curving left. Saint Peter Damiano was born of a poor family at Ravenna, about 988. And, being left an orphan in his childhood, went to live with an elder brother, who set him to tending swine. Another brother, who was a priest at Ravenna, took compassion on him, and educated him. He in turn became a teacher, and, being of an ascetic turn of mind, he called himself Peter the Sinner, wore a hair shirt, and was assiduous in fasting and prayer. 2 Benedictine monks of the monastery of Font Avellana, passing through Ravenna, stopped at the house where he lodged, and he resolved to join their brotherhood, which he did soon afterward. In 1041 he became abbot of the monastery, and in 1057, cardinal bishop of Ostia. In 1062 he returned to Font Avellana. And in 1072, being 83 years old, died on his way to Rome, in the convent of Our Lady near Faenza. Of his life at Font Avellana, Butler, Lives of the Saints, February 23, 2-17, says, "Whatever austerities he prescribed to others he was the first to practice himself, remitting nothing of them even in his old age. He lived shut up in his cell as in a prison, fasted every day, except festivals, and allowed himself no other subsistence than coarse bread, bran, herbs, and water, and this he never drank fresh, but what he had kept from the day before. He tortured his body with iron girdles and frequent disciplines, to render it more obedient to the spirit. He passed the 3 first days of every Lent and Advent without taking any kind of nourishment whatsoever. And often for 40 days together lived only on raw herbs and fruits, or on pulse steeped in cold water, without touching so much as bread, or anything which had passed the fire. A mat spread on the floor was his bed. He used to make wooden spoons and such like useful mean things, to exercise himself at certain hours in manual labor." Right arrow curving left. It is a question whether Peter Damiano and Peter the Sinner are the same person, or whether by the latter is meant Peter Onesti of Ravenna, for both in their humility took that name. The solution of the question depends upon the reading fui or fu in this line, and of 28 printed editions consulted by Barlow, 14 were for fui, and 14 for fu. Of the older commentators, the Ottimo thinks 2 distinct persons are meant. Benvenuto and Budi decide in favor of one. Benvenuto interprets thus: "In Catria I was called Peter Damiano, and I was Peter the Sinner in the monastery of Santa Maria in Porto at Ravenna on the shore of the Adriatic." Some persons maintain that this Peter the Sinner was another monk of the order, which is evidently false, because Damiano gives his real name in Catria, and here names himself Sinner, from humility. Budi says, "I was first a friar called Peter the Sinner, in the order of Santa Maria. And afterwards he went from there to the monastery at the hermitage of Catria, having become a monk." Right arrow curving left. In 1057, when he was made cardinal bishop of Ostia. Right arrow curving left. Cephas is Saint Peter. John 1:42. "Thou art Simon the son of Jonah. Thou shalt be called Cephas, which is, by interpretation, a stone." The Ottimo seems to have forgotten this passage of scripture when he wrote Cephas, that is, St. Peter, so called from the large head he had, Cephas, that is to say, head. The mighty vessel of the Holy Spirit is St. Paul. Acts 9:15. "He is a chosen vessel unto me." Right arrow curving left. Luke 10:7. "And in the same house remain, eating and drinking such things as they give, for the laborer is worthy of his hire." Right arrow curving left. The commentary of Benvenuto de Imola upon this passage is too striking to be omitted here. The reader may imagine the impression it produced upon the audience when the professor first read it publicly in his lectures at Bologna, in 1389, 88 years after Dante's death. Though this impression may have been somewhat softened by its being delivered in Latin. Here Peter Damiano openly rebukes the modern shepherds as being the opposite of the apostles before mentioned, saying, "Now someone to support them on each side. The modern shepherds need. That is to say, on the right and on the left. And some to lead them. So heavy are they. That is, so fat and corpulent. I have seen many such at the court of Rome. And this is in contrast with the leanness of Peter and Paul before mentioned. And to hold their trains. Because they have long cloaks, sweeping the ground with their trains. And this too is in contrast with the nakedness of the aforementioned apostles. And therefore, stung with grief, he adds, they cover up their palfreys with their cloaks. Fat and sleek, as they themselves are. For their mantles are so long, ample, and capacious, that they cover man and horse. Hence he says, so that two beasts go underneath one skin. That is, the beast who carries, and he who is carried, and is more beastly than the beast himself. And, truly, had the author lived at the present day he might have changed this phrase and said, so that three beasts go underneath one skin. Namely, cardinal, concubine, and horse. As I have heard of one, whom I knew well, who used to carry his concubine to hunt on the crupper of his horse or mule. And truly he was like a horse or mule, in which there is no understanding. That is, without reason. On account of these things, Peter in anger cries out to God. O patience, that dost tolerate so much. Right arrow curving left. A cry so loud that he could not distinguish the words these spirits uttered. Right arrow curving left. The heaven of Saturn continued, and the ascent to the heaven of the fixed stars. Right arrow curving left. It is the spirit of Saint Benedict that speaks. Right arrow curving left. Not far from Aquinum in the Terra di Lavoro, the birthplace of Juvenal and of Thomas Aquinas, rises Monte Cassino, celebrated for its Benedictine monastery. The following description of the spot is from a letter in the London Daily News, February 26, 1866. In which the writer pleads earnestly that this monastery may escape the doom of all the religious orders in Italy. Lately pronounced by the Italian Parliament. The monastery of Monte Cassino stands exactly halfway between Rome and Naples. From the top of the Monte Cairo, which rises immediately above it, can be seen to the north the summit of Monte Cavo, so conspicuous from Rome, and to the south, the hill of the Neapolitan Camaldoli. From the terrace of the monastery the eye ranges over the richest and most beautiful valley of Italy, the Rura quae liris quieta. Mordet aqua taciturnus amnis. The river can be traced through the lands of Aquinum and Pontecorvo, till it is lost in the haze which covers the plain of Sinuessa and Minturni. A small strip of sea is visible just beyond the mole of Gaeta. In this interesting but little-known and uncivilized country, the monastery has been the only center of religion and intelligence for nearly 1,350 years. It was founded by St. Benedict in 529, and is the parent of all the greatest Benedictine monasteries in the world. In 589 the monks, driven out by the Lombards, took refuge in Rome, and remained there for 130 years. In 884 the monastery was burned by the Saracens, but it was soon after restored. With these exceptions it has existed without a break from its foundation till the present day. There is scarcely a pope or emperor of importance who has not been personally connected with its history. From its mountain crag it has seen Goths, Lombards, Saracens, Normans, Frenchmen, Spaniards, Germans, scour and devastate the land which, through all modern history, has attracted every invader. It is hard that, after it has escaped the storms of war and rapine, it should be destroyed by peaceful and enlightened legislation. I do not, however, wish to plead its cause on sentimental grounds. The monastery contains a library which, in spite of the pilfering of the popes, and the wanton burnings of Champion Net, is still one of the richest in Italy. While its archives are, I believe, unequaled in the world. Letters of the Lombard kings who reigned at Pavia, of Hildebrand and the Countess Matilda, of Gregory and Charlemagne, are here no rarities. Since the days of Paulus Diaconus in the 8th century, it has contained a succession of monks devoted to literature. His mantle has descended in these later days to Abate Tosti, one of the most accomplished of contemporary Italian writers. In the Easter of last year, I found 20 monks in the monastery. They worked harder than anybody of Oxford or Cambridge fellows I am acquainted with. They educated 200 boys, and 50 novices, they kept up all the services of their cathedral, the care of the archives included a laborious correspondence with literary men of all nations. They entertained hospitably any visitors who came to them. Besides this, they had just completed a facsimile of their splendid manuscript of Dante, in a large folio volume, which was edited and printed by their own unassisted labor. This was intended as an offering to the Kingdom of Italy in its new capital, and rumor says that they have incurred the displeasure of the Pope by their liberal opinions. On every ground of respect for prescription and civilization, it would be a gross injustice to destroy this monastery. If we are saved, one of the monks said to me, it will be by the public opinion of Europe. It is the most enlightened part of that opinion which I am anxious to rouse in their behalf. In the palmy days of the monastery, the abbot of Monte Cassino was the first baron of the realm, and is said to have held all the rights and privileges of other barons, and even criminal jurisdiction in the land. This the inhabitants of the town of Cassino found so intolerable, that they tried to buy the right with all the jewels of the women and all the silver of their households. When the law for the suppression of the convents passed, they are said to have celebrated the event with great enthusiasm. But the monks, as well they might, sang an Oremus in their chapel, instead of a Te Deum. For a description of the library of Monte Cassino in Boccaccio's time, see note 1803. Right arrow curving left. St. Benedict was born at Norcia, in the Duchy of Spoleto, in 480, and died at Monte Cassino in 543. In his early youth he was sent to school in Rome. But being shocked at the wild life of Roman school boys, he fled from the city at the age of 14, and hid himself among the mountains of Subiaco, some 40 miles away. A monk from a neighboring convent gave him a monastic dress, and pointed out to him a cave, in which he lived for 3 years, the monk supplying him with food, which he let down to him from above by a cord. In this retreat he was finally discovered by some shepherds, and the fame of his sanctity was spread through the land. The monks of Vicovara chose him for their abbot, and then tried to poison him in his wine. He left them and returned to Subiaco. And there built 12 monasteries, placing 12 monks with a superior in each. Of the scenery of Subiaco, Lowell, Fireside Travels, p. 271, gives the following sketch. Nothing can be more lovely than the scenery about Subiaco. The town itself is built on a kind of cone rising from the midst of a valley abounding in olives and vines, with a superb mountain horizon around it, and the green Anio cascading at its feet. As you walk to the high-perched convent of San Benedetto, you look across the river on your right just after leaving the town, to a cliff over which the ivy pours in torrents, and in which dwellings have been hollowed out. In the black doorway of every one sits a woman in scarlet bodice and white headgear, with a distaff, spinning, while overhead countless nightingales sing at once from the fringe of shrubbery. The glorious great white clouds look over the mountain tops into our enchanted valley, and sometimes a lock of their vapory wool would be torn off, to lie for a while in some inaccessible ravine like a snowdrift. But it seemed as if no shadow could fly over our privacy of sunshine today. The approach to the monastery is delicious. You pass out of the hot sun into the green shadows of ancient ilexes, leaning and twisting every way that is graceful, their branches velvety with brilliant moss, in which grow feathery ferns, fringing them with a halo of verdure. Then comes the convent, with its pleasant old monks, who show their sacred vessels, won by Cellini, and their relics, among which is a fingerbone of one of the innocents. Lower down is a convent of Santa Scholastica, where the first book was printed in Italy. In the gardens of the convent of San Benedetto still bloom, in their season, the roses, which the legend says have been propagated from the briars in which the saint rolled himself as a penance. But he had outward foes, as well as inward, to contend with, and they finally drove him from Subiaco to Monte Cassino. Montalembert, Monks of the West, authorized tr. 216, says. However, Benedict had the ordinary fate of great men and saints. The great number of conversions worked by the example and fame of his austerity awakened a homicidal envy against him. A wicked priest of the neighborhood attempted first to decry and then to poison him. Being unsuccessful in both, he endeavored, at least, to injure him in the object of his most tender solicitude, in the souls of his young disciples. For that purpose he sent, even into the garden of the monastery where Benedict dwelt and where the monks labored, 7 wretched women, whose gestures, sports, and shameful nudity were designed to tempt the young monks to certain fall. Who does not recognize in this incident the mixture of barbarian rudeness and frightful corruption which characterize ages of decay and transition? When Benedict, from the threshold of his cell, perceived these shameless creatures, he despaired of his work. He acknowledged that the interest of his beloved children constrained him to disarm so cruel an enmity by retreat. He appointed superiors to the 12 monasteries which he had founded, and, taking with him a small number of disciples, he left forever the wild gorges of Subiaco, where he had lived for 35 years. Without withdrawing from the mountainous region which extends along the western side of the Apennines, Benedict directed his steps towards the south, along the Abruzzi, and penetrated into that land of labor, the name of which seems naturally suited to a soil destined to be the cradle of the most laborious men whom the world has known. He ended his journey in a scene very different from that of Subiaco, but of incomparable grandeur and majesty. There, upon the boundaries of Samnium and Campania, in the center of a large basin, half surrounded by abrupt and picturesque heights, rises a scarped and isolated hill, the vast and rounded summit of which overlooks the course of the Liris near its fountainhead, and the undulating plain which extends south towards the shores of the Mediterranean, and the narrow valleys which, towards the north, the east, and the west, lost themselves in the lines of the mountainous horizon. This is Monte Cassino. At the foot of this rock, Benedict found an amphitheater of the time of the Caesars, amidst the ruins of the town of Cassinum, which the most learned and pious of Romans, Varro, that pagan Benedictine, whose memory and knowledge the sons of Benedict took pleasure in honoring, had rendered illustrious. From the summit the prospect extended on one side towards Arpinum, where the prince of Roman orators was born, and on the other towards Aquinum, already celebrated as the birthplace of Juvenal, before it was known as the country of the Doctor Angelicus, which latter distinction should make the name of this little town known among all Christians. It was amidst these noble recollections, this solemn nature, and upon that predestinated height, that the patriarch of the monks of the West founded the capital of the monastic order. He found paganism still surviving there. 200 years after Constantine, in the heart of Christendom, and so near Rome, there still existed a very ancient temple of Apollo in a sacred wood, where a multitude of peasants sacrificed to the gods and demons. Benedict preached the faith of Christ to these forgotten people. He persuaded them to cut down the wood, to overthrow the temple and the idol. On the ruins of this temple he built 2 chapels, and higher up the mountain, in 529, laid the foundation of his famous monastery. 14 years afterward he died in the church of this monastery, standing with his arms stretched out in prayer. St. Bennett, says Butler, Lives of the Saints, 3:235, calls his order a school in which men learn how to serve God. And his life was to his disciples a perfect model for their imitation, and a transcript of his rule. Being chosen by God, like another Moses, to conduct faithful souls into the true promised land, the kingdom of heaven, he was enriched with eminent supernatural gifts, even those of miracles and prophecy. He seemed like another Eliseus, endued by God with an extraordinary power, commanding all nature, and, like the ancient prophets, foreseeing future events. He often raised the sinking courage of his monks, and baffled the various artifices of the devil with the sign of the cross. Rendered the heaviest stone light in building his monastery by a short prayer, and, in presence of a multitude of people, raised to life a novice who had been crushed by the fall of a wall at Mount Cassino. A story of Saint Benedict and his sister Scholastica is thus told by Mrs. Jameson, Legends of Monastic Orders, p. 12. Towards the close of his long life Benedict was consoled for many troubles by the arrival of his sister Scholastica, who had already devoted herself to a religious life. and now took up her residence in a retired cell about 1.5 leagues from his convent. Very little is known of Scholastica, except that she emulated her brother's piety and self-denial. And although it is not said that she took any vows, she is generally considered as the first Benedictine nun. When she followed her brother to Monte Cassino, she drew around her there a small community of pious women, but nothing more is recorded of her, except that he used to visit her once a year. On one occasion, when they had been conversing together on spiritual matters till rather late in the evening, Benedict rose to depart. His sister entreated him to remain a little longer, but he refused. Scholastica then, bending her head over her clasped hands, prayed that heaven would interfere and render it impossible for her brother to leave her. Immediately there came on such a furious tempest of rain, thunder, and lightning, that Benedict was obliged to delay his departure for some hours. As soon as the storm had subsided, he took leave of his sister, and returned to the monastery. It was a last meeting. Saint Scholastica died 2 days afterwards, and St. Benedict, as he was praying in his cell, beheld the soul of his sister ascending to heaven in the form of a dove. This incident is often found in the pictures painted for the Benedictine nuns. For the history of the monastery of Monte Cassino see the Cron. Monast. Cassiniensis, in Muratori, script. Rare. Ital, 4, and Dantier, Monastères Benedictines d'Italie, right arrow curving left. St. Macarius, who established the monastic rule of the East, as St. Benedict did that of the West, was a confectioner of Alexandria, who, carried away by religious enthusiasm, became an anchorite in the Thebaid of Upper Egypt, about 335. In 373 he came to Lower Egypt, and lived in the desert of the cells, so called from the great multitude of its hermit cells. He had also hermitages in the deserts of Sete and Nitria. And in these several places he passed upwards of 60 years in holy contemplation, saying to his soul, having taken up thine abode in heaven, where thou hast God and his holy angels to converse with, see that thou descend not thence. Regard not earthly things. Among other anecdotes of St. Macarius, Butler, Lives of the Saints, I-50, relates the following. Our saint happened one day inadvertently to kill a gnat that was biting him in his cell. Reflecting that he had lost the opportunity of suffering that mortification, he hastened from his cell for the marshes of Sete, which abound with great flies, whose stings pierce even wild boars. There he continued 6 months exposed to those ravaging insects. And to such a degree was his whole body disfigured by them with sores and swellings, that when he returned he was only to be known by his voice. St. Romualdus, founder of the order of Camaldoli, or Reformed Benedictines, was born of the noble family of the Onesti, in Ravenna, about 956. Brought up in luxury and ease, he still had glimpses of better things, and, while hunting the wild boar in the pine woods of Ravenna, would sometimes stop to muse, and, uttering a prayer, exclaim, "How happy were the ancient hermits who had such habitations!" At the age of 20 he saw his father kill his adversary in a duel, and, smitten with remorse, imagined that he must expiate the crime by doing penance in his own person. He accordingly retired to a Benedictine convent in the neighborhood of Ravenna, and became a monk. At the end of 7 years, scandalized with the irregular lives of the brotherhood, and their disregard of the rules of the order, he undertook the difficult task of bringing them back to the austere life of their founder. After a conflict of many years, during which he encountered and overcame the usual perils that beset the path of a reformer, he succeeded in winning over some hundreds of his brethren, and established his new order of Reformed Benedictines. Saint Romualdus built many monasteries, but chief among them is that of Camaldoli, 30 miles east of Florence, which was founded in 1009. It takes its name from the former owner of the land, a certain Maldoli, who gave it to Saint Romualdus. Campo Maldoli, say the authorities, became Camaldoli. It is more likely to be the Tuscan Ca. Maldoli, for Casa Maldoli. In this place, says Butler, Lives of the Saints, 286, St. Romuald built a monastery, and, by the several observances he added to Saint Benedict's rule, gave birth to that new order called Camaldoli, in which he united the Cenobitic and Eremitical life. After seeing in a vision his monks mounting up a ladder to heaven all in white, he changed their habit from black to white. The hermitage is 2 short miles distant from the monastery. It is a mountain quite overshaded by a dark wood of fir trees. In it are 7 clear springs of water. The very sight of this solitude in the midst of the forest helps to fill the mind with compunction, and a love of heavenly contemplation. On entering it, we meet with a chapel of St. Antony for travelers to pray in before they advance any farther. Next are the cells and lodgings for the porters. Somewhat farther is the church, which is large, well-built, and richly adorned. Over the door is a clock, which strikes so loud that it may be heard all over the desert. On the left side of the church is the cell in which St. Romuald lived when he first established these hermits. Their cells, built of stone, have each a little garden walled round. A constant fire is allowed to be kept in every cell on account of the coldness of the air throughout the year. Each cell has also a chapel in which they may say Mass. See also note 595. The legend of Saint Romualdus says that he lived to the age of 120. It says, also, that in 1466, nearly 400 years after his death, his body was found still uncorrupted. But that 4 years later, when it was stolen from its tomb, it crumbled into dust. Right arrow curving left. In that sphere alone, that is, in the empyrean, which is eternal and immutable. Lucretius, Nature of Things, 3:530, Goods tr. But things immortal ne'er can be transposed. Ne'er take addition, nor encounter loss. For what once changes, by the change alone, subverts immediate its anterior life. Right arrow curving left. Genesis 28:12. And he dreamed, and, behold, a ladder set up on the earth, and the top of it reached to heaven, and, behold, the angels of God ascending and descending on it. Right arrow curving left. So neglected, that it is mere waste of paper to transcribe it. In commenting upon this line, Benvenuto gives an interesting description of Boccaccio's visit to the library of Monte Cassino, which he had from his own lips. To the clearer understanding of this passage, he says, I will repeat what my venerable preceptor Boccaccio of Certaldo pleasantly narrated to me. He said, that when he was in Apulia, being attracted by the fame of the place, he went to the noble monastery of Monte Cassino, of which we are speaking. And being eager to see the library, which he had heard was very noble, he humbly, gentle creature that he was, besought a monk to do him the favor to open it. Pointing to a lofty staircase, he answered stiffly, Go up, it is open. Joyfully ascending, he found the place of so great a treasure without door or fastening. And having entered, he saw the grass growing upon the windows, and all the books and shelves covered with dust. And, wondering, he began to open and turn over, now this book and now that, and found there many and various volumes of ancient and rare works. From some of them whole sheets had been torn out, in others the margins of the leaves were clipped, and thus they were greatly defaced. At length, full of pity that the labors and studies of so many illustrious minds should have fallen into the hands of such profligate men, grieving and weeping he withdrew. And coming into the cloister, he asked a monk whom he met, why those most precious books were so vilely mutilated. He replied, that some of the monks, wishing to gain a few ducats, cut out a handful of leaves, and made psalters which they sold to boys. And likewise of the margins they made breviaries which they sold to women. Now therefore, O scholar, rack thy brains in the making of books. Right arrow curving left. To dens of thieves. And the monks' hoods and habits are full, says Booty, of wicked and sinful souls, of evil thoughts and ill will. And as from bad flour bad bread is made, so from ill will, which is in the monks, come evil deeds. Right arrow curving left. The usurer is not so offensive to God as the monk who squanders the revenues of the church in his own pleasures and vices. Right arrow curving left. Psalm 114:5. What ailed thee, O thou sea, that thou fleddest? Thou Jordan, that thou wast driven back? The power that wrought these miracles can also bring help to the corruptions of the Church, great as the impossibility may seem. Right arrow curving left. Paradise. Truly, says Booty, the glory of paradise may be called a triumph, for the blessed triumph in their victory over the world, the flesh, and the devil. Right arrow curving left. The sign that follows Taurus is the sign of the Gemini, under which Dante was born. Right arrow curving left. Of the influences of Gemini, Booty, quoting Albumacer, says, the sign of the Gemini signifies great devotion and genius, such as became our author speaking of such lofty theme. It signifies, also, sterility, and moderation in manners and in religion, beauty, and deportment, and cleanliness, when this sign is in the ascendant, or the lord of the descendant is present. Or the moon. And largeness of mind, and goodness, and liberality in spending. Right arrow curving left. Dante was born May 14, 1265, when the sun rose and set in Gemini, or as Barlow, Study of the Divina Commedia, p. 505, says, the day on which in that year the sun entered the constellation Gemini. He continues. Giovanni Villani, lib 6 ch. 92, gives an account of a remarkable comet which preceded the birth of Dante by 9 months, and lasted 3, from July to October. This marvelous meteor, much more worthy of notice than Donna Bella's dream related by Boccaccio, has not hitherto found its way into the biography of the poet. Right arrow curving left. The heaven of the fixed stars. Of the symbolism of this heaven, Dante, Convito, 2:15, says, the starry heaven may be compared to physics on account of 3 properties, and to metaphysics on account of 3 others. For it shows us 2 visible things, such as its many stars, and the galaxy, that is, the white circle which the vulgar call the road of St. James. And it shows us one of its poles, and the other it conceals from us, and it shows us only one motion from east to west, and another which it has from west to east, it keeps almost hidden from us. Therefore we must note in order, first its comparison with physics, and then with metaphysics. The starry heaven, I say, shows us many stars. For, according as the wise men of Egypt have computed, down to the last star that appears in their meridian, there are 1022 clusters of the stars I speak of. And in this it bears a great resemblance to physics, if these 3 members, namely, 22 and 1000, are carefully considered. For by the 2 is understood the local movement, which of necessity is from one point to another, and by the 20 is signified the movement of modification. For, inasmuch as from the 10 upwards we proceed only by modifying this 10 with the other 9, and with itself, and the most beautiful modification which it receives is that with itself. And the first which it receives is 20, consequently the movement aforesaid is signified by this number. And by the 1000 is signified the movement of increase, for in name this 1000 is the greatest number, and cannot increase except by multiplying itself. And physics show these 3 movements only, as is proved in the 5th chapter of its first book. And on account of the galaxy this heaven has great resemblance to metaphysics. For it must be known that of this galaxy the philosophers have held diverse opinions. For the Pythagoreans said that the sun once wandered out of his path. And, passing through other parts not adapted to his heat, he burned the place through which he passed, and the appearance of the burning remained there. I think they were influenced by the fable of Phaeton which Ovid narrates at the beginning of the 2nd book of his Metamorphoses. Others, as Anaxagoras and Democritus, said that it was the light of the sun reflected in that part. And these opinions they proved by demonstrative reasons. What Aristotle said upon this subject cannot be exactly known, because his opinion is not the same in one translation as in the other. And I think this was an error of the translators. For in the New he seems to say that it is a collection of vapors beneath the stars in that part, which always attract them, and this does not seem to be very reasonable. In the Old he says, that the galaxy is nothing but a multitude of fixed stars in that part, so small that we cannot distinguish them here below. But from them proceeds that brightness which we call the galaxy. And it may be that the heaven in that part is more dense, and therefore retains and reflects that light, and this seems to be the opinion of Aristotle, Avicenna, and Ptolemy. Hence, inasmuch as the galaxy is an effect of those stars which we cannot see, but comprehend by their effects, and metaphysics treats of first substances, which likewise we cannot comprehend except by their effects, it is manifest that the starry heaven has great resemblance to metaphysics. Still further, by the pole which we see it signifies things obvious to sense, of which, taking them as a whole, physics treats. And by the pole which we do not see it signifies the things which are immaterial, which are not obvious to sense, of which metaphysics treats. And therefore the aforesaid heaven bears a great resemblance to both these sciences. Still further, by its two movements it signifies these two sciences. For, by the movement in which it revolves daily and makes a new circuit from point to point, it signifies the corruptible things in nature, which daily complete their course. And their matter is changed from form to form. And of this physics treats. And by the almost insensible movement which it makes from west to east of 1 degree in 100 years, it signifies the things incorruptible, which had from God the beginning of existence, and shall never have an end. And of these metaphysics treats. Right arrow curving left. Cicero, Vision of Scipio, Edmonds's Tr. p. 294. Now the place my father spoke of was a radiant circle of dazzling brightness amid the flaming bodies, which you, as you have learned from the Greeks, term the Milky Way. From which position all other objects seemed to me, as I surveyed them, marvelous and glorious. There were stars which we never saw from this place, and their magnitudes were such as we never imagined. The smallest of which was that which, placed upon the extremity of the heavens, but nearest to the earth, shone with borrowed light. But the globular bodies of the stars greatly exceeded the magnitude of the earth, which now to me appeared so small, that I was grieved to see our empire contracted, as it were, into a very point. Which as I was gazing at in amazement, I said, as I recovered myself, from whence proceed these sounds so strong, and yet so sweet, that fill my ears? The melody, replies he, which you hear, and which, though composed in unequal time, is nevertheless divided into regular harmony, is effected by the impulse and motion of the spheres themselves. Which, by a happy temper of sharp and grave notes, regularly produces various harmonic effects. Now it is impossible that such prodigious movements should pass in silence. And nature teaches that the sounds which the spheres at one extremity utter must be sharp, and those on the other extremity must be grave. On which account that highest revolution of the star-studded heaven, whose motion is more rapid, is carried on with a sharp and quick sound. Whereas this of the moon, which is situated the lowest, and at the other extremity, moves with the gravest sound. For the earth, the ninth sphere, remaining motionless, abides invariably in the innermost position, occupying the central spot in the universe. Now these 8 directions, 2 of which have the same powers, effect 7 sounds, differing in their modulations, which number is the connecting principle of almost all things. Some learned men, by imitating this harmony with strings and vocal melodies, have opened a way for their return to this place. As all others have done, who, endued with preeminent qualities, have cultivated in their mortal life the pursuits of heaven. The ears of mankind, filled with these sounds, have become deaf, for of all your senses it is the most blunted. Thus the people who live near the place where the Nile rushes down from very high mountains to the parts which are called Katadupa, are destitute of the sense of hearing, by reason of the greatness of the noise. Now this sound, which is effected by the rapid rotation of the whole system of nature, is so powerful, that human hearing cannot comprehend it, just as you cannot look directly upon the sun, because your sight and sense are overcome by his beams. Also Milton, Paradise Lost, 2:1051. And fast by, hanging in a golden chain, this pendant world, in bigness as a star. Of smallest magnitude close by the moon. Right arrow curving left. The moon, called in heaven Diana, on earth Luna, and in the infernal regions Proserpina. As in the curious Latin distich. Teret, lustrat, agit, Proserpina, Luna, Diana. Ima, Suprema, Pharas, Septro, Fulgor, Sagitta. Right arrow curving left. See Canto 259. And what seems to us up here diverse, is caused, I think, by bodies rare and dense. Right arrow curving left. The sun. Right arrow curving left. Mercury, son of Maia, and Venus, daughter of Dion. Right arrow curving left. The temperate planet Jupiter, between Mars and Saturn. In Canto 1868, Dante calls it the temperate star. And in the Convito, 214, quoting the opinion of Ptolemy. Jupiter is a star of a temperate complexion, midway between the coldness of Saturn and the heat of Mars. Right arrow curving left. Bryant, Song of the Stars. Look, look, through our glittering ranks afar. In the infinite azure, star after star. How they brighten and bloom as they swiftly pass. How the verdure runs o'er each rolling mass. And the path of the gentle winds is seen. Where the small waves dance, and the young woods lean. And see, where the brighter day beams pour. How the rainbows hang in the sunny shower. And the morn and eve, with their pomp of hues, shift o'er the bright planets and shed their dews. And, twixt them both, o'er the teeming ground, with her shadowy cone the night goes round. Right arrow curving left. The threshing floor, or little area of our earth. The word Ajula would also bear the rendering of garden plot, but to Dante this world was rather a threshing floor than a flower bed. The word occurs again in Canto XXVII 86, and in its Latin form in the Monarchia, 3. Ut silicet in areola mortalium libra cum pace vivator. Perhaps Dante uses it to signify in general any small enclosure. Boethius, Consolation of Philosophy, 2 Prosa 7, Ridpaths tr. You have learned from astronomy that this globe of earth is but as a point in respect to the vast extent of the heavens. That is, the immensity of the celestial sphere is such that ours, when compared with it, is as nothing, and vanishes. You know likewise, from the proofs that Ptolemy adduces, there is only 1/4 part of this earth, which is of itself so small a portion of the universe, inhabited by creatures known to us. If from this fourth you deduct the space occupied by the seas and lakes, and the vast sandy regions which extreme heat and want of water render uninhabitable, there remains but a very small proportion of the terrestrial sphere for the habitation of men. Enclosed then and locked up as you are, in an unperceivable point of a point, do you think of nothing but of blazing far and wide your name and reputation? What can there be great or pompous in a glory circumscribed in so narrow a circuit? Right arrow curving left. The heaven of the fixed stars continued. The triumph of Christ. Right arrow curving left. Milton, Paradise Lost, 338. As the wakeful bird sings darkling, and in shadiest covert hid, tunes her nocturnal note. Right arrow curving left. Towards the meridian, where the sun seems to move slower than when nearer the horizon. Right arrow curving left. Didron, Christian Iconography, Millington's tr. I 308. The triumph of Christ is, of all subjects, that which has excited the most enthusiasm amongst artists. It is seen in numerous monuments, and is represented both in painting and sculpture, but always with such remarkable modifications as impart to it the character of a new work. The eastern portion of the crypt of the Cathedral of Auxerre contains, in the vaulting of that part which corresponds with the sanctuary, a fresco painting, executed about the end of the 12th century, and representing, in the most simple form imaginable, the triumph of Christ. The background of the picture is intersected by a cross, which, if the transverse branches were a little longer, would be a perfect Greek cross. This cross is adorned with imitations of precious stones, round, oval, and lozenge-shaped, disposed in quincunxes. In the center is a figure of Christ, on a white horse with a saddle. He holds the bridle in his left hand, and in the right, the hand of power and authority, a black staff, the rod of iron by which he governs the nations. He advances thus, having his head adorned with an azure or bluish nimbus, intersected by a cross gules, his face is turned towards the spectator. In the 4 compartments formed by the square in which the cross is enclosed are 4 angels who form the escort of Jesus. They are all on horseback, like their master, and with wings outspread. The right hand of each, which is free, is open and raised, in token of adoring admiration. And I saw heaven opened, and behold a white horse. And he that sat upon him was called Faithful and True, and in righteousness he doth judge and make war. His eyes were as a flame of fire, and on his head were many crowns. And he had a name written that no man knew but he himself. And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. And the armies which were in heaven followed him upon white horses, clothed in fine linen white and clean. Such is the language of the Apocalypse, and this the fresco at Auxerre interprets, although with some slight alterations, which it will be well to observe. See also note 1108. Right arrow curving left. By the beneficent influences of the stars. Right arrow curving left. The moon. Trivia is one of the surnames of Diana, given her because she presided over all the places where 3 roads met. Purg. 31:106. We here are nymphs, and in the heaven are stars. Iliad, 8:550, Anon tr. As when in heaven the beauteous stars appear round the bright moon, when the air is breathless, and all the hills and lofty summits and forests are visible. And in the sky the boundless ether opens, and all the stars are seen, and the shepherd is delighted in his soul. Right arrow curving left. Christ. Right arrow curving left. The old belief that the stars were fed by the light of the sun. Milton, Paradise Lost, 7:364. Hither as to their fountain other stars. Repairing, in their golden urns draw light. And Calderon, El Principe Constance, Sonnet in Jor. 2. Those glimmerings of light, those scintillations, that by supernal influences draw their nutriment in splendors from the sun. Right arrow curving left. Beatrice speaks. Right arrow curving left. The Muse of Harmony. Skelton, Elegy on the Earl of Northumberland, 155. If the whole queer of the Muses 9. In me all onely wer set and compreside. In breathed with the blast of influence divine. And perfightly as could be thought or devicide. To me also although it were promiside. Of Laurete Phoebus holy the eloquence. All were to lit ill for his magnificence. Right arrow curving left. Beatrice speaks again. Right arrow curving left. The Virgin Mary, Rosa Mundi, Rosa Mystica. Right arrow curving left. The Apostles, by following whom the good way was found. Surely, death's final conquest. Only the actions of the just smell sweet, and blossom in the dust. Right arrow curving left. The struggle between his eyes and the light. Right arrow curving left. Christ, who had reascended, so that Dante's eyes, too feeble to bear the light of his presence, could now behold the splendor of this meadow of flowers. Right arrow curving left. The Rose, or the Virgin Mary, to whom Beatrice alludes in line 73. Afterwards he hears the hosts of heaven repeat her name, as described in line 110. And all the other lights were making to resound the name of Mary. Right arrow curving left. This greater fire is also the Virgin, greatest of the remaining splendors. Right arrow curving left. Stella Maris, Stella Matutina, are likewise titles of the Virgin, who surpasses in brightness all other souls in heaven, as she did here on earth. Right arrow curving left. The angel Gabriel. Right arrow curving left. The mystic virtues of the sapphire are thus enumerated by Marbodus in his Lapidarium, King's Antique Gems, p. 395. By nature with superior honors graced. As gem of gems above all others placed. Health to preserve and treachery to disarm. And guard the wearer from intended harm. No envy bends him, and no terror shakes. The captive's chains its mighty virtue breaks. The gates fly open, fetters fall away. And send their prisoner to the light of day. E'en heaven is moved by its force divine. To list to vows presented at its shrine. Sapphire is the color in which the old painters arrayed the Virgin, its hue, says Mr. King, being the exact shade of the air or atmosphere in the climate of Rome. This is Dante's Dolce color di Oriental Zafiro. In Purgatorio I-13. Right arrow curving left. Haggai 2:7. The desire of all nations shall come. Right arrow curving left. The primum mobile, or crystalline heaven, which enfolds all the other volumes or rolling orbs of the universe like a mantle. Right arrow curving left. Cowley, hymn to light. Thou Scythian-like dost round thy lands above. The sun's gilt tent forever move. And still as thou in pomp dost go. The shining pageants of the world attend thy show. Right arrow curving left. The Virgin ascending to her Son. Fray Luis Ponce de Leon, Assumption of the Virgin. Lady. Thine upward flight. The opening heavens receive with joyful song. Blessed who thy mantle bright may seize amid the throng. And to the sacred mount float peacefully along. Bright angels are around thee. They that have served thee from thy birth are there. Their hands with stars have crowned thee. Thou, peerless queen of air. As sandals to thy feet the silver moon dost wear. Right arrow curving left. An Easter hymn to the Virgin. Regina Caeli, Laetae. Alleluia. Cuja quem meruisti portar, Alleluia. Resurrexit, sicut dixit. Alleluia. This hymn, according to Colin de Planzy, Legends de Commandments de l'Église, p. 14, Pope Gregory the Great heard the angels singing, in the pestilence of Rome in 890, and on hearing it added another line. Ora pro nobis Deum. Alleluia. Right arrow curving left. Caring not for gold and silver in the Babylonian exile of this life, they laid up treasures in the other. Right arrow curving left. St. Peter, keeper of the keys, with the saints of the Old and New Testament. Milton, Lycidas, 108. Last came, and last did go. The pilot of the Galilean lake. 2 massy keys he bore of metals twain. The golden opes, the iron shuts amain. And Fletcher, Purple Island, 762. Not in his lips, but hands, 2 keys he bore. Heaven's doors and hell's to shut and open wide. Right arrow curving left. The heaven of the fixed stars continued. Saint Peter examines Dante on faith. Revelation 19:9. And he saith unto me, Write, blessed are they which are called unto the marriage supper of the Lamb. Right arrow curving left. The carol was a dance as well as a song. Or, to speak more exactly, a dance accompanied by a song. Gower, Confessio Amantis, 6. And if it Ned so betide, that I in company abide, whereas I must dance and singe. The Hove dance and carolinga. It is from the old French carol. See passage from the Roman de la Rose, in note 1864. See also Roquefort, Glossaire, carol, dance, concert, divertissement, de choria, chorus. And, caroler, sauter, dancer, se diverter. Et les bourgeois y ferent en present. Carolent main à main, chantent hautement. Vie de du gestin. Milton, Paradise Lost, v. 618. That day, as other solemn days, they spent in song and dance about the sacred hill. Mystical dance, which yonder starry sphere of planets and of fixed in all her wheels resembles nearest, mazes intricate, eccentric, intervolved, yet regular. Then most when most irregular they seem, and in their motions harmony divine so smooths her charming tones, that God's own ear listens delighted. Right arrow curving left. That is, says Booty, of the abundance of their beatitude. And this swiftness and slowness signified the fervor of love which was in them. Right arrow curving left. From the brightest of these carols or dances. Right arrow curving left. Saint Peter. Right arrow curving left. 3 times, in sign of the Trinity. Right arrow curving left. Tints too coarse and glaring to paint such delicate draperies of song. Right arrow curving left. Saint Peter speaks to Beatrice. Right arrow curving left. Fixed upon God, in whom all things are reflected. Right arrow curving left. The captain of the first cohort of the church militant. Right arrow curving left. Saint Paul. Mrs. Jameson, Sacred and Legendary Art, I 159, says. The early Christian church was always considered under 2 great divisions, the church of the converted Jews, and the church of the Gentiles. The first was represented by Saint Peter, the second by Saint Paul. Standing together in this mutual relation, they represent the universal Church of Christ. Hence in works of art they are seldom separated, and are indispensable in all ecclesiastical decoration. Their proper place is on each side of the Saviour, or of the Virgin throned. Or on each side of the altar, or on each side of the arch over the choir. In any case, where they stand together, not merely as apostles, but founders, their place is next after the evangelists and the prophets. Right arrow curving left. Hebrews 11:1. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. Right arrow curving left. In scholastic language the essence of a thing, distinguishing it from all other things, is called its quiddity, in answer to the question, quid est? Right arrow curving left. Jeremy Taylor says. Faith is a certain image of eternity, all things are present to it. Things past and things to come are all so before the eyes of faith, that he in whose eye that candle is enkindled beholds heaven as present, and sees how blessed a thing it is to die in God's favor. And to be chimed to our grave with the music of a good conscience. Faith converses with the angels, and antedates the hymns of glory. Every man that hath this grace is as certain that there are glories for him, if he perseveres in duty, as if he had heard and sung the thanksgiving song for the blessed sentence of doomsday. Right arrow curving left. The purified, righteous man, says Tertullian, has become a coin of the Lord, and has the impress of his king stamped upon him. Right arrow curving left. The Old and New Testaments. Right arrow curving left. In the Middle Ages titles of nobility were given to the saints and to other renowned personages of sacred history. Thus Boccaccio, in his story of Fra Cipolla, Decameron, Gyre. 6 November. 10, speaks of the Baron Messer Santo Antonio, and in Juan Lorenzo's Poema de Alexandra, we have Don Job, Don Bacchus, and Don Satan. Right arrow curving left. The word Donia, which I have rendered like a lover plays, is from the Provençal domnir. In its old French form, dasnoyer, it occurs in some editions of the Roman de la Rose, line 1305. Les carols ja remanoyant. Car tuit li plusser senaloyant. O leurs amis umbroyer. Su ces arbris pour dasnoyer. Chaucer translates the passage thus. The dances then ended were. For many of hem that danced there were, with her loves, went away under the trees to have her play. The word expresses the gallantry of the knight towards his lady. Right arrow curving left. St. John was the first to reach the sepulchre, but St. Peter the first to enter it. John 20:4. So they ran both together, and the other disciple did outrun Peter, and came first to the sepulchre. And he, stooping down, and looking in, saw the linen clothes lying, yet went he not in. Then cometh Simon Peter following him, and went into the sepulchre, and seeth the linen clothes lie. Right arrow curving left. Dante, Convito, 2:4, speaking of the motion of the prima mobile, or crystalline heaven, which moves all the others, says, from the fervent longing which each part of that ninth heaven has to be conjoined with that divinest heaven, the heaven of rest, which is next to it. It revolves therein with so great desire, that its velocity is almost incomprehensible. Right arrow curving left. Saint Peter and the other apostles after Pentecost. Right arrow curving left. Both three and one, both plural and singular. Right arrow curving left. Again the sign of the Trinity. Right arrow curving left. The heaven of the fixed stars continued. St. James examines Dante on hope. Right arrow curving left. Florence the Fair, Fiorenza la Bella. In one of his canzoni, Dante says, O mountain song of mine, thou goest thy way. Florence my town thou shalt perchance behold, which bars me from itself, devoid of love and naked of compassion. Right arrow curving left. In one of Dante's eclogues, written at Ravenna and addressed to Giovanni del Virgilio of Bologna, who had invited him to that city to receive the poet's crown, he says, Were it not better, on the banks of my native Arno, if ever I should return thither, to adorn and hide beneath the interwoven leaves my triumphal grey hairs, which once were golden? When the bodies that wander round the earth, and the dwellers among the stars, shall be revealed in my song, as the infernal realm has been. Then it will delight me to encircle my head with ivy and with laurel. It would seem from this extract that Dante's hair had once been light, and not black, as Boccaccio describes it. See also the extract from the Convito. Right arrow curving left. This allusion to the church of San Giovanni, where Dante was baptized, and which in Inferno 1917 he calls Il mio bel San Giovanni, is a fitting prelude to the canto in which St. John is to appear. Right arrow curving left. As described in Canto Ziv 152. So, giving me its benediction, singing, 3 times encircled me, when I was silent. The apostolic light. Right arrow curving left. The band or carol in which St. Peter was. James 1:18. That we should be a kind of firstfruits of his creatures. Right arrow curving left. St. James, to whose tomb at Compostela, in Galicia, pilgrimages were and are still made. The legend says that the body of St. James was put on board a ship and abandoned to the sea. But the ship, being guided by an angel, landed safely in Galicia. There the body was buried. But in the course of time the place of its burial was forgotten, and not discovered again till the year 800, when it was miraculously revealed to a friar. Mrs. Jameson, Sacred and Legendary Art, I 211, says. Then they caused the body of the saint to be transported to Compostela. And in consequence of the surprising miracles which graced his shrine, he was honored not merely in Galicia, but throughout all Spain. He became the patron saint of the Spaniards, and Compostela, as a place of pilgrimage, was renowned throughout Europe. From all countries bands of pilgrims resorted there, so that sometimes there were no less than 100,000 in one year. The military order of St. Iago, enrolled by Don Alfonso for their protection, became one of the greatest and richest in Spain. Now, if I should proceed to recount all the wonderful deeds enacted by Santiago in behalf of his chosen people, they would fill a volume. The Spanish historians number 38 visible apparitions, in which this glorious saint descended from heaven in person, and took the command of their armies against the Moors. Right arrow curving left. Before me. Right arrow curving left. James 1 verse 5 and 17. If any of you lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given him. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above, and cometh down from the Father of lights, with whom is no variableness, neither shadow of turning. In this line, instead of largezza, some editions read allegrezza, but as James describes the bounties of heaven, and not its joys, the former reading is undoubtedly the correct one. Right arrow curving left. St. Peter personifies faith, St. James, hope, and St. John, charity. These three were distinguished above the other apostles by clearer manifestations of their master's favor, as, for example, their being present at the Transfiguration. Right arrow curving left. These words are addressed by St. James to Dante. Right arrow curving left. In the radiance of the three theological virtues, faith, hope, and charity. Right arrow curving left. To the three apostles luminous above him and overwhelming him with their light. Psalm 121:1. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. Right arrow curving left. With the most august spirits of the celestial city. See note 1863. Right arrow curving left. Beatrice. Right arrow curving left. In God, or, as Dante says in Canto Ziv 42. There where depicted everything is seen. And again, Canto XXVI 106. For I behold it in the truthful mirror. That of himself all things parhelion makes. And none makes him parhelion of itself. Right arrow curving left. Say what it is, and whence it came to be. Right arrow curving left. The answer to these two questions involves no self-praise, as the answer to the other would have done, if it had come from Dante's lips. Right arrow curving left. This definition of hope is from Peter Lombard's Lib Cent, Book 3 Dist 26. Est spes certi expectatio futuri beatitudinis, veniens ex Dei gratia, et meritus precedentibus. Right arrow curving left. The psalmist David. Right arrow curving left. In his divine songs, or songs of God. Psalm 9:10. And they that know thy name will put their trust in thee. Right arrow curving left. Your reign. That is, of David and St. James. Right arrow curving left. According to the legend, St. James suffered martyrdom under Herod Agrippa. Right arrow curving left. The mark of the high calling in election sure, namely paradise, which is the aim and object of all the friends of God, or, as St. James expresses it in his epistle 1:12. Blessed is the man that endureth temptation, for when he is tried, he shall receive the crown of life, which the Lord hath promised to them that love him. Right arrow curving left. This expression is from the epistle of James 2:23. And he was called the friend of God. Right arrow curving left. The spiritual body and the glorified earthly body. Isaiah 61:7. Therefore in their land they shall possess the double, everlasting joy shall be unto them. Right arrow curving left. St. John in Revelation 7:9. After this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number, of all nations, and kindreds, and people, and tongues, stood before the throne. And before the Lamb, clothed with white robes and palms in their hands. Right arrow curving left. St. John. Right arrow curving left. If Cancer, which in winter rises at sunset, had one star as bright as this, it would turn night into day. Right arrow curving left. Any failing, such as vanity, ostentation, or the like. Right arrow curving left. St. Peter and St. James. Right arrow curving left. This symbol or allegory of the pelican, applied to Christ, was popular during the Middle Ages, and was seen not only in the songs of poets, but in sculpture on the portals of churches. Thibaut, Roy de Navarre, Chanson LXV, says. Die ex est ensicum li pelicans. Que fate sun nit L plus aut arbra sus. Et li mauvais osso, que vint de jus. Ses oiselons ossist. Tant est poins. Li père vint de trois et angasso. Do bec ossist, de sun sain dolorius. Vivre refait tantost ses oiselons. Die ex fist audel, quant vint esse passions. De sun duc sain recita ses enfans. Do dobel, que tant perist poissons. Right arrow curving left. John 19:27. Then saith he to the disciple, Behold thy mother. And from that hour that disciple took her unto his own home. Right arrow curving left. St. John. Dante, bearing in mind the words of Christ, John 21:22. If I will that he tarry till I come, what is that to thee? Then went this saying abroad among the brethren, that disciple should not die. Looks to see if the spiritual body of the saint be in any way eclipsed by his earthly body. St. John, reading his unspoken thought, immediately undeceives him. Mrs. Jameson, Sacred and Legendary Art, I 139, remarks. The legend which supposes St. John reserved alive has not been generally received in the Church, and as a subject of painting it is very uncommon. It occurs in the Menologium Graecum, where the grave into which St. John descends is, according to the legend, fossa in crucis figuram, in the form of a cross. In a series of the deaths of the apostles, St. John is ascending from the grave. For, according to the Greek legend, St. John died without pain or change, and immediately rose again in bodily form, and ascended into heaven to rejoin Christ and the Virgin. Right arrow curving left. Till the predestined number of the elect is complete. Revelation 6:11. And white robes were given unto every one of them. And it was said unto them, that they should rest yet for a little season, until their fellow servants also and their brethren, that should be killed as they were, should be fulfilled. Right arrow curving left. The spiritual body and the glorified earthly body. Right arrow curving left. Christ and the Virgin Mary. Butler, Lives of the Saints, 8:173, says. It is a traditionary pious belief, that the body of the Blessed Virgin was raised by God soon after her death, and assumed to glory. By a singular privilege, before the general resurrection of the dead. This is mentioned by the learned Andrew of Crete in the East, in the 7th, and by Saint Gregory of Tours in the West, in the 6th century. So great was the respect and veneration of the Fathers towards this most holy and most exalted of all pure creatures, that St. Epiphanius durst not affirm that she ever died, because he had never found any mention of her death, and because she might have been preserved immortal, and translated to glory without dying. Right arrow curving left. By the sacred trio of St. Peter, St. James, and St. John. Right arrow curving left. Because his eyes were so blinded by the splendor of the beloved disciple. Speaking of St. John, Claudius, the German poet, says, It delights me most of all to read in John, there is in him something so entirely wonderful, twilight and night. And through it the swiftly darting lightning, a soft evening cloud, and behind the cloud the broad full moon bodily. Something so deeply, sadly pensive, so high, so full of anticipation, that one cannot have enough of it. In reading John it is always with me as though I saw him before me, lying on the bosom of his Master at the Last Supper, as though his angel were holding the light for me. And in certain passages would fall upon my neck and whisper something in mine ear. I am far from understanding all I read, but it often seems to me as if what John meant were floating before in the distance. And even when I look into a passage altogether dark, I have a foretaste of some great, glorious meaning, which I shall one day understand. And for this reason I grasp so eagerly after every new interpretation of the Gospel of John. Indeed, most of them only play upon the edge of the evening cloud, and the moon behind it has quiet rest. Right arrow curving left. The heaven of the fixed stars continued. St. John examines Dante on charity, in the sense of love, as in Milton, Paradise Lost, 12:583. Love. By name to come called charity. Right arrow curving left. Ananias, the disciple at Damascus, whose touch restored the sight of Saul. Acts 9:17. And Ananias went his way, and entered into the house, and putting his hands on him, said, Brother Saul, the Lord, even Jesus, that appeared unto thee in the way as thou earnest, hath sent me, that thou mightest receive thy sight, and be filled with the Holy Ghost. And immediately there fell from his eyes as it had been scales, and he received sight forthwith, and arose, and was baptized. Right arrow curving left. God is the beginning and end of all my love. Right arrow curving left. The commentators differ as to which of the philosophers Dante here refers, whether to Aristotle, Plato, or Pythagoras. Right arrow curving left. The angels. Right arrow curving left. Exodus 33:19. And he said, I will make all my goodness pass before thee. Right arrow curving left. John 1:1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And the Word was made flesh, and dwelt among us, full of grace and truth. Right arrow curving left. By all the dictates of human reason and divine authority. Right arrow curving left. In Christian art the eagle is the symbol of St. John, indicating his more fervid imagination and deeper insight into divine mysteries. Sometimes even the saint was represented with the head and feet of an eagle, and the hands and body of a man. Right arrow curving left. All living creatures. Right arrow curving left. Isaiah 6:3. As one cried unto another, and said, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts, the whole earth is full of his glory. Right arrow curving left. The soul of Adam. Right arrow curving left. Tell me, of what age was Adam when he was created, is one of the questions in the Anglo-Saxon dialogue between Saturn and Solomon. And the answer is, I tell thee, he was 30 winters old. And Booty says, he was created of the age of 33, or thereabout. And therefore the author says that Adam alone was created by God in perfect age and stature, and no other man. And Sir Thomas Browne, Religio Medici, section 39. Some divines count Adam 30 years old at his creation, because they suppose him created in the perfect age and stature of man. Stihlen, Traditions of the Jews, I-16, quotes Rabbi Eliezer as saying that the first man reached from the earth to the firmament of heaven. But that, after he had sinned, God laid his hands on him and reduced him to a less size. And Rabbi Salomon writes, that when he lay down, his head was in the east and his feet in the west. Right arrow curving left. Parhelion is an imperfect image of the sun, formed by reflection in the clouds. All things are such faint reflections of the Creator, but he is the reflection of none of them. Booty interprets the passage differently, giving to the word parelio the meaning of receptacolo, receptacle. Right arrow curving left. In Limbo, longing for paradise, where the only punishment is to live in desire, but without hope. Inferno 4:41. Lost are we, and are only so far punished, that without hope we live on in desire. Right arrow curving left. Most of the Oriental languages claim the honor of being the language spoken by Adam in paradise. Juan Bautista de Haro claims it for the Basque, or Vescongada. See Alphabet of Prim. Lang of Spain, PT2CH2, Irving's TR, right arrow curving left. See Canto 1679. All things of yours have their mortality, even as yourselves. Right arrow curving left. Dante, De Vulgaria Loquio, ICH. 4, says, speaking of Adam. What was the first word he spake will, I doubt not, readily suggest itself to every one of sound mind as being what God is, namely, L. Either in the way of question or of answer. Right arrow curving left. The word used by Matthew 27 verse 46, is Eli, and by Mark 15 verse 34, Eloi, which Dante assumes to be of later use than L. There is, I believe, no authority for this. L is God. Eli, or Eloi, my God. Right arrow curving left. Horace, Ars Poet. 60. As the woods change their leaves in autumn, and the earliest fall, so the ancient words pass away, and the new flourish in the freshness of youth. Many that now have fallen shall spring up again, and others fall which now are held in honor, if usage wills, which is the judge, the law, and the rule of language. Right arrow curving left. The Mount of Purgatory, on whose summit was the terrestrial paradise. Right arrow curving left. The 6th hour is noon in the old way of reckoning. And at noon the sun has completed 1/4 or quadrant of the arc of his revolution, and changes to the next. The hour which is second to the 6th, is the hour which follows it, or 1 o'clock. This gives 7 hours for Adam's stay in paradise. And so says Peter Comester, Dante's Peter Mangiador, in his ecclesiastical history. The Talmud, as quoted by Stihelin, Tradition of the Jews, I-20, gives the following account. The day has 12 hours. In the first hour the dust of which Adam was formed was brought together. In the second, this dust was made a rude, unshapely mass. In the third, the limbs were stretched out. In the fourth, a soul was lodged in it. In the fifth, Adam stood upon his feet. In the sixth, he assigned the names of all things that were created. In the seventh, he received Eve for his consort. In the eighth, 2 went to bed and 4 rose out of it. The begetting and birth of 2 children in that time, namely, Cain and his sister. In the 9th, he was forbid to eat of the fruit of the tree. In the 10th, he disobeyed. In the 11th, he was tried, convicted, and sentenced. In the 12th, he was banished, or driven out of the garden. Right arrow curving left. The heaven of the fixed stars continued. The anger of St. Peter. And the ascent to the prima mobile, or crystalline heaven. Dante, Convito, 2:15, makes this crystalline heaven the symbol of moral philosophy. He says, the crystalline heaven, which has previously been called the prima mobile, has a very manifest resemblance to moral philosophy. For moral philosophy, as Thomas says in treating of the second book of the Ethics, directs us to the other sciences. For, as the philosopher says in the 5th of the Ethics, legal justice directs us to learn the sciences, and orders them to be learned and mastered, so that they may not be abandoned. So this heaven directs with its movement the daily revolutions of all the others, by which daily they all receive here below the virtue of all their parts. For if its revolution did not thus direct, little of their virtues would reach here below, and little of their sight. Hence, supposing it were possible for this 9th heaven to stand still, the 3rd part of heaven would not be seen in each part of the earth. And Saturn would be hidden from each part of the earth 14 years and a half, and Jupiter, 6 years, and Mars, almost a year. And the Sun, 182 days and 14 hours, I say days, that is, so much time as so many days would measure. And Venus and Mercury would conceal and show themselves nearly as the Sun, and the Moon would be hidden from all people for the space of 14 days and a half. Truly there would be here below no production, nor life of animals, nor plants, there would be neither night, nor day, nor week, nor month, nor year. But the whole universe would be deranged, and the movement of the stars in vain. And not otherwise, were moral philosophy to cease, the other sciences would be for a time concealed, and there would be no production, nor life of felicity. And in vain would be the writings or discoveries of antiquity. Wherefore it is very manifest that this heaven bears a resemblance to moral philosophy. Right arrow curving left. Without desire for more. Right arrow curving left. Saint Peter, Saint James, Saint John, and Adam. Right arrow curving left. If the white planet Jupiter should become as red as Mars. Right arrow curving left. Pope Boniface VIII, who won his way to the popedom by intrigue. See Note 49, and Note 270. Right arrow curving left. The Vatican Hill, to which the body of St. Peter was transferred from the catacombs. Right arrow curving left. Luke 23:44. And there was darkness over all the earth. And the sun was darkened. Right arrow curving left. Linus was the immediate successor of St. Peter as Bishop of Rome, and Cletus of Linus. They were both martyrs of the first age of the Church. Right arrow curving left. Sixtus and Pius were popes and martyrs of the second age of the Church, Calixtus and Urban, of the third. Right arrow curving left. On the right hand of the Pope the favored Guelphs, and on the left the persecuted Ghibellines. Right arrow curving left. The papal banner, on which are the keys of St. Peter. Right arrow curving left. The wars against the Ghibellines in general, and particularly that waged against the Colonna family, ending in the destruction of Palestrina. Inferno XXVL 85. But he, the prince of the new Pharisees, having a war near unto Lateran, and not with Saracens nor with the Jews. For each one of his enemies was Christian, and none of them had been to conquer Acre, nor merchandising in the Sultan's land. Right arrow curving left. The sale of indulgences, stamped with the papal seal, bearing the head of St. Peter. Right arrow curving left. Matthew 7:15. Beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Right arrow curving left. Psalm 44:23. Awake, why sleepest thou, O Lord? Right arrow curving left. Clement V of Gascony, made Pope in 1305, and John XXII of Cahors in France, in 1316. Booty makes the allusion more general. They of Cahors and Gascony are preparing to drink the blood of the martyrs, because they were preparing to be popes, cardinals, archbishops and bishops, and prelates in the Church of God, that is built with the blood of the martyrs. Right arrow curving left. Dante alludes elsewhere to this intervention of Providence to save the Roman Empire by the hand of Scipio. Convito, 4:5, he says. Is not the hand of God visible, when in the war with Hannibal, having lost so many citizens, that 3 bushels of rings were carried to Africa? The Romans would have abandoned the land, if that blessed youth Scipio had not undertaken the expedition to Africa, to secure its freedom. Right arrow curving left. Boccaccio, Ninfale di Amito, describing a battle between 2 flocks of swans, says the spectators saw the air full of feathers, as when the nurse of Jove, Amalthea, the goat, holds Apollo. The white snow is seen to fall in flakes. And Whittier, snowbound, unwarmed by any sunset light. The grey day darkened into night. A night made hoary with the swarm and whirl dance of the blinding storm. As zigzag wavering to and fro, crossed and recrossed the winged snow. Right arrow curving left. When the sun is in Capricorn, that is, from the middle of December to the middle of January. Right arrow curving left. The spirits described in Canto XXII 131, as the triumphant throng that comes rejoicing through this rounded ether, and had remained behind when Christ and the Virgin Mary ascended. Right arrow curving left. Till his sight could follow them no more, on account of the exceeding vastness of the space between. Right arrow curving left. Canto XXII 133. Right arrow curving left. The first climate is the torrid zone, the first from the equator. From midst to end, is from the meridian to the horizon. Dante had been, then, 6 hours in the heaven of the fixed stars. For, as Milton says, Paradise Lost, v. 580. Time, though in eternity, applied to motion, measures all things durable by present, past, and future. Right arrow curving left. Being now in the meridian of the Straits of Gibraltar, Dante sees to the westward of Cadiz the sea Ulysses sailed. When he turned his stern unto the morning and made his oars wings for his mad flight, as described in Inferno XXVI. Right arrow curving left. Eastward he almost sees the Phoenician coast, almost, and not quite, because, say the commentators, it was already night there. Right arrow curving left. Europa, daughter of King Agenor, born to the island of Crete on the back of Jupiter, who had taken the shape of a bull. Ovid, Metamorphoses, 2, Addison's Tr. Agenor's royal daughter, as she played among the fields, the milk-white bull surveyed, and viewed his spotless body with delight, and at a distance kept him in her sight. At length she plucked the rising flowers, and fed the gentle beast, and fondly stroked his head. Vertical ellipsis. Till now grown wanton and devoid of fear, not knowing that she pressed the thunderer, she placed herself upon his back, and rode o'er fields and meadows, seated on the god. He gently marched along, and by degrees left the dry meadow, and approached the seas, where now he dips his hoofs and wets his thighs, now plunges in, and carries off the prize. Right arrow curving left. See note 1819. Right arrow curving left. The sun was in Aries, 2 signs in advance of Gemini, in which Dante then was. Right arrow curving left. Dania again. See note 1811. Right arrow curving left. Purgatorio XXXI 49. Never to thee presented art or nature pleasure so great as the fair limbs wherein I was enclosed, which scattered are in earth. Right arrow curving left. The Gemini, or twins, are Castor and Pollux, the sons of Leda. And as Jupiter, their father, came to her in the shape of a swan, this sign of the zodiac is called the nest of Leda. Dante now mounts up from the heaven of the fixed stars to the prima mobile, or crystalline heaven. Right arrow curving left. Dante's desire to know in what part of this heaven he was. Right arrow curving left. All the other heavens have their regents or intelligences. See notes 1240. But the prima mobile has the divine mind alone. Right arrow curving left. By that precinct Dante means the empyrean, which embraces the prima mobile, as that does all the other heavens below it. Right arrow curving left. The half of 10 is 5, and the fifth is 2. The product of these, when multiplied together, is 10. Right arrow curving left. Wordsworth, Intimations of Immortality. Our birth is but a sleep and a forgetting. The soul that rises with us, our life's star, hath had elsewhere its setting, and cometh from afar. Not in entire forgetfulness, and not in utter nakedness, but trailing clouds of glory do we come from God, who is our home. Heaven lies about us in our infancy. Shades of the prison house begin to close upon the growing boy, but he beholds the light, and whence it flows, he sees it in his joy. The youth, who daily farther from the east must travel, still is nature's priest, and by the vision splendid is on his way attended. At length the man perceives it die away, and fade into the light of common day. Right arrow curving left. Aurora, daughter of Hyperion, or the sun. Purgatorio 2:7. So that the white and the vermilion cheeks of beautiful Aurora, where I was, by too great age were changing into orange. Right arrow curving left. Or, perhaps, to steer, and over the high seas to keep the bark of Peter to its proper bearings. Right arrow curving left. This neglected centesimal was the omission of some inconsiderable fraction or centesimal part, in the computation of the year according to the Julian calendar, which was corrected in the Gregorian, some 2 centuries and a half after Dante's death. By this error, in a long lapse of time, the months would cease to correspond to the seasons, and January be no longer a winter, but a spring month. Sir John Herschel, Treatise on Astronomy, ch. 13, says, "The Julian rule made every fourth year, without exception, a bisextile. This is, in fact, an overcorrection. It supposes the length of the tropical year to be 365 1/4 d. Which is too great, and thereby induces an error of 7 days in 900 years, as will easily appear on trial. Accordingly, so early as the year 1414, it began to be perceived that the equinoxes were gradually creeping away from the 21st of March and September, where they ought to have always fallen had the Julian year been exact, and happening, as it appeared, too early. The necessity of a fresh and effectual reform in the calendar was from that time continually urged, and at length admitted. The change, which took place under the popedom of Gregory XIII, consisted in the omission of 10 nominal days after the 4th of October 1582, so that the next day was called the 15th, and not the 5th, and the promulgation of the rule already explained for future regulation. It will appear from the verse of Dante, that this error and its consequences had been noticed a century earlier than the year mentioned by Herschel. Dante speaks ironically, naming a very long period, and meaning a very short one. Right arrow curving left. Dante here refers either to the reforms he expected from the Emperor Henry VII, or to those he has confidently looked for from Can Grande della Scala, the Veltro, or Greyhound. Of Inferno I-101, who was to slay the she-wolf, and make her perish in her pain, and whom he so warmly eulogizes in Canto 17 of the Paradiso. Alas for the vanity of human wishes! Patient Italy has waited more than 5 centuries for the fulfillment of this prophecy, but at length she has touched the bones of her prophet, and is revived and stands upon her feet. Right arrow curving left. The primum mobile, or crystalline heaven, continued. Right arrow curving left. Milton, Paradise Lost, 4505. Thus these two, imparadised in one another's arms, the happier Eden, shall enjoy their fill of bliss on bliss. Right arrow curving left. That crystalline heaven, which Dante calls a volume, or scroll, as in Canto Xi 112. The regal mantle of the volumes all. Right arrow curving left. The light of God, represented as a single point, to indicate its unity and indivisibility. Right arrow curving left. Iris, or the rainbow. Right arrow curving left. These 9 circles of fire are the 9 orders of angels in the 3 celestial hierarchies. Dante, Convito 2:16, says that the Holy Church divides the angels into 3 hierarchies, that is to say, 3 holy or divine principalities, and each hierarchy has 3 orders. So that the Church believes and affirms 9 orders of spiritual beings. The first is that of the angels, the second, that of the archangels, the third, that of the thrones. And these 3 orders form the first hierarchy. Not first in reference to rank nor creation, for the others are more noble, and all were created together, but first in reference to our ascent to their height. Then follow the dominions. Next the virtues, then the principalities, and these form the second hierarchy. Above these are the powers, and the cherubim, and above all are the seraphim, these form the third hierarchy. It will be observed that this arrangement of the several orders does not agree with that followed in the poem. Right arrow curving left. Barlow, Study of the Divina Commedia, p. 533, remarks. Within a circle of ineffable joy, circumscribed only by light and love, a point of intense brightness so dazzled the eyes of Dante that he could not sustain the sight of it. Around this vivid center, from which the heavens and all nature depend, 9 concentric circles of the celestial hierarchy revolved with a velocity inversely proportioned to their distance from it. The nearer circles moving more rapidly, the remoter ones less. The poet at first is surprised at this, it being the reverse of the relative movement, from the same source of propulsion, of the heavens themselves around the earth as their center. But the infallible Beatrice assures him that this difference arises, in fact, from the same cause, proximity to the divine presence, which in the celestial spheres is greater the farther they are from the center, but in the circles of angels, on the contrary, it is greater the nearer they are to it. Right arrow curving left. Because the subject has not been investigated and discussed. Right arrow curving left. The 9 heavens are here called corporal circles, as we call the stars the heavenly bodies. Latimer says, a corporal heaven, where the stars are. Right arrow curving left. The primum mobile, in which Dante and Beatrice now are. Right arrow curving left. The nearer God the circle is, so much greater virtue it possesses. Hence the outermost of the heavens, revolving round the earth, corresponds to the innermost of the orders of angels revolving round God, and is controlled by it as its regent or intelligence. To make this more intelligible I will repeat here the 3 triads of angels, and the heavens of which they are severally the intelligences, as already given in note 1240. The seraphim. Primum mobile. The cherubim. The fixed stars. The thrones. Saturn. The dominions. Jupiter. The virtues. Mars. The powers. The sun. The principalities. Venus. The archangels. Mercury. The angels. The moon. Right arrow curving left. Aeneid, 12:365, Davidson's Tr. As when the blast of Thracian Boreas roars on the Aegean Sea, and to the shore pursues the waves, wherever the winds exert their incumbent force, the clouds fly through the air. Each of the 4 winds blows 3 different blasts, either directly in front, or from the right cheek, or the left. According to Boccaccio, the northeast wind in Italy is milder than the northwest. Right arrow curving left. Dante uses this comparison before, Canto I-60. But I beheld it sparkle round about, like iron that comes molten from the fire. Right arrow curving left. The inventor of the game of chess brought it to a Persian king, who was so delighted with it, that he offered him in return whatever reward he might ask. The inventor said he wished only a grain of wheat, doubled as many times as there were squares on the chessboard. That is, 1 grain for the first square, 2 for the second, 4 for the third, and so on to 64. This the king readily granted. But when the amount was reckoned up, he had not wheat enough in his whole kingdom to pay it. Right arrow curving left. Their appointed place or whereabout. Right arrow curving left. Thomas Aquinas, the Doctor Angelicus of the schools, treats the subject of angels at great length in the first volume of his Summa Theologica, from Quaest. L to LXIV, and from Quaest. CVI to CXIV. He constantly quotes Dionysius, sometimes giving his exact words, but oftener amplifying and interpreting his meaning. In Quaest. CVII he discusses the names of the angels, and of the seraphim and cherubim speaks as follows. The name of seraphim is not given from love alone, but from excess of love, which the name of heat or burning implies. Hence Dionysius, cap 7 seal. Here, a prink interprets the name seraphim according to the properties of fire, in which is excess of heat. In fire, however, we may consider 3 things. First, a certain motion which is upward, and which is continuous, by which is signified, that they are unchangingly moving towards God. Secondly, its active power, which is heat. And by this is signified the influence of this kind of angels, which they exercise powerfully on those beneath them, exciting them to a sublime fervor, and thoroughly purifying them by burning. Thirdly, in fire its brightness must be considered, and this signifies that such angels have within themselves an inextinguishable light, and that they perfectly illuminate others. In the same way the name of cherubim is given from a certain excess of knowledge, hence it is interpreted plenitudo scientiae, which Dionysius, cap 7 seal. Here, a prink Explains in 4 ways: first, as perfect vision of God; secondly, full reception of divine light; thirdly, that in God himself they contemplate the beauty of the order of things emanating from God; fourthly, that, being themselves full of this kind of knowledge, they copiously pour it out upon others. Right arrow curving left. The love of God, which holds them fast to this central point as with a band. Job 38:31. Canst thou bind the sweet influences of Pleiades, or loose the bands of Orion? Right arrow curving left. Canto 9:61. Above us there are mirrors, thrones you call them, from which shines out on us God judicant. Of the thrones, Thomas Aquinas, Summa Theologica, CVII 5, says: the order of thrones excels the inferior orders in this, that it has the power of perceiving immediately in God the reasons of the divine operations. Dionysius, Cap 7 Seal. Here, explains the name of thrones from their resemblance to material chairs, in which 4 things are to be considered. First, in reference to position, because chairs are raised above the ground. And thus these angels, which are called thrones, are raised so far that they can perceive immediately in God the reasons of things. Secondly, in material chairs firmness must be considered, because one sits firmly in them, but this is e converso, for the angels themselves are made firm by God. Thirdly, because the chair receives the sitter, and he can be carried in it, and thus the angels receive God in themselves, and in a certain sense carry him to their inferiors. Fourthly, from their shape, because the chair is open on one side, to receive the sitter, and thus these angels, by their promptitude, are open to receive God and to serve him. Right arrow curving left. Dante, Convito, I1, says: knowledge is the ultimate perfection of our soul, in which consists our ultimate felicity. It was one of the great questions of the schools, whether the beatitude of the soul consisted in knowing or in loving. Thomas Aquinas maintains the former part of this proposition, and Duns Scotus the latter. Right arrow curving left. By the grace of God, and the cooperation of the good will of the recipient. Right arrow curving left. The perpetual spring of paradise, which knows no falling autumnal leaves, no season in which Aries is a nocturnal sign. Right arrow curving left. Thomas Aquinas, Summa Theologica, I Quaest. CVI 6, says. And thus Dionysius, Cap 7 Seal. Here. From the names of the orders inferring the properties thereof, placed in the first hierarchy those orders whose names were given them in reference to God, namely, the seraphim, cherubim, and thrones. But in the middle hierarchy he placed those whose names designate a certain common government or disposition, that is, the dominions, virtues, and powers. And in the third order he placed those whose names designate the execution of the work, namely, the principalities, angels, and archangels. But to the rule of government 3 things belong, the first of which is the distinction of the things to be done, which is the province of the dominions. The second is to provide the faculty of fulfilling, which belongs to the virtues. But the third is to arrange in what way the things prescribed, or defined, can be fulfilled, so that someone may execute them, and this belongs to the powers. But the execution of the angelic ministry consists in announcing things divine. In the execution, however, of any act, there are some who begin the act, and lead the others, as in singing the precentors, and in battle those who lead and direct the rest. And this belongs to the principalities. There are others who simply execute, and this is the part of the angels. Others hold an intermediate position, which belongs to the archangels. Right arrow curving left. The Athenian convert of St. Paul. Acts 17:34. Howbeit, certain men clave unto him, and believed, among the which was Dionysius the Areopagite. Dante places him among the theologians in the heaven of the sun. See Canto X 1:15. Nearby behold the lustre of that taper, which in the flesh below looked most within. The angelic nature and its ministry. To Dionysius was attributed a work, called the Celestial Hierarchy, which is the great storehouse of all that relates to the nature and operations of angels. Venturi calls him the false Areopagite, and Dalbius, de script. Dion. Areop says that this work was not known till the 6th century. The Legenda Aurea confounds St. Dionysius the Areopagite with Saint Denis, bishop of Paris in the 3rd century, and patron saint of France. It says he was called the Areopagite from the quarter where he lived. That he was surnamed Theosoph, or the wise in God, that he was converted, not by the preaching of Saint Paul, but by a miracle the saint wrought in restoring a blind man to sight. And that, the woman named Damaris, who was converted with him, was his wife. It quotes from a letter of his to Polycarp, written from Egypt, where he was with his friend and fellow student Apollophanes, and where he witnessed the darkening of the sun at the crucifixion. We were both at Heliopolis, when suddenly we saw the moon conceal the surface of the sun. Though this was not the time for an eclipse, and this darkness continued for 3 hours, and the light returned at the 9th hour and lasted till evening. And finally it narrates, that when Dionysius was beheaded, in Paris, where he had converted many souls and built many churches, straightway the body arose, and, taking its head in its arms, led by an angel, and surrounded by a celestial light, carried it a distance of 2 miles, from a place called the Mount of Martyrs, to the place where it now reposes. For an account of the celestial hierarchy, see note 1443. Right arrow curving left. Saint Gregory differed from St. Dionysius in the arrangement of the orders, placing the principalities in the 2nd triad, and the virtues in the 3rd. Right arrow curving left. St. Paul, who, 2 Corinthians 12 verse 4, was caught up into paradise, and heard unspeakable words, which it is not lawful for a man to utter. Right arrow curving left. The primum mobile, or crystalline heaven, continued. The children of Latona are Apollo and Diana, the sun and moon. Right arrow curving left. When the sun is in Aries and the moon in Libra, and when the sun is setting and the full moon rising, so that they are both on the horizon at the same time. Right arrow curving left. So long as they remained thus equipoised, as if in the opposite scales of an invisible balance suspended from the zenith. Right arrow curving left. God, whom Dante could not look upon, even as reflected in the eyes of Beatrice. Right arrow curving left. What Dante wishes to know is, where, when, and how the angels were created. Right arrow curving left. Every when and everywhere. Right arrow curving left. Dante, Convito, 314, defines splendor as reflected light. Here it means the creation, the reflected light of God. Job 38:7. When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. And again, 35. Canst thou send lightnings, that they may go, and say unto thee, Here we are? Right arrow curving left. Thomas Aquinas, Summa Theologica, I quaest. LXI 3. The angelic nature was made before the creation of time, and after eternity. Right arrow curving left. In the creation of the angels. Some editions read Nova Mori, the 9 loves, or 9 choirs of angels. Right arrow curving left. Genesis 1:2. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. Right arrow curving left. Pure matter, or the elements, pure form, or the angels, and the two conjoined, the human race. Form, in the language of the schools, and as defined by Thomas Aquinas, is the principle, by which we first think, whether it be called intellect, or intellectual soul. See note 1260. Right arrow curving left. Endnotes 2001, 2109. Genesis 1:31. And God saw everything that he had made, and, behold, it was very good. Right arrow curving left. The angels. Thomas Aquinas, Summa Theologica, I quaest. L2, says, Form is act. Therefore whatever is form alone, is pure act. For his definition of form, see note 2006. Right arrow curving left. Pure matter, which is passive and only possesses potentiality, or power of assuming various forms when united with mind. It is called potentiality, comments Booty, because it can receive many forms, and the forms are called act, because they change, and act by changing matter into various forms. Right arrow curving left. The union of the soul and body in man, who occupies the intermediate place between angels and pure matter. Right arrow curving left. This bond, though suspended by death, will be resumed again at the resurrection, and remain forever. Right arrow curving left. St. Jerome, the greatest of the Latin fathers of the Church, and author of the translation of the Scriptures known as the Vulgate, was born of wealthy parents in Dalmatia, in 342. He studied at Rome under the grammarian Donatus, and became a lawyer in that city. At the age of 30 he visited the Holy Land, and, withdrawing from the world, became an anchorite in the desert of Chalceda, on the borders of Arabia. Here he underwent the bodily privations and temptations, and enjoyed the spiritual triumphs of the hermit's life. He was haunted by demons, and consoled by voices and visions from heaven. In one of his letters, cited by Butler, Lives of the Saints, 9:362, he writes: "In the remotest part of a wild and sharp desert, which, being burnt up with the heats of the scorching sun, strikes with horror and terror even the monks that inhabit it, I seemed to myself to be in the midst of the delights and assemblies of Rome. I loved solitude, that in the bitterness of my soul I might more freely bewail my miseries, and call upon my Saviour. My hideous emaciated limbs were covered with sackcloth, my skin was parched dry and black, and my flesh was almost wasted away. The days I passed in tears and groans, and when sleep overpowered me against my will, I cast my wearied bones, which hardly hung together, upon the bare ground, not so properly to give them rest, as to torture myself. I say nothing of my eating and drinking, for the monks in that desert, when they are sick, know no other drink but cold water, and look upon it as sensuality ever to eat anything dressed by fire. In this exile and prison, to which, for the fear of hell, I had voluntarily condemned myself, having no other company but scorpions and wild beasts, I many times found my imagination filled with lively representations of dances in the company of Roman ladies, as if I had been in the midst of them. I often joined whole nights to the days, crying, sighing, and beating my breast till the desired calm returned. I feared the very cell in which I lived, because it was witness to the foul suggestions of my enemy. And being angry and armed with severity against myself, I went alone into the most secret parts of the wilderness, and if I discovered anywhere a deep valley, or a craggy rock, that was the place of my prayer, there I threw this miserable sack of my body. The same Lord is my witness, that after so many sobs and tears, after having in much sorrow looked long up to heaven, I felt most delightful comforts and interior sweetness. And these so great, that, transported and absorbed, I seemed to myself to be amidst the choirs of angels. And glad and joyful I sung to God, after thee, O Lord, we will run in the fragrancy of thy celestial ointments." In another letter, cited by Montalembert, Monks of the West, author Tr. I 404, he exclaims: "O desert, enameled with the flowers of Christ! O solitude, where those stones are born of which, in the Apocalypse, is built the city of the great King! O retreat, which rejoicest in the friendship of God! What doest thou in the world, my brother, with thy soul greater than the world? How long wilt thou remain in the shadow of roofs, and in the smoky dungeons of cities? Believe me, I see here more of the light." At the end of 5 years he was driven from his solitude by the persecution of the Eastern monks, and lived successively in Jerusalem, Antioch, Constantinople, Rome, and Alexandria. Finally, in 385, he returned to the Holy Land, and built a monastery at Bethlehem. Here he wrote his translation of the Scriptures, and his Lives of the Fathers of the Desert. But in 416 this monastery, and others that had risen up in its neighborhood, were burned by the Pelagians, and Saint Jerome took refuge in a strong tower or fortified castle. For years afterwards he died, and was buried in the ruins of his monastery. Right arrow curving left. This truth of the simultaneous creation of mind and matter, as stated in line 29. Right arrow curving left. The opinion of St. Jerome and other fathers of the Church, that the angels were created long ages before the rest of the universe, is refuted by Thomas Aquinas, Summa Theologica, I Quast. LXI 3. Right arrow curving left. That the intelligences or motors of the heavens should be so long without any heavens to move. Right arrow curving left. The subject of the elements is the earth, so called as being the lowest, or underlying the others, fire, air, and water. Right arrow curving left. The pride of Lucifer, who lies at the center of the earth, towards which all things gravitate, and down upon which thrust all the other rocks. Milton, Paradise Lost, v. 856, makes the rebel angels deny that they were created by God. Who saw when this creation was? Rememberest thou thy making, while the Maker gave thee being? We know no time when we were not as now. No none before us. Self-begot, self-raised. By our own quickening power, when fatal course had circled his full orb, the birth mature of this our native heaven, ethereal sons. Right arrow curving left. The merit consists in being willing to receive this grace. Right arrow curving left. St. Chrysostom, who in his preaching so carried away his audiences that they beat the pavement with their swords and called him the 13th apostle, in one of his homilies thus upbraids the custom of applauding the preacher. What do your praises advantage me, when I see not your progress in virtue? Or what harm shall I receive from the silence of my auditors, when I behold the increase of their piety? The praise of the speaker is not the acclamation of his hearers, but their zeal for piety and religion. Not their making a great stir in the times of hearing, but their showing diligence at all other times. Applause, as soon as it is out of the mouth, is dispersed into the air, and vanishes. But when the hearers grow better, this brings an incorruptible and immortal reward both to the speaker and the hearer. The praise of your acclamation may render the orator more illustrious here, but the piety of your souls will give him greater confidence before the tribunal of Christ. Therefore, if any one love the preacher, or if any preacher love his people, let him not be enamored with applause, but with the benefit of the hearers. Right arrow curving left. Lapo is the abbreviation of Jacopo, and Bindi of Aldobrandi, both familiar names in Florence. Right arrow curving left. Milton, Lycidas, 113. How well could I have spared for thee, young swain? Enow of such as for their belly's sake creep, and intrude, and climb into the fold. Of other care they little reckoning make. Then how to scramble at the shearer's feast, and shove away the worthy bidden guest. Blind mouths, that scarce themselves know how to hold a sheep-hook, or have learned aught else the least. That to the faithful herdman's art belongs. What recks it them? What need they? They are sped. And, when they list, their lean and flashy songs grate on their scrannel pipes of wretched straw. The hungry sheep look up, and are not fed, but swoln with wind, and the rank mist they draw rot inwardly, and foul contagion spread. Besides what the grim wolf with privy paw daily devours apace, and nothing said, but that two-handed engine at the door stands ready to smite once, and smite no more. Right arrow curving left. Cooper, Task, 2. He that negotiates between God and man. As God's ambassador, the grand concerns of judgment and of mercy should beware of lightness in his speech. 'Tis pitiful to court a grin, when you should woo a soul. To break a jest, when pity would inspire. Pathetic exhortation. N.T. address. The skittish fancy with facetious tales. When sent with God's commission to the heart. For a specimen of the style of popular preachers in the Middle Ages, see the story of Frate Cipolla, in the Decameron, Gyre. 6 November 10. See also Skybel's Closter, and Menon's Predicatoriana. Right arrow curving left. The devil, who is often represented in early Christian art under the shape of a coal-black bird. See Diderot, Christian Iconography, I. Right arrow curving left. In early paintings the swine is the symbol of Saint Anthony, as the cherub is of Saint Matthew, the lion of Saint Mark, and the eagle of Saint John. There is an old tradition that St. Anthony was once a swineherd. Brand, Pop. Antiquities, I 358, says. In the world of wonders is the following translation of an epigram. Once fedst thou, Anthony, an herd of swine. And now an herd of monkeys thou feedest still. For wit and gut, alike both charges been. Both love and filth alike. Both like to fill their greedy paunch alike. Nor was that kind more beastly, sottish, swinish than this last. All else agrees, one fault I only find. Thou feedest not thy monkeys with oaken mast. The author mentions before, persons, who run up and down the country, crying, Have you anything to bestow upon my Lord S. Anthony's swine? Mrs. Jameson, Sacred and Legendary Art, 2380, remarks. I have read somewhere that the hog is given to Saint Anthony, because he had been a swineherd, and cured the diseases of swine. This is quite a mistake. The hog was the representative of the demon of sensuality and gluttony, which Anthony is supposed to have vanquished by the exercises of piety and by divine aid. The ancient custom of placing in all his effigies a black pig at his feet, or under his feet, gave rise to the superstition that this unclean animal was especially dedicated to him, and under his protection. The monks of the Order of St. Anthony kept herds of consecrated pigs, which were allowed to feed at the public charge, and which it was a profanation to steal or kill, hence the proverb about the fatness of a Tantony pig. Halliwell, Dictionary of Arch and Pierovi Words, has the following definition. Anthony pig. The favorite or smallest pig of the litter. A Kentish expression, according to Groves. To follow like a Tantony pig, i.e. to follow close at one's heels. Some derive this saying from a privilege enjoyed by the friars of certain convents in England and France, sons of St. Anthony, whose swine were permitted to feed in the streets. These swine would follow anyone having greens or other provisions, till they obtained some of them. And it was in those days considered an act of charity and religion to feed them. Saint Anthony was invoked for the pig. Mr. Howells, Venetian Life, p. 341, alludes to the same custom as once prevalent in Italy. Among other privileges of the Church, abolished in Venice long ago, was that ancient right of the monks of St. Anthony Abbot, by which their herds of swine were made free of the whole city. These animals, enveloped in an odor of sanctity, wandered here and there, and were piously fed by devout people, until the year 1409, when, being found dangerous to children and inconvenient to everybody, they were made the subject of a special decree, which deprived them of their freedom of movement. The Republic was always opposing and limiting the privileges of the Church. Right arrow curving left. Giving false indulgences, without the true stamp upon them, in return for the alms received. Right arrow curving left. The nature of the angels. Right arrow curving left. Daniel 7:10. Thousands ministered unto him, and 10,000 times 10,000 stood before him. Right arrow curving left. That irradiates this angelic nature. Right arrow curving left. The splendors are the reflected lights, or the angels. Right arrow curving left. The fervor of the angels is proportioned to their capacity of receiving the divine light. Right arrow curving left. The ascent to the Empyrean, the 10th and last heaven. Of this heaven, Dante, Convito, 2:4, says, "This is the sovereign edifice of the world, in which the whole world is included, and outside of which nothing is. And it is not in space, but was formed solely in the primal mind, which the Greeks call protono. This is that magnificence of which the psalmist spake, when he says to God, Thy magnificence is exalted above the heavens." Milton, Paradise Lost, 356. Now had the Almighty Father from above. From the pure Empyrean where he sits, high throned above all height, bent down his eye, his own works and their works at once to view. About him all the sanctities of heaven stood thick as stars, and from his sight received beatitude past utterance. Right arrow curving left. The 6th hour is noon, and when noon is some 6,000 miles away from us, the dawn is approaching, the shadow of the earth lies almost on a plane with it. And gradually the stars disappear. Right arrow curving left. The 9 circles of angels, described in Canto XXVAI. Right arrow curving left. From the crystalline heaven to the Empyrean. Dante, Convito, 2:15, makes the Empyrean the symbol of theology, the divine science. The Empyrean heaven, by its peace, resembles the divine science, which is full of all peace, and which suffers no strife of opinions or sophistical arguments, because of the exceeding certitude of its subject, which is God. And of this he says to his disciples, My peace I give unto you. My peace I leave you, giving and leaving them his doctrine, which is this science of which I speak. Of this Solomon says, There are 80 queens, and 80 concubines, and virgins without number, my dove, my undefiled, is but one. All sciences he calls queens and paramours and virgins. And this he calls a dove, because it is without blemish of strife, and this he calls perfect, because it makes us perfectly to see the truth in which our soul has rest. Right arrow curving left. Philippians 4:7. The peace of God, which passeth all understanding. Right arrow curving left. The angels and the souls of the saints. Right arrow curving left. The angels will be seen in the same aspect after the last judgment as before. But the souls of the saints will wear the twofold garments, spoken of in Canto XXV 92, the spiritual body, and the glorified earthly body. Right arrow curving left. Daniel 7:10. A fiery stream issued and came forth from before him. And Revelation 22:1. And he showed me a pure river of water of life, clear as crystal, proceeding out of the throne of God and of the Lamb. Right arrow curving left. The sparks are angels, and the flowers the souls of the blessed. Right arrow curving left. For the mystic virtues of the ruby, see note 658. Right arrow curving left. For the mystic virtues of the topaz, see note 1584. Right arrow curving left. By the length, says Venturi, was represented the outpouring of God upon his creatures, by the roundness, the return of this outpouring to God, as to its first source and ultimate end. Right arrow curving left. Dante repeats the word vidi, I saw, 3 times, as a rhyme, to express the intenseness of his vision. Right arrow curving left. Booty thinks that this light is the Holy Ghost. Philalethe's, that it is the Logos, or second person of the Trinity, Tomasio, that it is illuminating grace. Right arrow curving left. Diderot, Christian Iconography, I 234, says, It was in the center, at the very heart of this luminous eternity, that the deity shone forth. Dante no doubt wished to describe one of those roses with 1,000 petals, which light the porches of our noblest cathedrals, the rose windows, which were contemporaneous with the Florentine poet, and which he had no doubt seen in his travels in France. There in fact, in the very depth of the chalice of that rose of colored glass, the divine majesty shines out resplendently. Right arrow curving left. The word convent is here used in its original meaning of a coming together, or assembly. Right arrow curving left. The name of Augustus is equivalent to Kaiser, Caesar, or Emperor. In Canto XXXII 119, the Virgin Mary is called Augusta, the Queen of the Kingdom of Heaven, the Empress of the most just and merciful of empires. Right arrow curving left. This is Henry of Luxembourg, to whom in 1300 Dante was looking as the regenerator of Italy. He became emperor in 1308, and died in 1311, 10 years before Dante. See note 618, and note 1180. Right arrow curving left. At the Curia Romana, or Papal Court. Right arrow curving left. Pope Clement V, 1305, 1314. See note 272. The allusion here is to his double dealing with Henry of Luxembourg. See note 1685. Right arrow curving left. Among the Simoniacs in the third round of Malbolge. Of Simon Magus, Milman, History of Latin Christianity, 297, writes thus. Unless Simon was in fact a personage of considerable importance during the early history of Christianity, it is difficult to account for his becoming, as he is called by Bozaber, the hero of the romance of heresy. If Simon was the same with that magician, a Cypriot by birth, who was employed by Felix as agent in his intrigue to detach Drusilla from her husband. This part of his character accords with the charge of licentiousness advanced both against his life and his doctrines by his Christian opponents. This is by no means improbable. And indeed, even if he was not a person thus politically prominent and influential, the early writers of Christianity would scarcely have concurred in representing him as a formidable and dangerous antagonist of the faith, as a kind of personal rival of St. Peter, without some other groundwork for the fiction besides the collision recorded in the Acts. The doctrines which are ascribed to him and to his followers, who continued to exist for several centuries, harmonize with the glimpse of his character and tenets in the writings of St. Luke. Simon probably was one of that class of adventurers which abounded at this period, or like Apollonius of Tyana, and others at a later time, with whom the opponents of Christianity attempted to confound Jesus and his apostles. His doctrine was oriental in its language and in its pretensions. He was the first aeon or emanation, or rather perhaps the first manifestation of the primal deity. He assumed not merely the title of the great power or virtue of God, but all the other appellations, the Word, the Perfection, the Paraclete, the Almighty, the whole combined attributes of the deity. He had a companion, Helena, according to the statement of his enemies, a beautiful prostitute, whom he found at Tyre, who became in like manner the first conception, the Ennoia, of the deity. But who, by her conjunction with matter, had been enslaved to its malignant influence, and, having fallen under the power of evil angels, had been in a constant state of transmigration, and, among other mortal bodies, had occupied that of the famous Helen of Troy. Bozaber, who elevates Simon into a Platonic philosopher, explains the Helena as a sublime allegory. She was the Psyche of his philosophic romance. The soul, by evil influences, had become imprisoned in matter. By her the deity had created the angels, enamored of her, had inextricably entangled her in that polluting bondage, in order to prevent her return to heaven. To fly from their embraces she had passed from body to body. Connecting this fiction with the Grecian mythology, she was Minerva, or impersonated wisdom, perhaps, also, Helena, or embodied beauty. Right arrow curving left. Pope Boniface VIII, a native of Alagna, now Anagni. See note 270, and note 925. Dante has already his punishment prepared. He is to be thrust head downward into a narrow hole in the rock of Malbolge, and to be driven down still lower when Clement V shall follow him. Right arrow curving left. The White Rose of Paradise. Right arrow curving left. Iliad, 286, Anon tr. And the troops throng together, as swarms of crowding bees, which come ever in fresh numbers from the hollow rock, and fly in clusters over the vernal flowers. And thickly some fly in this direction, and some in that. Right arrow curving left. The nymph Callisto, or Hellas, was changed by Jupiter into the constellation of the Great Bear, and her son into that of the Little Bear. See note 1036. Right arrow curving left. Rome and her superb edifices, before the removal of the papal see to Avignon. Right arrow curving left. Speaking of Petrarch's visit to Rome, Mr. Norton, Travel and Study Italy, p. 288, says. The great church of St. John Lateran, the mother and head of all the churches of the city in the world, Mater Urbis et Orbis, had been almost destroyed by fire, with its adjoining palace, and the houses of the canons. On the eve of St. John, in 1308. The palace and the canons' houses were rebuilt not long after. But at the time of Petrarch's latest visit to Rome, and for years afterward, the church was without a roof, and its walls were ruinous. The poet addressed 3 at least of the popes at Avignon with urgent appeals that this disgrace should no longer be permitted, but the popes gave no heed to his words. For the ruin of Roman churches, or of Rome itself, was a matter of little concern to these Transalpine prelates. Right arrow curving left. From the highest regions of the air to the lowest depth of the sea. Right arrow curving left. St. Bernard, the great abbot of Clairvaux, that the Doctor Mellifluous, of the Church, and preacher of the disastrous Second Crusade, was born of noble parents in the village of Fontaine, near Dijon, in Burgundy, in the year 1190. After studying at Paris, at the age of 20 he entered the Benedictine monastery of Citeaux. And when, 5 years later, this monastery had become overcrowded with monks, he was sent out to found a new one. Mrs. Jameson, Legends of the Monastic Orders, p. 149, says. The manner of going forth on these occasions was strikingly characteristic of the age. The abbot chose 12 monks, representing the 12 apostles, and placed at their head a leader, representing Jesus Christ, who, with a cross in his hand, went before them. The gates of the convent opened, then closed behind them, and they wandered into the wide world, trusting in God to show them their destined abode. Bernard led his followers to a wilderness, called the Valley of Wormwood, and there, at his bidding, arose the since renowned Abbey of Clairvaux. They felled the trees, built themselves huts, tilled and sowed the ground, and changed the whole face of the country round. Till that which had been a dismal solitude, the resort of wolves and robbers, became a land of vines and corn, rich, populous, and prosperous. This incident forms the subject of one of Murillo's most famous paintings, and is suggestive of the saint's intense devotion to the Virgin, which Dante expresses in this line. Mr. Vaughan, Hours with the Mystics, I 145, gives the following sketch of Saint Bernard. With Bernard the monastic life is the one thing needful. He began life by drawing after him into the convent all his kindred, sweeping them one by one from the high seas of the world with the irresistible vortex of his own religious fervor. His incessant cry for Europe is, better monasteries, and more of them. Let these ecclesiastical castles multiply. Let them cover and command the land, well garrisoned with men of God, and then, despite all heresy and schism, theocracy will flourish, the earth shall yield her increase. And all people praise the Lord. Who so wise as Bernard to win souls for Christ, that is to say, recruits for the cloister? With what eloquence he paints the raptures of contemplation, the vanity and sin of earthly ambition or of earthly love. Wherever in his travels Bernard may have preached, there, presently, exultant monks must open wide their doors to admit new converts. Wherever he goes, he bereaves mothers of their children, the aged of their last solace and last support, praising those the most who leave most misery behind them. How sternly does he rebuke those Rachels who mourn and will not be comforted for children dead to them forever. What vitriol does he pour into the wounds when he asks if they will drag their son down to perdition with themselves by resisting the vocation of heaven? Whether it was not enough that they brought him forth sinful to a world of sin, and will they now, in their insane affection, cast him into the fires of hell? Yet Bernard is not hard-hearted by nature. He can pity this disgraceful weakness of the flesh. He makes such amends as superstition may. I will be a father to him, he says. Alas! Cold comfort. You, their hearts will answer, whose flocks are countless, would nothing content you but are you lamb? Perhaps some cloister will be, for them too, the last resource of their desolation. They will fly for ease in their pain to the system which caused it. Bernard hopes so. So inhuman is the humanity of asceticism, cruel its tender mercies. Thus does it depopulate the world of its best in order to improve it. Bernard had his wish. He made Clairvaux the cynosure of all contemplative eyes. For anyone who could exist at all as a monk, with any satisfaction to himself, that was the place above all others. Brother Godfrey, sent out to be first abbot of Fontenay, as soon as he has set all things in order there, returns, only too gladly, from that rich and lovely region, to re-enter his old cell. To walk around, delightedly revisiting the well-remembered spots among the trees or by the waterside, marking how the fields and gardens have come on. And relating to the eager brethren, for even Bernard's monks have curiosity, all that befell him in his work. He would sooner be third prior at Clairvaux, than abbot of Fontenay. So, too, with Brother Humbert, commissioned in like manner to regulate Igny Abbey, fourth daughter of Clairvaux. He soon comes back, weary of the labor and sick for home, to look on the Aube once more, to hear the old mills go drumming and droning. With that monotony of muffled sound, the associate of his pious reveries, often heard in his dreams when far away. To set his feet on the very same flagstone in the choir where he used to stand, and to be happy. But Bernard, though away in Italy, toiling in the matter of the schism, gets to hear of his return, and finds time to send him across the Alps a letter of rebuke for this criminal self-pleasing, whose terrible sharpness must have darkened the poor man's meditations for many a day. Bernard had further the satisfaction of improving and extending monasticism to the utmost, of sewing together, with tolerable success, the rend vesture of the papacy. Of suppressing a more popular and more scriptural Christianity, for the benefit of his despotic order, of quenching for a time, by the extinction of Abelard, the spirit of free inquiry. And of seeing his ascetic and superhuman ideal of religion everywhere accepted as the genuine type of Christian virtue. Right arrow curving left. The Veronica is the portrait of our Saviour impressed upon a veil or kerchief, preserved with great care in the Church of the Santi Apostoli at Rome. Colin de Planzy, Legends de Saints Images, page 11, gives the following account of it. Properly speaking, the Veronica, Vera icon, is the true likeness of our Lord. And the same name has been given to the holy woman who obtained it, because the name of this holy woman was uncertain. According to some, she was a pious Jewess, called Seraphia. According to others, she was Berenice, niece of Herod. It is impossible to decide between the different traditions, some of which make her a virgin, and others the wife of Zacchaeus. However this may be, the happy woman who obtained the venerable imprint of the holy face lived not far from the palace of Pilate. Her house is still shown to pilgrims at Jerusalem. And a canon of Mayence, who went to the Holy Land in 1483, reported that he had visited the house of the Veronica. When she saw our Lord pass, bearing his cross, covered with blood, spittle, sweat, and dust, she ran to meet him, and, presenting her kerchief, tried to wipe his adorable face. Our Lord, leaving for an instant the burden of the cross to Simon the Cyrenian, took the kerchief, applied it to his face, and gave it back to the pious woman, marked with the exact imprint of his august countenance. Of the Veronica there are 4 copies in existence, each claiming to be the original, one at Rome, another at Paris, a third at Leon, and a fourth at Zain in Andalusia. The traveler who has crossed the Sierra Morena cannot easily forget the stone column, surmounted by an iron cross, which marks the boundary between La Mancha and Andalusia, with the melancholy stone face upon it, and the inscription, El verdadero retrato de la Santa Cara del Dios de Zain. Right arrow curving left. The Virgin Mary, Regina Caeli. Right arrow curving left. The chariot of the sun. Right arrow curving left. Saint Bernard, absorbed in contemplation of the Virgin. Right arrow curving left. Eve. Saint Augustine, Serm. 18 De Sanctis, says, Ilia percussit, ista sanavit. Right arrow curving left. Rachel is an emblem of divine contemplation. Inferno 2101, Beatrice says. And came unto the place where I was sitting with the ancient Rachel. Right arrow curving left. Ruth the Moabitess, ancestress of King David. Right arrow curving left. Have mercy upon me, are the first words of Psalm 51, a psalm of David, when Nathan the prophet came unto him. Right arrow curving left. The saints of the Old Testament. Right arrow curving left. The saints of the New Testament. Right arrow curving left. John the Baptist, seated at the point of the mystic rose, opposite to the Virgin Mary. He died 2 years before Christ's resurrection, and during these 2 years was in the limbo of the fathers. Right arrow curving left. The row of seats which divides the rows horizontally, and crosses the 2 vertical lines of division, made by the seat of the Virgin Mary and those of the other Hebrew women on one side. And on the other the seats of John the Baptist and of the other saints of the New Testament beneath him. Right arrow curving left. That is to say, by the faith of their parents, by circumcision, and by baptism, as explained line 76 ed seek. Right arrow curving left. Festinata gente, dying in infancy, and thus hurried into the life eternal. Shakespeare, King Lear, 3:7. Advise the Duke, where you are going, to a most festinate preparation. Right arrow curving left. Jacob and Esau. Genesis 25:22. And the children struggled together within her. And Romans 9:11. For the children being not yet born, neither having done any good or evil, that the purpose of God, according to election, might stand, not of works, but of him that calleth. Right arrow curving left. Booty comments thus. As it pleased God to give black hair to one, and to the other red, so it pleased him to give more grace to one than to the other. And the Automo says, one was red, the other black, which colors denote the temperaments of men, and accordingly the inclination of their minds. Right arrow curving left. The keenness of vision with which they are originally endowed. Right arrow curving left. From Adam to Abraham. Right arrow curving left. From Abraham to Christ. Genesis 17:10. This is my covenant, which ye shall keep, between me and you, and thy seed after thee, every man-child among you shall be circumcised. Right arrow curving left. The face of the Virgin Mary. Diderot, in his Christian iconography, I 242, devotes a chapter to the history of the portraits of God the Son. Besides the Veronica and the Santo Volto, attributed to Nicodemus, he mentions others which tradition traces back to Pilate and St. Luke, and a statue erected to Christ by the woman who was cured of the bloody flux. In the following extract several others are referred to. Abgarus, king of Edessa, having learnt, says Damascenus, the wonderful things related of our Saviour, became inflamed with divine love. He sent ambassadors to the Son of God, inviting him to come and visit him, and should the Saviour refuse to grant his request, he charged his ambassadors to employ some artist to make a portrait of our Lord Jesus, from whom nothing is hidden, and to whom nothing is impossible, being aware of the intention of Abgarus, took a piece of linen, applied it to his face, and depicted thereon his own image. This very portrait, continues Damascenus, is in existence at the present day, and in perfect preservation. At the same epoch, a minute verbal description of the appearance of Christ was in circulation. The following description, which is of great importance, was sent to the Roman Senate by Publius Lentulus, proconsul of Judea, before Herod. Lentulus had seen the Saviour, and had made him sit to him, as it were, that he might give a written description of his features and physiognomy. His portrait, apocryphal though it be, is at least one of the first upon record. It dates from the earliest period of the Church, and has been mentioned by the most ancient fathers. Lentulus writes to the Senate as follows: At this time appeared a man who is still living and endowed with mighty power, his name is Jesus Christ. His disciples call him the Son of God. Others regard him as a powerful prophet. He raises the dead to life, and heals the sick of every description of infirmity and disease. This man is of lofty stature, and well proportioned. His countenance severe and virtuous, so that he inspires beholders with feelings both of fear and love. The hair of his head is of the color of wine, and from the top of the head to the ears straight and without radiance, but it descends from the ears to the shoulders in shining curls. From the shoulders the hair flows down the back, divided into two portions, after the manner of the Nazarenes. His forehead is clear and without wrinkle, his face free from blemish, and slightly tinged with red, his physiognomy noble and gracious. The nose and mouth faultless. His beard is abundant, the same color as the hair, and forked. His eyes blue and very brilliant. In reproving or censuring he is awe-inspiring. In exhorting and teaching, his speech is gentle and caressing. His countenance is marvelous in seriousness and grace. He has never once been seen to laugh, but many have seen him weep. He is slender in person, his hands are straight and long, his arms beautiful. Grave and solemn in his discourse, his language is simple and quiet. He is in appearance the most beautiful of the children of men. The Emperor Constantine caused pictures of the Son of God to be painted from this ancient description. In the 8th century, at the period in which St. John Damascenus wrote, the lineaments of this remarkable figure continued to be the same as they are to this day. The hair and the beard, the color of which is somewhat undetermined in the letter of Lentulus, for wine may be pale, golden, red, or violet color, is distinctly noted by Damascenus, who also adds the tint of the complexion. Moreover, the opinion of Damascenus, like that of Lentulus, is decidedly in favor of the beauty of Christ, and the former severely censures the Manichaeans, who entertained a contrary opinion. Thus, then, Christ, in taking upon him the form of Adam, assumed features exactly resembling those of the Virgin Mary. In the West, a century later than the time of Damascenus, Christ was always thus depicted. S. Anschaire, Archbishop of Hamburg and Bremen, who beheld Christ, in a vision, described him as tall, clad in the manner of the Jews, and beautiful in face. The splendor of divinity darted like a flame from the eyes of the Redeemer, but his voice was full of sweetness. Right arrow curving left. The angel Gabriel. Luke 1:28. And the angel came in unto her, and said, Hail, thou that art highly favored, the Lord is with thee, blessed art thou among women. Right arrow curving left. The countenance of each saint became brighter. Right arrow curving left. The word in the original is aboliva, which Dante here uses in the sense of the Provençal, abolice, of Purgatorio XXVI 140. He uses the word in the same sense in Convito, 2:7. In all speech the speaker is chiefly bent on persuasion, that is, on pleasing the audience, all, abbellire del audienza, which is the source of all other persuasions. Right arrow curving left. The star of morning delighting in the sun, is from Canto 8:12, where Dante speaks of Venus as the star that woos the sun, now following, now in front. Right arrow curving left. The Virgin Mary, the Queen of this empire. Right arrow curving left. Adam. Right arrow curving left. Saint Peter. Right arrow curving left. St. John, who lived till the evil days and persecutions of the Church, the bride of Christ, won by the crucifixion. Right arrow curving left. Moses. Right arrow curving left. Exodus 32:9. And the Lord said unto Moses, I have seen this people, and, behold, it is a stiff-necked people. Right arrow curving left. Anna, mother of the Virgin Mary. Right arrow curving left. Santa Lucia, virgin and martyr. Dante, Inferno 2:100, makes her, as the emblem of illuminating grace, intercede with Beatrice for his salvation. Right arrow curving left. Trusting only to thine own efforts. Right arrow curving left. Chaucer, Second Non's Tale. Thou maid and mother, daughter of thy son. Thou well of mercy, sinful souls cure. In whom that God of bounty cheese to one. Thou humble and high over every creature. Thou nobledest so fair forth our nature. That no disdain the Maker had of kind. His Son in blood and flesh to clothe and wind. Within the cloister blissful of thy sides. Toque man's shape the eternal love and peace. That of the trine compass Lord and Gede is. Whom earth, and sea, and heaven out of realize. Iherion. And thou, Virgin Wemmels. Bare of thy body, and dweltest maiden pure. The creature of every creature. Assembled is in thee magnificence. With mercy, goodness, and with switch pity. That thou, that art the son of excellence. Not only helpest him that pray in thee. But oftentime of thy benignity. Full freely, or that men thin help besesh. Thou goest beforn, and art here lives leche. See also his Ballade of Our Lady, and La Prière de Notre Dame. Right arrow curving left. As St. Macarius said to his soul. Having taken up thine abode in heaven, where thou hast God and his holy angels to converse with, see that thou descend not thence, regard not earthly things. Right arrow curving left. Finish the ardor of desire in its accomplishment. Right arrow curving left. Aeneid, 3:442, Davidson's Tr. When, wafted thither, you reach the city Cumae, the hallowed lakes, and Avernus resounding through the woods, you will see the raving prophetess, who, beneath a deep rock, reveals the fates. And commits to the leaves of trees her characters and words. Whatever verses the Virgin has inscribed on the leaves, she ranges in harmonious order, and leaves in the cave enclosed by themselves, uncovered they remain in their position. Nor recede from their order. But when, upon turning the hinge, a small breath of wind has blown upon them, and the door, by opening, hath discomposed the tender leaves. She never afterward cares to catch the verses as they are fluttering in the hollow cave, nor to recover their situation, or join them together. Right arrow curving left. Luke 9:62. No man having put his hand to the plough, and looking back, is fit for the kingdom of God. Right arrow curving left. Thomas Aquinas, Summa Theologica, I quaest. 4:2. If therefore God be the first efficient cause of things, the perfections, of all things must pre-exist preeminently in God. And booty, in God are all things that are made, as in the first cause, that foresees everything. Right arrow curving left. Of all the commentaries which I have consulted, that of booty alone sustains this rendering of the line. The rest interpret it, what I say is but a simple or feeble glimmer of what I saw. Right arrow curving left. There are almost as many interpretations of this passage as there are commentators. The most intelligible is, that Dante forgot in a single moment more of the glory he had seen, than the world had forgotten in 25 centuries of the Argonautic expedition. When Neptune wondered at the shadow of the first ship that ever crossed the sea. Right arrow curving left. Aristotle, Ethics, I1, Gilles's Tr. Since every art and every kind of knowledge, as well as all the actions and all the deliberations of men, constantly aim at something which they call good. Good in general may be justly defined, that which all desire. Right arrow curving left. In the same manner the reflection of the griffin in Beatrice's eyes, Purgatorio XXXI 124, is described as changing, while the object itself remained unchanged. Think, reader. If within myself I marveled, when I beheld the thing itself stand still, and in its image it transformed itself. Right arrow curving left. Thomas Aquinas, Summa Theologica, I Quaest. 29:2. What exists by itself, and not in another, is called subsistence. Right arrow curving left. The three persons of the Trinity. Right arrow curving left. The second circle, or second person of the Trinity. Right arrow curving left. The human nature of Christ, the incarnation of the Word. Right arrow curving left. In this new light of God's grace, the mystery of the union of the divine and human nature in Christ is revealed to Dante. Right arrow curving left. Wordsworth, resolution and independence. As a cloud that heareth not the loud winds when they call, and moveth altogether, if it move at all. Right arrow curving left. 1 John 4:16. God is love, and he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God, and God in him. Right arrow curving left. In the Spanish schools the color of our Saviour's mantle is generally a deep rich violet. Right arrow curving left. Villani, 8ch96. Right arrow curving left. Dino Compagni, 376. Right arrow curving left. Tiresias, who was blind. Right arrow curving left. Sanchoniathon. Right arrow curving left. Whom Plato banished from his imaginary republic. Right arrow curving left.